Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome. This channel is all about powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker secrets of the wizarding world. Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story here is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. When Harry Potter crossed into Game of Thrones, Daenerys Targaryen chose him. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe. Now, let's begin.
The air in the cupboard under the stairs tasted like dust and forgotten things. It was a thick, warm dust, laced with the sour smell of stale cleaning fluids and the wool of old blankets. Harry Potter lay on his back, the thin mattress lumpy beneath his spine, and stared into a darkness so complete it felt like a physical weight on his eyes. The scuttling of a spider somewhere near his left ear was a familiar, almost comforting rhythm. His ribs ached. A fresh bruise, courtesy of Dudley's latest, Harry hunting, game, throbbed in time with his heartbeat just above his hip. The Dursleys' television blared a jarringly cheerful game show through the floorboards, the laughter of the audience a sharp, mocking sound. He was used to the ache, to the dark, to the feeling of being a ghost in his own life, pressed between the walls, suffocated by normalcy. But tonight, the ache was different. It wasn't just in his bones. It was a hollow, pulling sensation behind his navel, as if something inside him was straining against a tether. It had been growing for days, a restless, silent hum under his skin. Sometimes, when he was particularly angry or scared, strange things happened. A teacher's wig had turned blue. He'd once vanished the glass at the zoo. But this was a constant, quiet pressure, like a storm building on a horizon only he could see. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to escape. He imagined vast, open spaces. Cold air, sky, anything but the cramped, wool-smelling dark. He pictured flying, though he'd never been on a plane. The feeling of wind, real wind, not just a breeze through a cracked window. The pull behind his navel gave a sharp, painful twinge. Stop it, he thought to himself, the words a dull command in his mind. You're just being stupid, weird, freaky. The laughter from the television reached a crescendo. Uncle Vernon's booming guffaw shook the ceiling, raining a fine sprinkle of dust onto Harry's face. He didn't brush it away. The pull came again, stronger. A sharp, insistent yank. He gasped, curling onto his side. The darkness around him seemed to ripple. The spider stopped scuttling. And then, the world tore. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling. A great, silent rip in the fabric of everything. The dust in the air shimmered, not with light, but with a sudden, profound absence of it. The wool blankets beneath him were gone. The lumpy mattress vanished. He was falling, but not through air, through a tunnel of screaming colors and deafening silence. He saw flashes, stars being born and dying, mountains crumbling to sand, a great, winged shadow against a blood-red sun. He tried to scream, but his voice was lost in the void. The tether inside him snapped. He landed with a jolt that slammed his teeth together and sent a white-hot lance of pain through his bruised ribs. The air left his lungs in a whoosh. For a long moment, he just lay there, feeling cold, wet stone beneath his fingers. The smell was overwhelming. Salt, smoke, rot, fish, a cacophony of stenches that made his empty stomach heave. And over it all, a low, constant roar that was part ocean, part crowd, part something else entirely, a murmur of thousands of lives packed together. He pushed himself up, his arms trembling. He was in an alley. A narrow, filthy slit between two towering buildings of weathered gray stone. Heaps of refuse steamed in the damp. A rat, as large as any he'd seen at the zoo, stared at him with beady black eyes before scurrying away. The sky above the alley was a pale, watery gray, the light feeling old and tired. Where, panic, cold and slick, started to seep into his veins. This wasn't Little Whinging. This wasn't anywhere in England. He looked down at himself. He was still in his outsized, holey trousers and thin shirt. His glasses were miraculously unbroken. He shivered violently, the air held a damp, penetrating chill he'd never felt before. A shadow fell across the alley mouth. Harry scrambled back, pressing himself against the slimy wall. Two men walked past. They were dressed in rough, dirty tunics and leather. One had a rusted short sword at his hip. They spoke in a guttural, flowing language he didn't understand. Their faces were hard, weathered, marked with scars. They didn't even glance into the alley. This was real. He was here. Wherever, here, was. The logical part of his mind, the part trained by a decade of Dursley logic, shut down completely. There was no logic here. He had been in his cupboard, and now he was, elsewhere. The only thing that felt familiar was the panic, the sense of being utterly, profoundly lost. But even that was different. This was a vast, terrifying kind of lost. He was a speck, an insect. He had to move. Staying in the alley felt like waiting to be drowned. He crept to the end and peered out. The world opened up into a scene of staggering, chaotic life. He was on a steep, cobbled street that wound down towards a vast harbor. The city was a tangled maze of stone, wood, and filth, built on hills and cliffs that plunged into a churning gray sea. Ships, hundreds of them, bobbed in the water, their masts a leafless forest against the sky. The roar was the sound of the city itself, voices shouting, animals braying, hammers clanging, waves crashing. People thronged the streets. More people than Harry had ever seen in one place. They were all colors, all sizes, dressed in strange, often ragged clothing. He saw gold-haired men with fierce braids, dark-skinned men in colorful silks, burly men in furs despite the chill. And then he saw the slaves. The word came to him slowly, a concept from a history book. Men, women, and even children with heavy iron collars around their necks, linked by chains. They moved with a dead-eyed shuffle, prodded along by men with whips. Harry's breath caught. His horror at the Dursleys' treatment of him shriveled into something pathetic and small. This was a different kind of cruelty. Institutional. Casual. The air tasted of it, of despair and iron and cheap wine. A hand grabbed his shoulder. Harry yelped, spinning around. A man with a pockmarked face and yellowed teeth loomed over him. He smelled of onions and sweat. He barked something, the words harsh and incomprehensible. His eyes, bloodshot and greedy, scanned Harry's thin frame, his strange clothes. He gestured sharply, clearly demanding something. Harry tried to pull away. I don't have anything. I don't understand. The man's grip tightened, biting into his bruised shoulder. He shouted, drawing the attention of a few passers-by. Their glances were indifferent, fleeting. No one was going to help. A new, hotter kind of panic ignited in Harry's chest. It was the same feeling he got when Dudley and his gang cornered him in the schoolyard. A desperate, survivalist energy. The man yanked him, trying to pull him into the flow of the crowd, towards a grim-looking building with barred windows. No. The word was afire in his mind. No. Not again. Not into another cage. The pulling sensation behind his navel, which had quieted, surged back. But this time, it didn't feel like it was pulling him apart. It felt like it was pulling something to him. Heat flashed through his arm, down to his fingertips where the man's grubby hand clutched him. There was no flash of light. No bang. The man simply let go with a sharp, pained gasp, as if he'd grabbed a red-hot poker. He stumbled back, clutching his hand, staring at it in confusion and dawning fear. His palm was an angry, blistering red. Harry stared too. His own fingers tingled. The air around them shimmered with a faint, escaping heat. The man looked from his hand to Harry's face. The confusion in his eyes hardened into something darker, superstitious, and violent. He snarled, going for the knife at his belt. Harry ran. He plunged into the crowd, a small, darting figure amidst the lumbering adults. He didn't look back. He ran until his lungs burned with the strange, smoky air, until the stitch in his side was a knife. He ducked under carts, squeezed between arguing merchants, and finally collapsed, panting, behind a stack of foul-smelling barrels in another, slightly wider alley. He sat there, trembling, trying to make himself small. What had he done? How had he done it? He looked at his hands. They looked normal. Pale, scraped, but normal. But he'd felt it. The heat. The power. It had come from that same place inside him, the hollow, pulling place. It had listened. He was a freak here, too. But here, being a freak might be the only thing that kept him alive. The day wore on. The gray light began to fade into a deeper, murky twilight. Torches and lanterns were lit, casting a flickering, demonic glow over the streets. The city grew louder, drunker, more dangerous. Harry's hunger was a gnawing animal in his gut. His thirst was worse. He found a rain barrel and drank from it, the water tasting of wood and rust. He found a discarded crust of bread, hard as a rock, and gnawed on it until his jaw ached. He needed shelter. He needed to understand. He didn't know what he needed. A hopelessness, deeper than any he'd felt at Privet Drive, began to settle over him. There, he had at least known the rules, the boundaries of his prison. Here, there were no rules. Only survival. And he was so very small. He was watching a butcher hack at a carcass, mesmerized and repelled, when a new sound cut through the din. A sound of discipline. The rhythmic tramp of boots on stone. The crowd near the harbor's edge parted, making way. A column of soldiers marched past. They were unlike any men Harry had seen. They wore strange, scaled armor that gleamed like copper in the torchlight, and tall helms with pointed spikes. They carried spears and shields, moving in perfect, grim unison. Their faces were stern, impassive. At their head rode a man on a horse, a tall, bald man with a cruel, cunning face and eyes that missed nothing. He surveyed the rabble of the city with obvious disdain. But it wasn't the soldiers who stole the breath from Harry's lungs. It was what followed them. 3 large, wheeled cages, drawn by massive horses. And inside the cages, dragons. The word exploded in Harry's mind. They were smaller than the stories, but they were real. Living, breathing dragons. One was green and bronze, another cream and gold. The last was a deep, smoky black. They were chained, muzzled with iron, their wings bound tight to their bodies. Their eyes, great gleaming orbs of intelligence and fury, scanned the crowd. The green one opened its muzzled jaw and a puff of smoke, tinged with ember, escaped. The crowd oohed and awed, but backed away in fear. Harry couldn't look away. A wild, impossible hope surged in his chest. If dragons were real here, then magic might be real, too. Not just his freakishness, but real magic. A system. A way to understand what he was. The procession moved on, turning up a wider, cleaner street that led towards a great, looming pyramid of pale stone at the city's highest point. The crowd closed behind it, the spectacle over. The Dragon Queen's trophies, a voice said in heavily accented, but understandable English. Harry flinched. An old woman was sitting on a stool beside a brazier, selling skewers of unidentifiable meat. She was wrinkled as a walnut, her eyes milky with cataracts. She was looking not at him, but in the direction the soldiers had gone. You speak English?" Harry stammered, taking a hesitant step closer. She turned her clouded gaze towards him. "I speak the tongues of many who wash up here, little ghost. You have the look of one newly drowned. The eyes are always the same." She gestured with a knobbly hand. "You want food." I have nothing to trade," Harry said, his voice small. She considered him for a long moment. Then she spat into the gutter. "The queen is back from her war. Those are the dragons she took from the masters in Yunkai. They say she will build an army here. They say she will break the wheel." The old woman gave a wheezing laugh that turned into a cough. "They say many things. The wind says more. It whispers of a storm from a world away. A green-eyed storm." Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. "What does that mean?" She ignored him, turning a skewer over the coals. "The queen holds court tonight. In the great plaza before the pyramid. She hears petitions. She seeks allies. She seeks weapons." Her milky eyes seemed to fix on him again. "Or perhaps weapons seek her." Before Harry could ask anything else, a group of rowdy sailors stumbled past, shouting. When he looked back, the old woman was gone, her brazier cold as if it had never been lit. A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air traced his spine. A green-eyed storm. He looked up the broad street towards the pale pyramid. Torches lined the way, leading to a distant glow. The Dragon Queen. The words held a strange power. He thought of the muzzled dragons, their captive fury. He thought of the hollow feeling inside him, the spark of heat that had burned his attacker. He had nowhere else to go. No one else who might, however faintly, understand a world where dragons existed. He was a piece of litter in a filthy alley, in a cruel city, on a world that was not his own. But he was not nothing. He had a spark. And the old woman's words, whether prophecy or madness, had hooked into his soul. He began to walk. Not with hope, but with a desperate, final direction. He followed the torchlight, climbing the steep streets, moving against the flow of the crowd now descending into the city's nightly depravity. His bare feet, already cut and filthy, slapped against the cold stone. The pyramid grew larger, a geometric mountain of power. The sound of a vast crowd grew, a lower, more expectant roar than the market's chaos. He reached the edge of a great plaza, paved with marble now stained by the city's grime. It was packed with people. Thousands of faces turned towards a high dais at the foot of the pyramid. Guards in the same scaled armor stood in a grim perimeter. Torches burned in sconces on the pyramid itself, illuminating intricate carvings of dragons and warriors. And there, on the dais, seated on a simple stone bench, was the queen. Daenerys Targaryen. She was smaller than he'd imagined, yet she seemed to fill the space. Her hair was a cascade of silver gold, intricately braided. She wore a dress of deep blue, simple yet regal. Her face was young, beautiful, but it was her eyes that held him. They were violet, and they carried a weight of sorrow, of fury, of steely resolve that Harry recognized deep in his own bruised soul. She was listening to a man in rich robes who was bowing and scraping, his voice a pleading whine that didn't carry to where Harry stood. Harry stood at the very back of the crowd, a small, grimy shadow. He was nothing, a starving boy in rags. The idea of approaching her was the height of madness. He would be cut down by the guards before he took 3 steps. The petitioner finished. Daenerys spoke, her voice clear and carrying, though the words were in the local tongue. It was a tone of dismissal. The man slunk away. She surveyed the crowd. Her gaze was like a physical touch, sweeping over the masses. It passed over the merchants, the supplicants, the freedmen, and for a fraction of a second, it rested on the dirty, black-haired boy at the very edge of the torchlight. Harry felt it. A jolt, like the spark that had burned his attacker. Their eyes met across a sea of people. His green eyes to her violet. In that instant, the hollow pull inside him went silent. Still, as if it had found a lodestone. Her gaze moved on. She gestured for the next petitioner. Harry's mind raced. He had no gold, no army, no information. He had nothing to petition for. He was a beggar. But the old woman's words echoed. She seeks weapons. He wasn't a weapon. He was just Harry. But he had the spark. And she had dragons. The crowd shifted. A burly freedman began to push his way forward, towards the dais. In the jostle, Harry was shoved from behind. He stumbled, falling to his knees on the hard marble. The pain was sharp. The hopelessness returned in a crushing wave. He was so tired, so cold. He bowed his head, the world narrowing to the cold stone beneath his palms. A hush fell over the section of the crowd nearest him. The tramp of armored boots approached. Harry looked up, fear icing his veins. 2 of the scaled guards were standing over him. Their expressions were unreadable behind their helms. One of them pointed his spear, not at Harry, but past him, gesturing for him to move back into the crowd. This was it. He would be thrown back into the alleys, or into a slave pen. From the dais, the queen's voice rang out again, a single, clear command in Valyrian. The guards froze. Everyone looked up. Daenerys Targaryen had risen from her stone bench. She was looking directly at Harry. She spoke again, slower, her voice carrying across the silent plaza. The words were foreign, but the meaning was unmistakable. Bring him to me. The guards hesitated for only a second before the one who had gestured sheathed his spear and reached down. But it wasn't a cruel grab. It was a firm hand under Harry's arm, pulling him to his feet. The crowd parted like a sea, a whispering, muttering tide of astonishment and suspicion. Harry's legs felt like water. The guard half supported, half guided him through the gap in the crowd, across the expanse of marble, towards the base of the pyramid. The noise of the plaza died away, replaced by the pounding of his own heart in his ears. He climbed the few steps to the dais, the guard releasing him as he reached the top. He stood alone, 10 feet from the queen. Up close, she was even more compelling. The violet eyes were ancient, seeing everything. She was surrounded by advisors, a tall, handsome man with bare arms covered in tattoos, a severe older woman with sharp eyes, a burly knight with a great white beard. They all stared at Harry with varying degrees of confusion and disdain. Daenerys studied him. She saw the rags, the bruises visible on his arms and face, the defiant, terrified green eyes behind the cracked lenses. She saw the dirt of the alley and the spark of something else, something that had called to her from across the plaza, a silent resonance she felt in her own blood. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice was softer now, but no less commanding. She spoke in the common tongue. Harry opened his mouth. His throat was dry. He had no story prepared. No lie seemed possible under that gaze. The truth was impossible. I'm lost, he whispered, the words tearing themselves from him. It was all he had. One of the advisors, the severe woman, hissed something in Valyrian, clearly a suggestion to have him removed. Daenerys didn't look away from Harry. Lost men do not look at dragons as old friends, she said. They look at them with fear. You did not look with fear when they passed you in the street. I saw you. Harry swallowed. How could he explain? There in pain. The chains. A flicker in her eyes. A shadow of the same pain. And what do you know of pain, boy in strange clothes? Everything, he wanted to say. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, he lifted a trembling hand, not in threat, but in a vague, helpless gesture towards the pyramid, the city, the world. All of this, it's not my world. The advisors exchanged glances. Madness, their faces said. Daenerys took a step closer. The air seemed to grow warmer. Where is your world? I don't know, Harry said, and it was the most honest thing he'd ever said. The admission broke something in him. The careful, enduring wall he'd built at the Dursleys crumbled. His vision blurred with exhausted, helpless tears. I was in the dark. And then I was here. And I have something inside me that does things. That burns. And it felt you. The tall man with the tattoos, Dario Naharis, chuckled softly. A pretty line for a beggar. Daenerys silenced him with a look. Her eyes were fixed on Harry's face, on the tear tracing a clean path through the grime on his cheek. She saw it then, not with her eyes, but with the same strange sense that had drawn her gaze to him. A fracture. A door hanging open on a storm. He was a puzzle, a risk, a potential weapon or a potential disaster. But he was also a child, alone in a world of wolves. She knew what that was. You felt me, she repeated softly. Not a question. Harry nodded, unable to speak. She turned to her guards. Take him to the pyramid. Give him food, water, a place to wash. She looked back at Harry, her decision made, the weight of it settling on her shoulders. We will speak when the court is finished. The guard who had brought him up nodded. Your Grace. As Harry was led away, back through the whispering crowd, towards the immense, carved doors of the Great Pyramid, he looked back once. Daenerys had resumed her seat, her face once more a mask of royal detachment as the next petitioner approached. But for a moment, her eyes met his again. In them, he saw not pity, but recognition. A shared solitude at the heart of power. The doors of the pyramid closed behind him, swallowing him into a labyrinth of stone and torchlight. The guard led him down a corridor, away from the grand halls. The air was cooler, quieter. They stopped before a simple wooden door. The guard opened it, revealing a small, clean chamber with a pallet, a basin of water, and a plate of bread and fruit. Wait here, the guard said, his voice gruff but not unkind. The door closed. A bar slid into place on the outside. He was in another room. Not a cupboard, but a room with a lock on the outside. Harry stood in the center of the stone floor, the silence of the pyramid pressing in on him. The plate of food sat on a stool, more food than he'd seen in a week. The water in the basin was clear. He was cleaner than he'd been in days, safer than he'd been in the alley. But the hollow pull inside him had begun again, a low, steady thrum. It wasn't pulling him away now. It was pulling him deeper. Into the heart of the pyramid. Towards the queen. Towards her dragons. He walked to the door and placed his palm against the rough wood. From somewhere deep within the stone, he heard it, a low, resonant rumble, felt more than heard, a vibration through the very bones of the world. It was the sound of a chained dragon, crying out in the dark. And something in Harry's soul answered it. The stone of the pyramid held a deep, subterranean chill that seeped through the soles of Harry's feet and up into his bones. It was a different, cold from the damp, salty air of the city, ancient, dry, and smelling of dust and sandalwood. The room was silent save for the erratic hammering of his own heart. He stood frozen, his palm still pressed against the locked door, the dragon's reverberating cry fading into a memory of sound. It had been real. That low, seismic groan. It hadn't been in his ears. It had been in his teeth, in the pit of his stomach, in the hollow space behind his navel that had brought him here. It echoed the strange, silent call that had drawn him to the plaza, to her. He pulled his hand back from the door as if the wood had grown hot. Turning, he took in the room properly. A stone cell. A pallet of straw with a rough wool blanket. A simple clay basin on a stand, filled with clean water. A wooden plate holding a hunk of dark bread, a wedge of pale cheese, and a handful of figs. It was more consideration than the Dursleys had ever shown him. It was also a cage. His stomach cramped violently at the sight of the food. The gnawing hunger won out over caution. He devoured the bread first, the crust tough, the inside dense and slightly sour. He ate the cheese, salty and sharp, and the figs, their honeyed sweetness almost painful. He drank from the basin, cupping the cold water in his hands, splashing some on his face. The grime of the alley came away in gray streaks. He avoided looking at his reflection in the water's disturbed surface. He didn't want to see the frightened, foreign boy staring back. Finished, he sat on the edge of the pallet, the straw crackling beneath him. The immediate panic had receded, leaving a numb, buzzing exhaustion in its wake. He was in a pyramid, in a city of slaves and dragons, locked in by a silver-haired queen who had looked at him as if she could see the freakishness simmering under his skin. What did she want? The old woman's words slithered through his mind. She seeks weapons. Was that what he was? A weapon that fell from the sky. He thought of the man in the alley, the blistering red hand. The power had come without thought, a reflex of terror. He flexed his fingers now, staring at them. Nothing. No heat. No spark. Just small, scraped, ordinary hands. Had he imagined it? Was the hunger and fear making him mad? But the dragon's cry had been real. In the queen's eyes, she had seen something. Time lost meaning. The torch in the sconce outside his door guttered, casting dancing, monstrous shadows on the wall. He must have dozed, because the sound of the bar lifting was a jarring intrusion into a shallow sleep filled with dreams of flying over a gray, endless sea. The door opened. It was not the guard from before. It was the severe older woman from the dais, the one who had hissed in Valyrian. She was dressed in a high-collared gown of dark red, her silver hair pulled back so tightly it stretched the skin of her forehead. Her eyes were a pale, piercing blue, missing nothing. "The queen will see you now," she said. Her accent was crisp, each word clipped and precise. "You will follow. You will speak only when spoken to. You will keep your eyes lowered." Harry stood, his legs stiff. He nodded, not trusting his voice. "I am Missandei of Noth, the Queen's scribe and translator," she said, though her tone suggested the title was a formality for his benefit, not an introduction. She turned and walked away, expecting obedience. Harry followed her into the corridor. It was wide, the walls carved with intricate, repeating patterns, dragons coiled around towers, suns with fierce faces, warriors in spiked helms. The air grew warmer as they walked, the torches more numerous. They passed intersections where unsullied guards stood like statues of bronze and steel, their faces as still as death. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft swish of Missandei's skirts and the scuff of Harry's bare feet on stone. They did not ascend towards grandeur, but descended. The air grew warmer still, and carried a new scent, a musky, animal smell, like hot stone and scales, underpinned by the acrid tang of smoke and ash. The dragon's cry was not heard again, but Harry could feel a pressure building, a thickness in the air that made his skin prickle. Missandei stopped before an archway sealed by a heavy curtain of dark, embroidered leather. Two unsullied flanked it, spears held upright. She glanced back at Harry, her expression unreadable. "Breathe," she said, a simple, unexpected command. "Do not show fear." She pulled the curtain aside. Heat washed over Harry, a dry, living heat that carried particles of fine ash. The room beyond was vast, a circular chamber deep in the pyramid's heart. The walls were natural, rough-hewn stone, the ceiling lost in darkness high above. Braziers of glowing coals provided a shifting, orange light. And in the center of the space, chained to great iron rings set deep into the floor, were the dragons. Up close, they were terrifyingly magnificent. The green and bronze one was the largest, its body the length of 2 horses, its wings, even folded and bound, hinting at a span that could darken a street. Its neck was curved in restless, straining arcs against the thick chain securing its muzzle. The cream and gold dragon was slightly smaller, more sinuous, its eyes whirling pools of molten amber. It watched their entrance with an unsettling intelligence. The black one was a shadow come to life, smoke tendrils rising continuously from its nostrils. It did not move, but its dark, gleaming eye was fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. And standing before them, a small, silver-haired figure between two colossi of scale and sinew, was Daenerys Targaryen. She had changed from her court dress into a simpler tunic and trousers of dark gray, her hair bound in a single, thick braid. She held a long, metal-tipped pole in her hands, not in a threatening way, but like a shepherd's crook. She was speaking to the green dragon in a low, flowing language, High Valyrian, Harry guessed. Her voice was soft, coaxing, yet threaded with an undeniable authority. Missandei cleared her throat softly. Daenerys turned, the torchlight catching the violet of her eyes. She looked from Missandei to Harry, her expression unreadable. "Leave us, Missandei," she said, her common tongue accent more pronounced in the intimate space. "Your Grace, it is not safe," Missandei began, her eyes darting to the restless dragons. "I am safe with my children," Daenerys interrupted, her tone leaving no room for debate. "Wait outside." Missandei bowed her head and retreated, the leather curtain falling back into place with a soft thud. Harry was alone with the Dragon Queen and her monsters. The silence stretched, filled only by the click of a scale, the hiss of a breath, the faint clink of a chain. Daenerys studied him, her gaze as assessing as it had been in the plaza, but now devoid of an audience. "You are cleaner," she observed. "But no less lost." Harry said nothing. He was trying very hard to obey Missandei's command not to show fear, but his heart was a trapped bird in his chest. The heat from the braziers and the dragons' bodies was making him sweat. The hollow pull inside him was a live wire, vibrating in tune with the low, simmering energy in the room. "You said you felt me," Daenerys continued, taking a step closer. The green dragon, Rhaegal, shifted, a low rumble building in its chest. She lifted a hand without looking, a calming gesture, and the rumble subsided to a watchful silence. "Explain that." I can't," Harry whispered. His throat was tight. "It's just a feeling. Like a pull. It started in the dark, before I came here. And in the plaza, when you looked at me, it stopped. It just went quiet." Her eyes narrowed. "A pull. From where? To where?" "I don't know where I came from," he said, desperation leaking into his voice. "It was a cupboard. Under some stairs. It was small and dark and it smelled of dust. And then it tore. And I was falling. And then I was here." The words sounded insane even to him. He expected to see disbelief, mockery, in her face. She showed neither. She looked thoughtful. A tear. A door. She glanced at the dragons. "My children were born from stone, from fire and blood and magic that men say is dead. I have seen things that cannot be explained. Why should a boy not fall from one world into another?" She turned her full attention back to him. "This power inside you. This thing that burns. Show me." Harry recoiled. "I can't just make it happen. Can't you?" she challenged, her voice softening slightly. "When the man grabbed you in the alley, what did you feel?" "Scared," Harry admitted, the memory sharp. "Angry. I didn't want him to put me in a cage. And the power came. It heated up my skin." His hand. He let go. Daenerys nodded slowly. "Fear. Anger. A desire for freedom. These are not weak emotions. They are fires. They can be used." She took another step, now within arm's reach. He could see the fine lines of exhaustion around her eyes, the weight of rule. "You feel it now, don't you? The energy in this room. My children's fire. It calls to your own." He did. It was a pressure against his skin, a hum in his blood. The black dragon, Drogan, exhaled a long, smoke-laden breath. A stray ember from its nostrils floated on the hot air, drifting towards Harry. Without thinking, Harry flinched back, his hand coming up in an instinctive, warding motion. The ember didn't singe him. It stopped in midair, an inch from his palm, and hovered. It pulsed with a faint, orange light. Harry stared, mesmerized. He felt a tiny, focused point of heat in the center of his own hand, a mirror of the ember's glow. He wasn't doing anything. And yet, he was. The connection was clear, a thread of intent he hadn't consciously spun. Daenerys's breath caught. Her violet eyes widened, fixed on the suspended ember. Harry, shocked, dropped his hand. The ember fell to the stone floor and died with a tiny hiss. For a long moment, the only sound was the crackle of the braziers. Then Daenerys let out a slow, controlled breath. "You did not burn it. You held it." "I didn't mean to," Harry said, his voice trembling. "Intent is the beginning," she said, and there was a new light in her eyes, one of fierce, hungry curiosity. Control is what comes after. She turned and walked towards a stone bench set against the wall, gesturing for him to follow. Sit. He sat, perching on the edge of the cool stone. She remained standing, leaning against the wall, her arms crossed. She looked young again, but also immeasurably old. This city is called Astapor, she began, her gaze distant. I took it from the masters who bred unsullied here. I crucified them for their crimes. I freed the slaves. Now I must rule. I must feed the people, defend the walls, plan the next war. My advisors tell me to be cautious. To be a politician. To use the armies I have. She looked at the chained dragons. They fear this power. They wish me to keep it muzzled. They do not understand that this, she gestured to the great beasts, is not just power. It is who I am. It is my heritage. A heritage of fire and blood. She focused on Harry again. You have a heritage too, Harry Potter. I do not know its name. But it speaks in fire and air. It pulled you across worlds too. Stand here, before me. That is not an accident. What do you want from me? Harry asked, the question torn from him. I want to understand what you are, she said bluntly. I want to know if you are a gift or a curse. A weapon that can be aimed, or a fire that will consume my house. She paused. And you want to understand it, too. You want to know why you are different. Why you were in a cupboard. Why you are here. He nodded, unable to deny it. Then we have a bargain, she said. You will stay. You will learn to control this spark inside you. I will teach you what I can. About control, about power, about the cost of both. In return, you will be honest with me. You will show me what you can do. And you will help me understand the nature of the door that brought you here. It wasn't a request. It was a compact, offered with the stark simplicity of a queen used to command. Harry felt the weight of it settle on him. He had no other options. No other path but the one that led deeper into this stone heart, towards this woman and her dragons. The part of him that had survived the Dursleys screamed that it was just another set of rules from another powerful person. But another part, the part that had felt the ember hover, that had seen the recognition in her eyes, whispered that this was different. This was a path to understanding the thing that had made him an outcast his whole life. Okay, he said, the word small in the vast chamber. Good. She straightened. You will have chambers adjacent to mine. Missandei will see to your needs. You will not leave the pyramid without my guard. The city would swallow you whole. She considered him. You will also learn history, languages, the lay of this land. Ignorance is a vulnerability you cannot afford. It was more than he'd ever been offered. More than he'd ever dreamed. It was also a gilded cage, with dragons for bars. As if reading his thought, Daenerys turned towards Rhaegal. The green dragon strained against its muzzle, a puff of smoke escaping. She walked to it, fearless, and placed her hand flat on its snout, between its eyes. The dragon stilled, a low, thrumming sound of contentment vibrating from its throat. They are not monsters, she said, her voice soft again. They are wrath and beauty made flesh. They are a power that does not understand chains. She looked back at Harry over her shoulder, her violet eyes glowing in the brazier light. Perhaps you will understand them. Perhaps they will understand you. She gave a command in Valyrian. From the shadows near the curtain, two unsullied appeared, not the ones from the door. These carried heavy buckets of raw, bloody meat. At the sight, the dragons grew agitated, chains rattling. The smell of blood filled the hot air, mixing with ash. Come, Daenerys said to Harry, walking back towards the entrance. Their feeding is not a sight for you yet. He followed, glad to be away from the rising frenzy. As he passed Drogan, the black dragon's head turned, tracking him. Its eye, a pool of obsidian with a slit of burning amber, held him for a long, unnerving moment. Harry felt that same resonance, that pull, but laced with a primal, predatory curiosity. This one, the dragon seemed to say, is not like the others. They stepped back into the cooler corridor. Missandei was waiting, her posture tense until she saw Daenerys unharmed. Take him to the prepared rooms, Daenerys instructed. Find him suitable clothes. He begins lessons with you tomorrow. Common tongue, history, geography. Missandei bowed. Yes, your grace. Daenerys looked at Harry one last time. Rest. The days ahead will be long. She turned and walked away down another corridor, her form swallowed by the torchlight and shadow. Missandei gestured for Harry too. Follow her in the opposite direction. They climbed stairs this time, moving upwards through the pyramid's labyrinth. The rooms they arrived at were not a cell. They were a small suite, a sleeping chamber with a proper bed and a chest, a washroom with a copper tub, and a sitting area with a table and chairs. A window, high and narrow, looked out over the torch-lit expanse of Astaper, a sea of flickering lights and deeper darkness stretching to the black horizon of the sea. These were the chambers of a former master's scribe, Missandei said, her tone neutral. They are adequate. The queen is generous. It felt like a palace. Harry stood in the center of the sleeping chamber, overwhelmed. A servant will bring water for the bath, Missandei continued. Clothes will be provided. I will return at dawn to begin your instruction. Do not attempt to leave the Unsullied on this corridor or under orders to restrain you if you do. She gave him a final, piercing look. The queen sees potential in you. See that you do not become a disappointment. Or a danger. She left, closing the door. Harry heard the quiet click of a lock, but this one felt different, less final. He was a guest. And a prisoner. He walked to the window, leaning his forehead against the cool stone of the sill. The city sprawled below, alive and treacherous. Somewhere down there, in the hot dark, the dragons were feeding. Here, in the quiet, he was safe. Housed. Fed. He had a purpose, however vague. He lifted his hand, turning it over in the dim light from the city. He tried to summon the feeling from the dragon chamber, to conjure a spark, a warmth. Nothing. It was like trying to grasp smoke. Frustration welled up, hot and familiar. He was still a freak. Just a freak in a nicer cage. A sound made him turn. A young woman, no older than Missandei, entered with 2 other servants carrying buckets of steaming water. She had kind eyes and a nervous smile. She poured the water into the tub, laid out a linen towel and a cake of soap that smelled of herbs, and placed a folded set of clothes on the bed, simple trousers and a tunic of undyed cotton, with sandals of woven grass. For you, she said in halting common tongue, then bowed and scurried out. Alone again, Harry sank into the hot water. The heat seeped into his bruised muscles, washing away the last physical traces of the alley. He scrubbed until his skin was pink. Drying off, he put on the new clothes. They were soft, clean, and fit him better than anything he'd ever owned. He lay down on the bed, the mattress stuffed with feathers, the blanket soft wool. He stared at the ceiling, carved with the same dragon motifs. His mind replayed the day. The alley. The plaza. Her eyes. The ember, hovering. Her words. A heritage of fire and blood. What was his heritage? He had nothing. No family. No history. Just a lightning bolt scar and a cupboard under the stairs. But he had the spark. And now, he had a teacher who did not flinch from fire. As he drifted into an uneasy sleep, the last thing he felt was not the hollow pull, but a low, distant tremor through the stone of the pyramid, a deep, contented rumble from far below, as the dragons settled after their meal. And in the depths of the pyramid, in her own chambers, Daenerys Targaryen stood before a mosaic map of Westeros, her fingers tracing the carved outline of King's Landing. Her thoughts were not on the Iron Throne, but on the boy with the green eyes. A weapon from another world. A key to a door she hadn't known existed. A risk of unimaginable scale. She thought of the ember, hanging in the air, defying the world's logic. A smile, thin and sharp, touched her lips. In a game of thrones, where armies and alliances were the common currency, she had just been dealt a wild card, and she intended to learn exactly how to play it. Dawn in Astaper was a bloody smear across the eastern sky, the sun rising like a heated brand through the haze of smoke, salt, and distant desert dust. The light that filtered through the high, narrow window of Harry's room was tinged with a sickly orange. He was already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, the unfamiliar softness of the mattress feeling like a trap. He'd slept in fits, his dreams a tangled skein of cupboard darkness and the slow, molten blink of a dragon's eye. The lock on his door clicked. It wasn't Missandei. It was the same young servant from the night before, her eyes still kind, still nervous. She placed a tray on the table, a bowl of porridge sweetened with honey, a piece of flatbread, and a cup of watered wine. She bobbed a curtsy and left without a word, the lock re-engaging with a soft, definitive thud. Harry ate slowly, the porridge sticking in his dry throat. The wine was sour and strange. He felt suspended, waiting for the next move in a game whose rules he didn't know. The spark inside him was quiet, a dormant ember. He flexed his fingers, trying to recall the sensation of holding the dragon's breath aloft. Nothing. Just as he finished, the lock turned again. Missandei entered, her posture as rigid as the spine of a book. She carried a slate, a piece of chalk, and a few scrolls under her arm. "The Queen has duties of state this morning," she announced, placing her materials on the table. "Your instruction begins now. We will start with the common tongue of Westeros, which you already speak passably, though with a strange accent. Then, the geography of the known world. Then, the recent history of Slavers Bay and the rise of Daenerys Stormborn." Her tone was that of a tutor addressing a particularly slow student. Harry felt a flicker of the old, familiar resentment, the feeling he got when a teacher assumed he was stupid because he was quiet, because his clothes were wrong. He bit it back. This wasn't school. This was survival. "I speak English," he said, the correction slipping out before he could stop it. Missandei's pale blue eyes fixed on him. "You speak a dialect of the common tongue. It is close enough. But here, you will learn the proper forms. You will need them if you are to understand commands, treaties, or threats." She pointed to a chair. "Sit." For hours, they worked. Missandei was a relentless, precise teacher. She drilled him on the nuances of grammar, on formal versus informal address, on the idioms of the Seven Kingdoms. She unrolled maps on the table, their corners held down by the slate and chalk pot. Harry saw the world, or this world, laid out in inks of blue and ochre and green. Westeros, a continent shaped like a ragged, tilted fist. Essos, a vast, sprawling landmass to the east, where they now were. The narrow sea between them, dotted with islands. Astaper, Missandei said, her finger tapping a city on the coast of Slavers Bay. Yunkai, to the north. Marine, to the east, the greatest of the slaver cities. The Dothraki Sea, here, endless grasslands. The Red Waste, here, where the Queen once walked. Valyria, here, a drowned ruin of demons and ash. Her voice held no drama, only fact. Each name was a place of blood, conquest, or magic. Harry's head swam. It was too much. The Dursleys' world had been small. Privet Drive, the school, the grocery. This world was monstrous in its scale and its brutality. "Why?" he asked, interrupting a lesson on the sigils of the great Westerosi houses. "Why is she telling me all this?" Missandei paused, setting down her chalk. "The Queen does not waste her resources. You are here. You have a peculiarity. To be of use, you must understand the board upon which the game is played. Ignorance gets men killed. It gets cities burned. She wants to use me," Harry stated, the truth of it cold and clear. "Everyone is used, Harry Potter," Missandei replied, her gaze unwavering. "The Unsullied are used as spears. I am used as a voice and a memory. The Queen uses herself as a symbol. The question is not whether you will be used, but to what purpose, and whether you consent to it." It was a bleak, honest calculus. Before he could respond, a distant sound echoed through the stone, a deep, thrumming roar, cut short by the sharp clang of metal. The dragons. A shiver, not of fear but of that strange resonance, traveled up Harry's spine. Missandei's eyes flicked towards the sound, a faint tightening at the corner of her mouth the only sign it affected her. "Their restlessness grows," she murmured, almost to herself. "The chains chafe their spirits as much as their scales. Why does she keep them chained?" The question was out before Harry could consider its boldness. Missandei's head snapped back to him. "That is not your concern. She said they were her children. That they don't understand chains. And a mother must sometimes restrain a child who plays with fire, lest it burn down the house," Missandei said sharply. "The Queen's advisors, Lord Tyrion and Esser Jorah, counsel control. The people of Astaper, even the freedmen, fear the dragons. Fear is a tool, but uncontrolled fear is a revolt. She balances their power against the stability of her rule. It is a difficult balance." She said the names, Tyrion, Jorah, as if Harry should know them. He stored them away. Advisors. Voices of caution. The lesson resumed, but Harry's focus was fractured. His mind kept drifting downwards, towards the source of the interrupted roar. The hollow feeling in his gut gave a sympathetic twinge. Near midday, the door opened again. Not a servant, but one of the Unsullied. He spoke in Valyrian to Missandei. She stood. "The Queen requests your presence in the training yard. Come." Harry followed, a mix of dread and electric anticipation quickening his steps. They did not descend to the dragon chambers, but moved through broader, sunlit corridors that eventually opened onto a high, walled courtyard within the pyramid's vast bulk. The sky above was a hard, pale blue, the sun beating down on white sand. The yard was a place of harsh, practical activity. In one corner, a company of Unsullied drilled, their movements a silent, terrifying symphony of perfect synchronization, thrust, parry, turn, as one. The only sounds were the scuff of sandals on sand, the whisk of spear shafts through air, and the occasional barked command in Valyrian from their officer, a man with a scarred scalp named Grey Worm, whom Missandei nodded to with a respect that bordered on warmth. In the center of the yard, Daenerys stood with two men. One was tall and broad-shouldered, with a stern, weathered face and a beard of grizzled gray. He wore a sword at his hip and the look of a man who had seen too many battles. Esser Jorah Mormont, Harry guessed. The other man was a dwarf. Not just short, but a dwarf with a mismatched face, intelligent green-gold eyes, and a posture of weary cynicism. He sipped from a silver cup, observing the Unsullied with a clinical detachment. Tyrion Lannister. And beside the queen, massive and silent, stood a man Harry had not seen before. He was taller than Esser Jorah, with copper skin and a bald, tattooed head. His arms were bare, revealing intricate blue patterns. He wore no armor, only simple trousers and a vest, but he carried an aura of lethal grace that made the Unsullied look like wooden soldiers. This was Daario Naharis, the captain of the Stormcrows, the queen's sellsword. Daenerys had changed again, into leather riding. Breeches and a sleeveless tunic, her arms pale and surprisingly strong-looking. She was watching the Unsullied, but her gaze shifted as Harry approached. "Leave us," she said to the men beside her. Esser Jorah's frown deepened. "Your Grace, is that wise?" "It is my wish, Esser Jorah." Her tone brooked no argument. "Daario, ensure we are not disturbed." The sellsword captain gave a flamboyant bow, a smirk playing on his lips as his eyes, like chips of blue glass, appraised Harry with open curiosity. He sauntered away, calling out a jest to Grey Worm in Valyrian. Tyrion Lannister shrugged, took another sip of his wine, and followed, throwing a last, long, thoughtful look at Harry over his shoulder. Esser Jorah left with obvious reluctance, his disapproval a tangible cloud. When they were alone, Daenerys turned to Harry. The sun was in her hair, turning the silver gold to a white flame. "Missandei reports you are quick to learn." Harry didn't know what to say to that. He stood awkwardly in the sand. "Learning from scrolls is one thing," she continued. "Learning the feel of your own power is another. This is a place of discipline." She gestured to the drilling Unsullied. "Their strength comes from control. From making one movement, one purpose, an extension of their will. Your power, it comes from emotion. From fear, anger, desire. That is a more dangerous well to draw from. It can flood you, burn others unintentionally." She walked to a wooden post driven into the sand, one of several used for sword practice. It was scarred and hacked. "The man in the alley. You were afraid, angry. The power reacted. Today, you will not be afraid. You will be focused." Harry stared at the post. "What do you want me to do?" "I want you to feel the energy inside you. Not as a storm, but as a stream. And I want you to direct it." She picked up a dried reed from the ground, about the length of her forearm. "Heat this. Not burn it. Heat it until it is pliable, until it sweats sap. Do not set it on fire." It was an impossible request. Like asking him to bend a spoon with his mind. He took the reed from her. It was dry, brittle. "Close your eyes," she instructed, her voice dropping into a lower, more compelling register. "Forget the post. Forget the yard. Forget me. Find the hollow place you spoke of. The place that pulled you here. Do you feel it?" He did. Always. A quiet, empty ache at his core. He nodded. "That is not emptiness. That is a conduit. Imagine it filling with warmth. Not the heat of a fire, but the heat of the sun on stone. Steady. Constant." He tried. He pictured sunlight. He remembered the few rare days at Privet Drive when he'd been allowed to sit in the backyard, the weak English sun on his skin. The hollow place remained stubbornly cool. "It's not working," he said, frustration edging his voice. "You are trying to command it," Daenerys said. She stepped closer. "You are shouting at a river to change its course. You must persuade it. Your fear in the alley was a persuasion. A desperate plea. Your focus now must be a different kind of plea. A request." It made a mad kind of sense. He wasn't a master here. He was a supplicant. He took a breath, trying to release the tension in his shoulders. He stopped trying to heat the reed. Instead, he thought about the reed itself. Its dryness. Its need for the sun it had once grown under. He imagined giving it that sun, that gentle, life-giving warmth. Not fire. Not a weapon. Just warmth. A tingling started in his fingertips where they held the reed. Not the sudden, aggressive heat of the alley, but a slow, spreading warmth, like dipping his hand into a sun-warmed stream. He opened his eyes. The reed was not on fire. But it was changing. The pale yellow of its stalk was darkening, becoming translucent in patches as the internal sap began to liquefy. A bead of clear, golden resin welled up from one end, dripping slowly onto the sand. A sweet, grassy smell filled the air. He was doing it. A jolt of startled triumph shot through him. The warmth in his fingers flared, hotter. A tiny wisp of smoke curled from the reed where he held it, and a black scorch mark appeared. Gently, Daenerys whispered, her voice right beside him. She hadn't moved, but her presence was a calming pressure. Hold the focus. The power responds to your will, but also to your lapse in will. Harry gritted his teeth, wrestling the flare of excitement back down. He forced himself back into that state of gentle offering. The scorching stopped. The reed continued to sweat sap, becoming limp and pliable in his hand. After another minute, he lowered his arm, breathing heavily as if he'd run a mile. The tingling in his fingers faded. Daenerys took the transformed reed from him. It was warm, supple. She bent it into a loose circle, and it held the shape. Good, she said. A single word, but it held a world of approval. The first lesson is the hardest. Awareness. You have touched it consciously. Now you know the path. He felt a glow that had nothing to do with magic. It was the glow of being seen, of succeeding at something only he could do. It was dangerously addictive. Again, she said, handing him a fresh reed. The afternoon wore on. He managed the gentle heating twice more. The third time, his concentration frayed by fatigue, he reduced the reed to a brittle, blackened stick in an instant. On the fourth attempt, nothing happened at all, the hollow place feeling drained and unresponsive. Enough, Daenerys finally said as the sun began to slant across the yard. You have taxed it. It is a muscle you have never used. It will ache. She looked at his hands. They were unmarked, but he felt a deep, internal trembling, a fatigue in his very bones. She walked with him back towards the shaded archway leading inside. Tomorrow, you will practice again. And you will continue your lessons with Missandei. In a week, perhaps, we will try something else. Like what? Harry asked, his voice hoarse. She glanced at him, a ghost of that sharp smile touching her lips. Like seeing if you can cool a stone as easily as you can warm a reed. Balance, Harry Potter. Fire is destruction and life. To wield one, you must respect the other. They entered the cooler gloom of the pyramid. At a junction, she stopped. You may have the freedom of the upper levels of the pyramid, under guard. The library is on this level. You may find maps of use. But you are not to go below the third tier without escort. Is that understood? He nodded. She studied him for a moment longer, her violet eyes seeming to weigh the tired boy against the potential she had glimpsed in the sand. You did well today, she said, and then she was gone, turning down a corridor towards the sounds of governance, the murmur of voices, the scrape of chairs. Harry stood alone in the corridor, the praise echoing in his ears. He had done well. For her. The thought was a complex knot in his chest. He found the library. It was a large, round room, shelves carved into the stone walls, holding scrolls, codices, and a few bound books. The air smelled of papyrus, ink, and age. He wasn't alone. Tyrion Lannister was there, perched on a stool, a massive tome open on a stand before him. He looked up as Harry entered. The World Walker, Tyrion said, his voice a dry rasp. Or so our queen seems to believe. Come to continue your studies. I'd recommend a history of Valyrian steel. Or perhaps a bestiary. See if you can find an entry on boys who fall from the sky. Harry stopped, unsure. The dwarf's tone wasn't hostile, but it was deeply skeptical, layered with a weary intelligence. I was just looking, Harry said. Look away, Tyrion said, turning a page. Though if you find any books on the dangers of harboring unknown magical entities, do let me know. I've been searching for a volume to gift to our beloved queen. She has a regrettable tendency to adopt strays. Dragons. Dothraki. Dwarves. He took a sip from a wineskin at his hip. Now boys with curious talents. It's a wonder the pyramid doesn't sink under the weight of all her charity. Harry felt a spark of anger, hot and familiar. I'm not a stray. Tyrion's green-gold eyes flicked to him, sharp as daggers. Aren't you? You have no family, no home, no history in this world. You depend entirely on her goodwill. That is the definition of a stray, boy. A potentially very dangerous one. He closed his book with a thump. Tell me, what do you want here? The directness of the question stunned Harry. What did he want? He wanted to understand. He wanted to not be afraid of himself. He wanted a place. I want to learn, he said finally, the truth feeling inadequate. To learn what? How to heat up reeds for her amusement. Or how to be a weapon in her war. Tyrion slid off his stool. She is a conqueror, Harry Potter. A liberator, yes, but liberation requires conquest. She will cross the narrow sea. She will fight for the Iron Throne. And she will use every tool at her disposal. Right now, you are a tool of unknown composition. She is testing your mettle. When she understands it, she will apply you to a purpose. Are you prepared for that purpose? Harry had no answer. The glow from the training yard was gone, replaced by a cold clarity. Tyrion was saying aloud what Missandei had only implied. The dwarf sighed, seeing the conflict on Harry's face. I am not your enemy, boy. I serve the queen. I advise her to caution. And you are a question mark that frightens her advisors. Esser Jorah sees a threat. Dario sees a novelty. Missandei sees a duty. I see a complication. He picked up his book. Be careful that in your desire to belong, you do not lose sight of what you are being asked to become. He walked out, leaving Harry alone with the silent, watching books. The encounter left him unsettled. He wandered the shelves, not seeing the titles. Tyrion's words echoed. A tool. A weapon. Was that all he was? Had he traded the disdain of the Dursleys for the calculated interest of a queen? He found a small, cushioned alcove by a window overlooking the training yard, now empty. The sand was smooth, raked clean of footprints. He sat, pulling his knees to his chest, and watched the sun set over Astapor. The city transformed into a tapestry of torchlight and deepening shadow, the sounds rising, drums, distant shouts, the ever-present murmur. As dusk fell, the hollow feeling inside him, drained from the afternoon's effort, began to return. But it was different now. Not just an emptiness, but a space that held a memory, the steady, persuasive warmth he had channeled into the reed. He held his hand up, palm outward towards the window, towards the distant, unseen sea. He didn't try to summon heat. He just focused on the memory of the feeling. The gentle sun warmth. The giving. A faint, barely perceptible shimmer of heat haze, like the air over a desert road, danced above his palm for a second before vanishing. It was something. A thread of control. A thread he now held, a thread that connected him to this world, to this pyramid, to her. From the depths of the pyramid, much later that night, the sound came again. Not a roar of rage, but a long, low, mournful keen that vibrated through the stone. It was the sound of a creature too vast for its chains, singing a song of frustration to a moon it could not see. Harry lay awake in his soft bed, listening. The sound didn't frighten him. It resonated. It spoke of a power restrained, a nature denied. He understood that song. He had sung it silently every day in his cupboard. He knew, with a certainty that was both thrilling and terrifying, that he would not, could not, stay in the upper levels of the pyramid forever. The pull was downwards, towards the heat, the chains, the answering fire in his blood. The queen had given him a thread of control. But the dragons were offering a different kind of lesson. One of raw, unchained power. And he wasn't sure which call was stronger. The thin, gray light of another Astapori dawn had barely begun to seep through the high window when the nightmare seized him. He was back in the cupboard, but the walls were breathing, pulsating like a great, dark heart. The dust in the air was ash, hot and choking. From beyond the door, instead of Dudley's blundering footsteps, came the slow, heavy drag of chains in a heat that warped the wood. A voice, sibilant and cold, threaded through the keyhole. The boy, the green-eyed boy, he tried to push against the door, but his hands were small, useless. The voice laughed, a dry rasp like scales on stone. She will chain you too. She chains everything she loves. The door began to glow, orange lines spreading like cracks in pottery, and behind it, something enormous shifted. He woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright, his heart trying to batter its way out of his ribs. The soft linen of his tunic was stuck to his skin with cold sweat. The room in the pyramid was silent, still. The only chains were the ones in his mind. It took long minutes for his breathing to slow, for the phantom smell of hot stone and ash to fade. The nightmare's residue was a sour taste in his mouth, a tightness across his shoulders. The voice hadn't been Daenerys's. It had been something older, crueler. But the words, "She chains everything she loves." He rose, splashing his face with the tepid water from the basin. The face in the water's disturbed surface was pale, the lightning scar a livid streak against his skin, his green eyes shadowed. He looked exhausted, haunted. Missandei arrived as the servant cleared his breakfast tray. Her gaze swept over him, missing nothing. "You did not sleep well." It wasn't a question. Harry just shook his head. "The mind rebels against new realities," she said, placing her slate and scrolls on the table. "It tries to fit them into old nightmares. Today, we will discuss the economic structure of Slaver's Bay, pre- and post-liberation. Pay attention. Boredom is preferable to fear." The lesson was dry, full of numbers and terms. Grain tariffs, bronze coinage, the logistics of feeding a city of freedmen who had never been paid for their labor. Harry's mind kept drifting, snagging on images from the dream, glowing cracks, dragging chains. "The instability is the Queen's greatest challenge," Missandei was saying, pointing to a column of figures on her slate. "The masters are gone, but the habits of mastery remain. The people look to her for everything. Bread, justice, safety. It is a heavier chain than any collar." Harry blinked. "What?" Missandei's lips thinned. "You are not listening. I'm sorry." He looked down at his hands, clenched on the table. The dragons, did they dream? The question hung in the air, absurd and profound. Missandei set down her chalk slowly. "I am not a dragon. I cannot say. But they make sounds at night. They call." Missandei studied him. "You hear them. Everyone must hear them," Harry evaded. "The sound travels through stone. But you speak of it as if you understand the meaning." She paused, choosing her words with care. "The Queen hears their calls. She says Rhaegal's is a song of restless skies. Drogan's is a promise of fire. Viserion's is a lament for the sun." She looked away, a rare flicker of unease in her calm eyes. "I hear only monsters in the dark. As do most." Before Harry could respond, the door opened. It was not a servant, but Grey Worm. He spoke to Missandei in Valyrian, his voice a low, gravelly monotone. Missandei's spine straightened almost imperceptibly. "The Queen requests your presence in the chamber of the painted table," she translated. Now, this was new. Harry followed Grey Worm, Missandei falling in step behind them. They moved not to the training yard or the dragon pits, but to a part of the pyramid Harry hadn't seen, a spacious, airy hall with a vaulted ceiling. In the center stood a massive table, its surface not wood, but a polished slab of onyx inlaid with detailed, carved maps of Westeros, painted with bright enamels to show forests, rivers, mountains. It was a thing of breathtaking beauty and cold strategy. Daenerys stood at the head of the table, flanked by her advisors. Esser Jorah Mormont, grim and watchful. Tyrion Lannister, perched on a cushioned stool, his expression unreadable. Daario Naharis leaned against the wall near the window, polishing the handle of one of his ornate, curved daggers with a lazy, cat-like focus. The air in the room was tense, thick with suspended argument. "Ah, the Phantom," Daario said, not looking up from his blade. "Come to shed light on our deliberations." "Leave him be, Daario," Daenerys said, but her voice was strained. Her eyes were on the map, on the jagged coastline of a place called Dragonstone. She looked tired, the weight of the city's hunger and this distant war making lines on her young face. Tyrion cleared his throat. "The point remains, Your Grace. Astapor is a wound that is not yet healed. You are its queen. To sail for Westeros now, with the sons of the Harpy still stirring in the shadows and the Yunkai whispering poison across the bay, it is to invite disaster at your back. And to wait is to let the usurper's brood solidify their hold on my throne," Daenerys countered, her fingers tracing the carved outline of King's Landing. "Every day I am here, they grow stronger. Every day, more lords swear fealty to the boy King Tommen, or to the monster in the north." "The monster in the north is at war with the boy king," Esser Jorah rumbled. "Let them bleed each other white. Your time will come, while my people here starve. Daenerys's voice rose, flickering with the heat Harry had felt in the training yard. While I pour Astapori gold into sellsword companies to keep peace in a city that should know peace by now. I am caught between a past that calls me and a present that chains me. Her fist came down lightly on the table, not a slam, but a punctuation of frustration. The tiny dragons carved at the corners of the map seemed to tremble. Harry stood just inside the doorway, forgotten for a moment. He watched the play of power and frustration. This was the reality behind the lessons, the training. A queen, trapped by her own victories. Tyrion's eyes slid to him, then back to Daenerys. Which brings us to the matter of new resources. Unconventional assets. He gestured vaguely in Harry's direction. A weapon of unknown range and reliability is not a basis for strategy. All eyes turned to Harry. He felt himself flush under the scrutiny. He is not a weapon, Daenerys said, but the denial lacked her usual steel. He is a student. A student who can, what, heat up his bathwater. Daario chuckled. Forgive me, but the armies of the Lannisters and the Boltons are not likely to be frightened of a warm sponge. Anger, hot and sudden, flared in Harry's chest. It was the same feeling as when Dudley's gang taunted him, when Uncle Vernon called him a waste of space. A useless freak. The hollow place inside him gave a sympathetic thrum, a surge of warmth that rushed to his fingertips. He didn't think. He just felt the sting of the mockery, the weight of their dismissive stares. The goblet of wine in front of Tyrion Lannister was half full. Harry's eyes fixed on it. He didn't will it to heat. He willed the mockery to stop. The bronze goblet didn't glow. It didn't steam. With a sharp, metallic ping, it split cleanly down the side, as if sliced by an invisible chisel. Dark red wine gushed across the painted map, flooding the Blackwater rush and dripping onto the floor. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. Daario had straightened, his dagger forgotten, his playful smirk wiped clean. Esser Jorah's hand had gone to his sword hilt. Tyrion stared at the ruined goblet, then slowly, very slowly, raised his eyes to Harry's face. Missandei took a small, sharp breath. Daenerys was still. Her violet eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a blazing, intense fascination. She looked from the split metal to Harry's clenched fists, his furious, embarrassed face. It would seem, Tyrion said quietly, his voice devoid of all humor, the sponge has a bit of bite to it. Harry's anger drained as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a cold, sickening shock. He hadn't meant to do that. He hadn't known he could do that. It wasn't heat. It was force. A sharp, invisible strike. How? Esser Jorah demanded, taking a step forward. Was it a trick? A hidden blade? There is no blade, Esser Jorah, Daenerys said, her voice hushed. She walked around the table, her steps slow, deliberate. She stopped before Harry. He couldn't meet her eyes. He stared at the wine soaking into the beautiful map, staining the enamel rivers a deeper crimson. Look at me, she commanded softly. He forced his gaze up. Her face was a mask of controlled awe. You felt anger. Daario's words. Harry gave a tiny, miserable nod. And you pushed it out. I didn't mean to break it, he whispered. I just wanted him to stop. Intent, she breathed. A different flavor of intent. Not gentle persuasion. A strike. She turned to the others. Leave us. All of you. Now. There were no protests this time. Daario, with a last, long, considering look at Harry, sheathed his dagger and sauntered out. Esser Jorah left with a grave, worried glance at his queen. Tyrion heaved himself off his stool, pausing to look at the split goblet one more time. A curious development, he murmured, and followed the others. Missandei hesitated. Your Grace, I will call for you later, Missandei. When the door closed, Daenerys led Harry to a bench by the wall, away from the wine-stained table. The chamber felt enormous, echoing. She didn't sit. She stood before him, her arms crossed. You lost control, she stated. Yes, but you also discovered a new facet of your power. Control is not the absence of power. It is the direction of it. Today, you directed it, albeit blindly, at a target of your frustration. She knelt suddenly, bringing her eyes level with his. The proximity was startling. He could see the fine silver hairs at her temples, the flecks of darker violet around her pupils. This is what I need you to understand, Harry. This power is not a separate thing you carry. It is you. Your emotions are its fuel. Your will is its rudder. Your fear, your anger, your desire to protect, these are not weaknesses to be suppressed. They are the source. You must stop being afraid of them. Her words echoed in the silent hall. They were the opposite of everything the Dursleys had taught him. Don't be angry, boy. Don't be upset. Don't be strange. What if I hurt someone? The question was a child's question, plaintive and true. Then you will have hurt someone, she said, without flinching. Power has consequences. That is the burden. You can hide from it, and let it erupt in alleys and council chambers. Or you can learn its shape, its weight, and choose when and where to apply it. She stood. The lesson for today is change. You will not go to Missandei. You will come with me. She led him not to the training yard, but back down, deep into the bowels of the pyramid. The air grew hotter, drier. The scent of ash and musk grew stronger. The dragon pits. The unsullied guards at the leather curtain saluted and pulled it aside. The wave of heat was more intense than before. The dragons were awake. Rhaegal, the green, was pacing the limit of its chain, its movements a study in constrained fury. Viserion, the cream, watched their entrance with slow, blinking curiosity. Drogan, the black, was as still as a statue, but its great ribcage expanded and contracted with slow, powerful breaths, smoke curling from its nostrils like ghostly fingers. Daenerys walked to the center of the space, fearless. Harry hung back, just inside the curtain, the heat and the sheer, scale-bound presence of the creatures pressing against him, making it hard to breathe. Come here, Daenerys said, not looking back. He forced his feet to move, one step, then another, until he stood beside her, close enough to feel the radiant heat from Rhaegal's scales. Look at them, she said. Really look. Do you see monsters? He saw power. Immense, ancient, terrifying power. He saw intelligence in their eyes. He saw the strain of the thick iron on their limbs, the cruel bite of the muzzle on Rhaegal's jaw. He saw Drogan's smoke drift towards him, and in it, he thought he saw shapes, wings over mountains, fire in the night, 1,000 years of sky. No, he whispered. They are fire made flesh. A force of nature. Men see them and feel fear. They want to chain them, kill them, use them. They do not understand that you cannot tame a hurricane. You can only ride it, if it allows you. She turned to him. Your power is a storm too, Harry. Small, yet untested. You have been trying to build a wall against it. To bottle it up. That is what the Dursleys taught you, yes. To be small. To be quiet. To not make waves. He nodded, his throat tight. Forget them. Their world is gone. In this world, to be small is to be meat. You must learn to be the storm. Not a wild, mindless gale, but a wind that can turn a mill or sink a fleet. To do that, you must first feel its full strength. She pointed to a brazier near Drogan's resting place. The coals within glowed a fierce, heart of fire orange. Heat those coals. Not a reed. Not a goblet. Make them burn brighter. Use your anger from the council chamber. Use the frustration of your nightmares. Use the pull you feel right now, standing here. Feed it all into the fire. It was madness. To consciously channel that riot of feeling, the embarrassment, the fear, the strange, thrilling resonance with the dragons, into purpose. He stared at the coals, their gentle pulsating light. He thought of Dario's smirk. The phantom. He thought of Tyrion's weary skepticism. A complication. He thought of the nightmare voice. She chains everything. He thought of the hollow ache, the endless pull, the terrifying, wonderful fact of being here, alive, amidst impossible things. He let it all rise. He didn't push it down. He invited it. The heat in his chest grew, not a spark, but a banked furnace stirring to life. It spread up his throat, down his arms, into his hands. He didn't raise them. He just looked at the coals and willed them to know his fire. The coals didn't just brighten. They erupted. A pillar of white hot. Flames shot upwards from the brazier, roaring like a living thing, reaching for the shadowed ceiling. The light was blinding, painting the cavern in stark, dancing relief. The dragons reacted instantly. Rhaegal reared back, its chains shrieking, a thunderous roar tearing from its muffled throat. Viserion let out a high, shrieking cry, beating its bound wings. Drogan merely lifted its great head, its eyes reflecting the column of fire, and released a jet of black smoke and actual flame that met Harry's conjured fire in midair, tangling with it for a searing, spectacular second before both subsided. The coals in the brazier now glowed with an almost liquid, blue-white intensity. The air swam with heat waves and the smell of ozone and scorched stone. Harry staggered, his legs giving out. He sank to his knees, gasping. He felt utterly drained, hollowed out, as if the fire had burned through his very marrow. His vision spotted. His hands, pressed against the hot stone floor, were trembling violently. Daenerys stood over him, her silhouette framed by the slowly fading glare. She was breathing quickly, her face alight with a fierce, triumphant wonder. She looked from the superheated brazier to the agitated, roaring dragons, and finally to the boy kneeling at her feet. She crouched before him, her own hand coming out to grip his shoulder. Her touch was firm, anchoring. "Look," she said, her voice vibrating with intensity. "Look at what you are." He raised his head, following her gaze to the brazier, to the dragons who were now settling, their roars softening to intrigued rumbles as they watched him with new, unmistakable interest. Drogan's massive head was tilted, its smoking nostrils flaring, tasting the air where his fire had been. He had done that. He had called fire from nothing but feeling and will. It was terrifying. It was the most powerful thing he had ever felt. Exhaustion crashed over him, a black wave. The world tilted. The last thing he saw was Daenerys's face, her violet eyes holding his, filled not with fear or calculation, but with a raw, blazing approval. And the last thing he heard, as darkness claimed him, was not a dragon's roar, but a voice, a real voice, whispering from the direction of Drogan's chamber, a sibilant, ancient echo in his mind that was not his own. "Brother." Darkness was a cool, silent sea. Harry floated in it, weightless. There were no cupboards, no chains, no fire. Just quiet. It felt like the moment before the rip, before the fall. Peaceful. Then, a pulse. A deep, resonant thump, felt more than heard, like the beat of a heart the size of a mountain. It came again. Thump. And again. It pulled him upwards, towards consciousness, not with urgency, but with a slow, inevitable gravity. He opened his eyes. He was in his bed, the sheets tangled around his legs. The room was dark, but a single oil lamp burned on the table, casting a small, warm pool of light. Missandei sat in a chair beside the bed, a scroll open in her lap, but she wasn't reading. She was watching him. "You've been asleep for a day and a night," she said, her voice low and even. The maester feared a fever of the spirit. The queen dismissed him. She said you were merely empty. Harry pushed himself up on his elbows. His body felt heavy, his muscles sore as if after a long illness. His mind felt scrubbed raw, quiet. The hollow place inside was not aching. It was simply there, a calm, deep well. "The fire," he rasped, his throat dry. Missandei poured a cup of water from a pitcher and handed it to him. He drank greedily. "The brazier cracked from the heat," she said. "The stones around it are blackened. The dragons would not settle for hours." She paused. "It was a reckless thing the queen asked of you." "It worked," Harry said, the memory of that roaring column of flame both thrilling and sickening. "Did it?" Missandei's pale eyes held his. "You collapsed. You have been unconscious for 30 hours. Power that exhausts its wielder to the point of death is not power. It is a suicide pact." He looked away, setting the cup down. "She said I had to feel it. And now you have. The question is, what will you do with that feeling?" Missandei stood, rolling the scroll. "The queen wishes to see you when you are able. But first, you will eat. And you will walk. Your body needs to remember it is not just a vessel for conflagration." The food was a thick broth and more bread. He ate slowly, the simple flavors grounding him. After, Missandei led him not to a lesson room, but to a high, open terrace he hadn't seen before. It was a flat roof of the pyramid, ringed by a low parapet. The sky above was a vast, cloudless dome of hard, pale blue. The city of Astapor spread below like a model made of sand and desperation, the morning sun etching sharp shadows. The sea beyond was a sheet of hammered silver. The air up here was different, cleaner, carrying a dry, desert wind that tasted of dust and distance. It was the first time he'd been outside the confines of walls and corridors since arriving. The scale of it, the sheer openness, was dizzying. "Breathe," Missandei instructed, standing beside him at the parapet. "This is the world. Not a cupboard. Not a stone room. Not even a dragon's den. This." Harry gripped the warm stone of the ledge. The wind tugged at his hair, his tunic. He could see the ragged line where the city met the desert, a hazy, shimmering boundary. He could see the harbor, the ant-like bustle of ships. It was terrifyingly big. He was a speck on a stone in the sky. She wants to conquer all of that. He asked, nodding towards the northern horizon, where Westeros lay across the sea. She wants to reclaim what was stolen from her family, Missandei corrected, though her tone held no particular passion for the cause. She wants to break the wheel of tyranny that grinds the small folk into dust. Conquest is the means, not the end. Or so she believes. Do you believe it? Missandei was silent for a long time. I was a slave. My tongue was cut out so I could not spread lies about my master. The queen gave me a voice. She gave me purpose. I believe in her. The rest is geometry. Politics. War. She turned to face him. You asked if dragons dream. I will ask you, do you dream of home? The question was a needle to a bruise. I don't have a home. The cupboard, then. Do you dream of it? He thought of the nightmare, the breathing walls, the voice. Yes, but it's different now. It's mixed with this. As it will be, she said, as if confirming a theorem. You are of two worlds now. The dreams will never be simple again. You must learn to navigate them, as you are learning to navigate this city. They stood in silence, the wind a constant whisper. Harry's eyes were drawn to the base of the pyramid, to a wide, open courtyard where figures moved. Unsullied drilling. But there was a smaller, separate area. He saw Daario Naharis, a flash of color in his blue and gold, demonstrating a fluid, twisting move with his daggers to a group of his stormcrows. And he saw Daenerys. She was not observing. She was participating. She held a slender, braided whip, not to strike, but as a tool. Before her stood a tall, muscular Dothraki blood rider, his hair in oiled bells, his face fierce. He held an arak, the curved sword of his people. They circled each other, Daenerys light on her feet, her expression one of intense focus. The blood rider lunged, a blur of motion. Daenerys didn't retreat. She sidestepped, her whip snapping out not to sting, but to wrap around the man's wrist. A twist, a pull using his own momentum, and his arak clattered to the stone. He grinned, showing filed teeth, and bowed his head, retrieving his weapon. She nodded, a sheen of sweat on her brow, and gestured for him to go again. She trains every day, Missandei said, following his gaze. With Esser Jorah, with Daario, with her blood riders. She says a ruler who cannot defend her own body is a ruler who does not deserve a throne. Harry watched, mesmerized. This was a different side of her. Not the radiant queen on the dais, not the intense teacher in the dragon pit. This was a fighter, a survivor. It made her seem more real, more human, and somehow more formidable. I need to see her, he said. Missandei nodded. She expects you. But remember, you are not recovered. Do not let her push you back into the fire today. He was led down to the training courtyard. The session was ending. Daario was laughing with his men. The Dothraki blood rider was sheathing his arak, giving Daenerys a respectful nod before striding away. Daenerys stood alone, wiping her face with a cloth, drinking from a waterskin. She saw Harry approaching and handed the skin to a servant. Missandei tells me you live, she said. Her tone was light, but her eyes scanned him with a healer's assessment. I'm okay, he said. You are not. But you are upright. That is a start. She gestured for him to walk with her, away from the dispersing soldiers, towards a shaded colonnade that ran along the courtyard's edge. What do you remember? The fire. The noise. Falling. And before that, the feeling. He struggled to articulate it. It was like opening a door I'd been leaning against my whole life. Everything just poured out. She stopped, turning to face him. In the dappled shade, she looked younger, the sweat drying on her skin. That door is your gift. And your vulnerability. You must become the guardian of that door, not the lock on it. You must choose what passes through. She leaned against a stone column. The reaction of the dragons was significant. They recognized your fire as kin. Not as a master's command, but as a sibling's call. Do you understand what that means? He thought of the whisper in the dark. Brother. I think so. It means you have an affinity they do not show to anyone else. Not even to me, their mother. They are bound to me by blood and magic. But you speak a language they understand in their bones. Fire and will. She looked out at the empty training yard, her expression turning inward. My advisors caution me daily. They say the dragons are weapons too dangerous to wield. They say I must rule with wisdom, not terror. They are not wrong, but they do not feel what I feel. They do not hear the songs my children sing in the dark. Songs of skies they have never flown. Her voice was low, threaded with a lonely frustration Harry recognized in himself. The loneliness of being different. Of carrying a secret power in a world that feared it. You want to free them, he said quietly. I want them to be what they are meant to be. But if I unlock their chains, Astapor will burn. The people will see monsters unleashed, not dragons freed. My rule here, fragile as it is, would crumble to ash. She looked at him, a new, speculative light in her eyes. But you are not a ruler. You are a boy, and you speak their language. A cold trickle of understanding dripped down Harry's spine. You want me to go to them. I want you to understand them, she corrected, but the distinction felt thin. The Maesters have a saying, to know a beast, you must walk a mile in its cave. You have felt their fire. Now I would have you feel their confinement. Their boredom. Their rage. Not from a distance. Not from behind my skirts. From within the pit. The idea was terrifying. To walk into that space, alone, with 3 chained creatures of legend. The memory of Drogan's eye, the intelligence and predatory interest, was seared into his mind. What if they don't see me as a brother? The question was a whisper. Then you will die, she said, with a brutal, queenly honesty. And I will have lost a weapon of great potential. But if they do, then we will have learned something invaluable. We will have a bridge. A way to reach them that does not involve whips and chains. He saw the gamble in her eyes. She was risking him. He was expendable in this equation. But he was also the only piece on the board that could move in this particular way. It was not a request born of cruelty, but of cold, strategic necessity. And perhaps, a flicker of shared, desperate hope. When? He asked, his mouth dry. Now, she said. Your strength is returning. The dragons are fed, lethargic. It is the best time. The safest time, if such a word applies. There was no preparation, no fanfare. She led him back into the pyramid, down the now familiar winding stairs to the hot, dark depths. The unsullied guards at the leather curtain looked from their queen to the boy, their expressions unreadable behind their helms. Daenerys gave a nod. One of them pulled the curtain aside. The heat and smell rolled out, a physical wall. The dragons were, as she said, resting. Rhaegal lay coiled like a great, green-jeweled serpent, one eye cracked open. Viserion was gnawing idly on the remains of a massive bone, the sound like splintering stone. Drogan was a darker shadow in the dimness, its head on its foreclaws, watching the entrance. I will be here, Daenerys said, her hand on his shoulder, a brief, firm pressure. But you must go alone. They must see it is you, not an extension of my will. Harry's legs felt like water. Every instinct screamed to run. The hollow place inside him was stirring, not with power, but with a primal, animal fear. He took a step forward. Then another. He passed the threshold. The curtain fell shut behind him, muffling the world outside. He was in the dragon's world. The scale of the chamber was even more oppressive from within. The ceiling was lost in a darkness that seemed to breathe. The braziers cast pools of restless light that made the dragon's scales glitter like hoards of treasure. The air was so hot it seared his lungs with each breath. The sound was a symphony of small, terrifying details, the scrape of a scale on stone, the gurgle of a deep internal fire, the slow, rhythmic sigh of Drogan's breath. He stood frozen, just inside the curtain. Rhaegal's open eye swiveled to regard him. The pupil, a vertical slit of black in molten bronze, dilated slightly. The great head lifted an inch from the floor. A low, inquisitive rumble vibrated through the stone. Harry forced himself to breathe. Not a master. Not a threat. A visitor. He took another step, then another, moving slowly towards the center of the space, giving all 3 dragons a wide berth. His heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. Viserion stopped gnawing. It turned its elegant, cream-colored head towards him, sniffing the air. Its nostrils flared, drawing in his scent, sweat, fear, and the strange, magical residue of his own fire. He kept moving, his eyes darting between them. He was halfway to the opposite wall, a place of relative safety, when Drogan moved. It wasn't an attack. It was a shift. A vast, smooth uncoiling of night-black muscle. The head rose, the long neck arching. The chain on its leg clanked, a sound of profound imprisonment. Drogan brought its head down, not to him, but to block his path, placing its massive snout on the stone floor before him, so close he could see. The individual, obsidian-like scales, still warm from its internal furnace, and feel the heat radiating from them. Harry stopped dead. He was staring into one enormous eye, a pool of liquid fire and intelligence. The eye blinked slowly, a nictitating membrane sliding sideways. It studied him. The fear was a cold ice in his veins. But beneath it, the hollow pull was there, a steady, resonant thrum. It wasn't calling him away. It was reaching out. A thread of connection, spun from shared fire, from shared otherness. He didn't know what to do. Daenerys had given him no script. He remembered her touch on Rhaegal's snout. An act of fearless connection. Slowly, very slowly, he raised his hand. Not in a gesture of command. In offering. His palm was open, facing the great, scaled muzzle. Drogan watched the hand. Smoke curled from a nostril, washing over Harry's arm, warm and smelling of brimstone and deep earth. The dragon didn't pull back. It didn't snap. It merely waited. Harry took the last, terrifying step. His fingertips, trembling, brushed against a scale on the bridge of Drogan's nose. The scale was not slimy, as he'd feared. It was smooth, hard as polished stone, and incredibly, vibrantly warm, like a rock baked by a day's sun. The heat soaked into his skin. At the contact, the resonance inside him surged, not painfully, but with a profound sense of rightness. A circuit completing. In his mind, not in his ears, a presence brushed against his own. It was vast, ancient, and wordlessly simple. It was not a voice forming language. It was a concept, an impression, heat. Sky. Chain. Brother of ashes. He gasped, his knees buckling. He didn't fall. He kept his hand on the scale, the connection holding him upright. The eye before him seemed to deepen, to pull him in. He saw flashes, not pictures, but sensations. The crushing pressure of deep ocean. The exhilarating, limitless void of a star-filled night sky. The searing, clean joy of a dive-through cloud. And overlaying it all, the dull, constant agony of iron, the humiliation of the muzzle, the fury of clipped wings. Tears, hot and sudden, sprang to Harry's eyes. They were not tears of fear. They were tears of shared rage, of profound, empathetic understanding. He knew this feeling. The feeling of being too much, too strange, too powerful for the small, cruel space the world had allotted you. Of being chained by the fear of others. I know, he whispered, the words choked. I know. Drogan's eye held his. The presence in his mind shifted, the concept changing, fire that walks. Small one, unchained. And then, a question, clear as a bell in the silent, hot dark, why? It was not a question of why Harry was there. It was a question of existence. Of purpose. Why were they here, in this stone belly, when the sky was calling? Harry had no answer. He only had his own mirrored question. Why was he here? The connection lasted only a handful of heartbeats, but it felt like an age. Then, Drogan slowly, deliberately, lifted its head away. The scale slid from under Harry's fingertips. The mental presence receded, leaving behind an echo, a warmth in his mind that was not his own. He stood, swaying, in the center of the pit. Rhaegal had laid its head back down, watching him with a quieter interest. Viserion had resumed its gnawing, but one golden eye remained fixed on him. He had not been eaten. He had been acknowledged. He turned and walked back towards the leather curtain, his steps unsteady but sure. The dragons made no move to stop him. He pushed through the curtain into the cooler corridor. Daenerys was there, her back against the opposite wall, her arms crossed. She had been waiting, poised. Her eyes searched his face, reading the tear tracks, the stunned, dazed expression. Well, she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Harry looked at her, the queen who chained her children, the liberator who was trapped, the teacher who had just sent him into the lion's den. He saw the hope and the fear warring in her violet eyes. They're lonely, he said, the simplicity of the truth astonishing him. And they're so angry. Daenerys's breath hitched. For a moment, the regal mask shattered completely, and he saw just a young woman, burdened by an impossible love. Then she mastered herself, giving a slow, grave nod. And you? She asked. Are you angry? Harry thought of the cupboard. Of the Dursleys' disdain. Of the rip that tore him from everything he knew. Of the split goblet, the column of fire, the dragon's scale under his hand. He thought of the voice in his nightmare. She chains everything she loves. He met her gaze, and for the first time, he did not see a queen or a savior. He saw a reflection. Yes, he said. The word was a spark in the dim corridor. I am. A slow, fierce smile touched Daenerys's lips. It was not a smile of triumph but of recognition. Of alliance. Good, she said. Then we understand each other. Now, let us see what we can build with that anger. She turned and led the way back up the stairs, leaving the dragons and their silent, smoldering song behind. Harry followed, his hand still tingling with the memory of heat, his mind humming with an alien, ancient presence. He was no longer just a lost boy, or a student, or a weapon. He was the one who had touched a dragon and been seen. And in the deep pit, Drogan, the largest of the three, let out a long, low sigh that was not a roar, but a rumble of contemplation. It shifted, the chain clanking, and rested its head back on its claws. One great eye remained open, fixed on the spot where the small, fire-touched human had stood. In the darkness of its mind, a new concept, fragile and strange, began to form: possibility. The dream was not a nightmare. It was a memory, but sharper, clearer than any memory had a right to be. He was not in the cupboard, but above it, floating near the ceiling of the Dursleys' perfectly normal hallway. He could see the grain in the wood of the cupboard door, the dust on the picture frames, the garish pattern of Aunt Petunia's hallway runner. And he could hear them, their voices tinny and distorted as if through water. Freakishness, Vernon, I'm telling you, it's getting worse. Aunt Petunia's voice was a shrill whisper. Mrs. Fig saw a fox in her garden yesterday, and its tail was blue. Blue. She said it looked right at her with Potter's eyes before it ran off. Preposterous, Uncle Vernon boomed, but the boom was hollow, undercut by a thread of unease. The boy's just, odd. Sullen. We keep him down, we keep him quiet, that's the trick. No more talk of blue foxes, Petunia. You'll give yourself vapors. But the letters, Vernon. They keep coming. Different owls, different postmarks, but always the same: they want him. They know what he is. Burn them. We burn every last one. He's our burden, our shame to bear, and we'll bear it quietly. No one wants a freak. No one. He'll learn his place, or by God, all. The dream shifted. He was falling through the screaming colors again, but this time, he saw brief, frozen images within the chaos. A giant of a man on a flying motorcycle. A stern-looking witch in a pointed hat, her expression softening as she looked at a baby in a basket. A hook-nosed man with black, greasy hair and eyes of infinite bitterness, standing protectively over a crib. And a flash of green light, so bright it burned, and a woman's scream that turned into high, cruel laughter. He landed in the alley in Astaper, the impact jarring him awake. He sat up, gasping. The sheets damp. The room was pre-dawn gray. The images from the dream clung to the inside of his skull like cobwebs. Letters. Owls. They want him. The words echoed, meaningless and yet profoundly significant. Who were they? The giant, the witch, the bitter man, were they from his world? The world he'd been torn from. And the green light. The scream. A cold certainty settled in his gut. That was the source of the scar on his forehead. That was where the lightning had come from. It was not an accident. It was an attack. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, trying to push the visions away. But they had opened a door. The hollow place inside him wasn't just a conduit for magic. It was a locked room, and the dream had slipped a key under the door. He had a past, a history, and it was hunting him, even here. Missandei arrived with the dawn, her expression as composed as ever. She took one look at his face and paused. The dreams are changing. I remembered things, he said, his voice rough. From before. She set her materials down. Memories are prophecies. Memories, I think. My aunt and uncle, they were afraid of me. They talked about letters. About people trying to find me. He looked up at her. They called me a burden. A shame. Missandei's face remained neutral, but something flickered in her eyes, a recognition. Many of us were burdens to those who held our chains. It is a common story. The peculiarity is in the details. Letters by owl. Harry nodded. It sounded insane. In this world, ravens carry messages. In yours, it seems, owls do. She didn't dismiss it. She filed it away as data. This changes nothing about your present situation, but it may inform your future. Knowledge of one's origins is a type of power. Handle it carefully. The morning lesson was on the great houses of Westeros, their sigils, words, and endless, bloody feuds. Lions and wolves and stags and roses. Harry tried to focus, but the dream images kept intruding. The stern witch's face superimposed itself over the painted rows of House Tyrell. The giant on the motorcycle seemed to ride through the forests of the Wolfswood. "You are distracted," Missandei stated midway through an explanation of the Roberts Rebellion. "I'm sorry. It's the memories." She regarded him for a long moment, then rolled up the map of Westeros. "The mind and the spirit are connected. When one is troubled, the other cannot focus. Come, the Queen has a different task for you today. One that may require a different kind of attention." She led him not to the training yard or the pits, but out of the pyramid itself, through a guarded postern gate and into the city. For the first time since his arrival, Harry stepped onto the streets of Astapor as something other than prey. He was flanked by two Unsullied, their presence creating a bubble of fearful space in the teeming crowd. Missandei walked ahead, a slight, serene figure in her gray gown. The city in daylight was a riot of noise, stench, and color. Hawkers shouted in a dozen tongues, selling everything from skewers of grilled locusts to bolts of shimmering silk. Former slaves, marked by the calluses of their old trades, bartered fiercely in the markets. Children with distended bellies and watchful eyes darted through the legs of the crowd. The air smelled of spices, sewage, hot metal, and baking bread. They walked for perhaps 20 minutes, descending from the cleaner heights near the pyramid into a warren of narrower, dirtier streets. The buildings here were made of mud brick, leaning against each other for support. The atmosphere was tense, watchful. Harry saw eyes peering from dark doorways, faces that held not gratitude for their liberation, but a sullen, hungry resentment. They stopped before a large, open-fronted building that had once been a granary. Now, it was a makeshift hospice. The smell of sickness, sweet, cloying, and foul, rolled out to meet them. Inside, on pallets of straw, lay dozens of people. Children with sunken eyes and rasping breaths. Men and women with festering wounds or the bloated bellies of hunger. A few harried-looking women in simple robes moved among them, offering sips of water, wiping brows. Daenerys was there. She was not in silks or leathers, but in a plain linen dress, her hair covered by a simple scarf. She knelt beside the pallet of a small girl, holding a clay cup to the child's lips. The girl's mother watched from nearby, her face a mask of exhausted hope. Harry watched, stunned. This was not the Dragon Queen, the conqueror on the dais. This was someone else. Her movements were gentle, her voice too low to hear as she spoke to the mother. There was no audience here, no performance. This was just work. The hard, ugly work of ruling. She looked up and saw them. Her eyes met Harry's, and she gave a small, tired nod. She finished with the girl, stood, and walked over, wiping her hands on a cloth. "The red flux," she said without preamble, her voice flat. "It spreads through the lower quarters. We lack clean water. We lack medicine. We lack enough food to give them strength to fight it." She looked out over the sea of suffering. "This is the price of revolution. The masters kept the sewers flowing and the granaries full, if only to keep their stock healthy. In breaking their chains, I broke their systems. Now I must build new ones, while my people die in the dirt." The weight in her voice was immense. Harry had never considered this. He'd seen her power, the dragons, the armies, the unwavering will. He hadn't seen the crushing responsibility. "Why did you bring me here?" he asked. "To see," she said simply. "Power is not just fire and blood. It is this. It is choosing who gets the last cup of grain. It is listening to the cough of a dying child and knowing your decisions led her here." She turned her violet gaze on him. "Your power comes from emotion. From passion. Passion is a clean flame. It is easy to burn slavers, to shatter goblets in anger. But compassion is a slow, cold fire. It is harder to sustain. It requires a different kind of strength. I need you to understand both." She gestured to a corner where a large copper cauldron simmered over a fire, tended by an old woman. "They are boiling rags. It is all we can do. The water is not clean, but the heat kills some of the poison. Your talent with fire, it is precise, yes. You warned a reed without burning it." Harry nodded, apprehension coiling in his stomach. "I need you to boil this water. Not with a flame that licks and dances and wastes fuel. I need a steady, even, intense heat that will not scorch the pot, that will bring the water to a rolling boil and keep it there, for hours. Can you do that?" He looked at the cauldron. It was massive. The fire beneath it was meager, fed by scraps of rubbish and dung. To heat that much water, it would take all the fuel in the district. I don't know, he admitted. Try, she said. It was not a command, but a request. A desperate one. He approached the cauldron. The old woman tending it looked at him with milky, suspicious eyes but moved aside at a nod from Daenerys. Harry placed his hands on the warm, soot-blackened metal of the cauldron's side. He closed his eyes. This was not about anger or fear. This was about need. The hollow place inside him was quiet, still recovering from the dragon pit, from the dreams. He thought of the little girl on the pallet, the rattle in her breath. He thought of the mother's eyes. He thought of Daenerys's tired face. He didn't reach for a roaring inferno. He reached for the memory of the steady, sun warmth he'd used on the reed. He imagined that warmth not as a point, but as a field, spreading through the metal, seeping into the water, molecule by molecule. He imagined it constant, patient, relentless. At first, nothing. Then, a faint, deep thrum began in the metal under his palms. A vibration. The water inside, which had been letting off lazy wisps of steam, began to shiver. Tiny bubbles formed at the bottom of the pot, not violently, but steadily, multiplying. A low, rolling simmer started, the sound deepening. Within a minute, the water was bubbling vigorously, steam billowing up in a great, clean cloud. He held it. He poured his focus into that steady, even heat. He didn't let it spike. He didn't let it waver. It was an act of profound concentration, of will stretched taut as a wire. Sweat broke out on his forehead, mingling with the steam. His arms began to shake with the effort. He heard a soft, collective gasp from around him. The healers had stopped. The sick were watching. Daenerys stood motionless, her scarf stirring in the steam. Minutes passed. They felt like hours. The heat was immense, but it was contained, focused entirely on the water. The metal of the cauldron glowed a dull, cherry red in places, but it didn't warp, didn't melt. Harry's world narrowed to the bubble and boil of the water, to the stream of warmth flowing from that hollow place, through him, into the pot. Just as he felt the well of his strength beginning to truly drain, nearing the empty, dangerous feeling that had followed the pillar of fire, a hand touched his shoulder. Enough, Daenerys said softly. It is enough. They have boiling water for the day. He let go. The connection severed. The bubbling subsided to a slow, residual simmer from the residual heat. Harry stumbled back, his legs buckling. One of the Unsullied was there, an arm under his elbow, holding him upright. His vision swam. He was dizzy, nauseous, but not utterly spent as before. This was a deep fatigue, not a total void. Daenerys was looking at the cauldron, then at him, her expression unreadable. You did it, she said. There was no triumph in her voice. Only a weary gratitude. You gave them a day. She turned to the head healer, speaking in quick Valyrian. The woman nodded vigorously, already directing others to bring rags to the pot. Daenerys led Harry out of the hospice, back into the harsh sunlight of the street. He walked unsteadily, leaning on the Unsullied for support. The walk back to the pyramid was a blur of noise and smell and exhaustion. In his chambers, he collapsed onto the bed. Missandei brought him broth, but he was asleep before he could drink it. He dreamed again, but this time it was simple, vivid. He was in a kitchen, not the Dursleys, but a large, warm, cluttered kitchen with a big fireplace. A woman with vibrant red hair and kind green eyes was humming, stirring a pot on the stove. She turned and smiled at him, a smile so full of love it was a physical warmth in his chest. My little Harry, she said, her voice musical. Then the image shattered, replaced by the green light, the scream. But the feeling of the smile, the warmth, lingered. He woke with tears drying on his cheeks and a profound, aching loss for something he had never known. Later, when Missandei came for his evening lesson, she found him sitting by the window, staring at the torches being lit in the city below. The Queen wishes you to know that the healers report 7 children took a turn for the better this afternoon, Missandei said. The clean boiling water made a difference. Harry didn't respond. The warmth of the dream mother warred with the cold reality of the hospice. You are quiet, Missandei observed. I remembered my mother, Harry said, the words feeling strange in his mouth. Just for a second. In a dream, Missandei sat in the chair opposite him. And she loved me. He looked at his hands. And then she was gone. Murdered. That's what the green light was. That's what this is from. He touched his scar. Missandei was silent for a long time. So you are not just a lost boy. You are an orphan of violence. A survivor. That, too, is a kind of power. A harsh one. Does it ever stop? He asked, the question spilling out. The feeling of being torn. Of having a piece of you in another world, screaming. Missandei's calm facade softened, just a fraction. I do not know. I was taken from my home as a child. Not as a memory of butterflies and music. It feels like a dream someone else told me. The pain, it becomes a part of the landscape of your soul. You learn to walk its paths without falling into its chasms. She stood. The queen has asked that you join her for the evening meal. In her private chambers. Do not be late. The invitation was unprecedented. Harry washed, put on a clean tunic, and was led by a different unsullied to a part of the pyramid he hadn't seen. A spacious, but not opulent, suite with a balcony overlooking the sea. A small table was set with simple fare, roasted chicken, flatbread, olives, cheese. Daenerys was already there, having changed out of her hospice clothes into a simple blue robe. She looked drained, but calm. Sit, she said. Eat. You need your strength. They ate in silence for a few minutes. It was not uncomfortable. The shared exhaustion of the day was a blanket between them. You asked me why I brought you to the hospice, Daenerys said finally, breaking a piece of bread. It was a test. But not of your power. A test of your heart. Fire can cleanse. It can also comfort. You chose comfort today. That is important. It was hard, Harry admitted. Harder than the pillar of flame. Because it required restraint. Endurance. Any tyrant can burn a city. It takes a ruler to boil its water. She took a sip of wine. My brother, Viserys, he spoke only of fire and blood. He believed our right to the throne was a license to take, to demand, to destroy. He was wrong. A ruler protects the people. If she cannot protect them from disease and hunger, she does not deserve to protect them from invaders. She looked at him, her violet eyes serious. You have two legacies, Harry Potter. One of love, from your mother. One of violence, from her murderer. And you have a power that responds to both. You must decide which legacy you will serve. The weight of her words settled over the table. He pushed his food around his plate. The dragons, when I touched Drogan, I felt its anger. But I also felt its majesty. Its right to be free. Is it wrong to want to unleash that? To let them be what they are? Daenerys put down her cup. It is not wrong. It is a desire I share every moment of every day. But desire is not policy. If I free them now, in this city that fears them, people will die. Perhaps the wrong people. The choice is not between right and wrong. It is between two wrongs, or two rights that cannot coexist. That is the nature of power. That is the burden. She leaned forward. You asked me what I want from you. Today, you showed me one answer. You can be a source of healing. A tool of stability. My advisors would favor that path. They would have me make you a ward, a useful curiosity. She paused. But in the dragon pit, you showed me another path. A bridge to a power that defies control. A key to a lock I dare not open alone. She sat back, her gaze turning to the dark sea beyond the balcony. The Targaryens wed brothers to sisters to keep the bloodline pure, to keep the bond with dragons strong. We are told it is the blood that matters. But you have no Valyrian blood. Yet Drogan recognized you. That means it is not just blood. It is something else. A affinity of spirit, of magic. She looked back at him, her decision crystallizing in her eyes. I cannot free my children yet. But I can no longer bear to see them only as prisoners. You will go to them. Not just once. Regularly. You will sit with them. You will communicate, as you did. You will learn their moods, their needs. You will be my ambassador to their world. And you will continue to learn control, here, with me. We will walk both paths, for now. The path of the healer, and the path of the dragon rider. The title hung in the air, unspoken but understood. Dragon Rider. It was madness. It was impossible. It sent a thrill of pure, undiluted terror and longing through him. What if they hurt me? He whispered. Then we will know the bridge cannot be built, she said, her voice gentle but unyielding. And I will have lost an ambassador. But if they do not, then we will have begun something no one in this world has done for centuries. We will have tamed nothing. We will have made an alliance. The rest of the meal passed in a blur. Harry's mind was reeling. He was to be an ambassador. A healer. A student of fire. A rider of dragons. It was too much. As he was leaving, Daenerys stopped him at the door. The memories that haunt you, they are your roots. Do not fear them. Water them with your magic, and see what grows. But remember, your life is here now. Your choices are here. The past is a ghost. The future is a dragon. And both, Harry Potter, are fires that you must learn to hold. He walked back to his chambers through the silent stone halls, her words echoing. The past is a ghost. The future is a dragon. That night, as he lay in bed, the hollow place inside him felt different. Not empty, not full, but connected. Threads ran from it, down to the heat of the dragon pit, out to the desperate need of the hospice, back to the fading warmth of a red-haired woman's smile in a dream. And deep below, in the heart of the pyramid, Drogan stirred in its sleep. In the dark furnace of its mind, the new concept, possibility, took firmer root, and wrapped around it was a new, faint impression, the small fire that walks. The ambassador. A low, soft rumble, almost a purr, vibrated through the stone, a sound not heard in that pit since the dragons were hatchlings. It was a sound of waiting, of interest. And in the city below, in a filthy alley far from the pyramid's light, a man with a pockmarked face and a freshly healed, shiny scar on his palm whispered to a cloaked figure with pale, cruel eyes. The boy. He lives in the pyramid. The queen keeps him close. He has power. Strange power. The cloaked figure's voice was a dry rustle. The spider has heard whispers of a green-eyed ghost. The queen's new pet. We will watch. We will learn. And when the time is right, a ghost can be exorcised. The wind on the high terrace had a new edge, carrying the first, faint, gritty kiss of sand from the deep desert. It scratched against Harry's skin and tasted of distance and drought. Missandei stood beside him, not with a slate, but with a small, leather-bound book. Its pages were filled not with maps or histories, but with precise, elegant drawings of plants, their leaves, roots, flowers, and notes in a flowing script. This is a herbal, she explained, her voice almost lost to the wind. The art of healing is as vital as the art of war. More so, for a ruler. The queen has asked that you learn the basics. How to identify feverfew, how to prepare a poultice for infection, which berries bring sleep and which bring death. Harry looked from the detailed drawings to Missandei's impassive face. Why? My talent is with fire. Fire sterilizes. It boils water. But it cannot knit flesh or cool a fever. Power is multifaceted. To rely on only one expression of it is to be a hammer in a world that requires a scalpel. She turned a page to a sketch of a spiky, gray-leaved plant. This is wormwood. In small doses, it kills parasites in the gut. In larger doses, it kills the patient. Control, Harry Potter, is knowing the difference between a dose and a poison. In all things, the lesson felt mundane, grounding. It was about life, not death or conquest. He learned about willow bark for pain, honey for wounds, the importance of clean bandages. It was a quiet, patient magic of its own. Later, in the training yard, the lesson was anything but quiet. Daenerys was waiting for him, but she was not alone. Esser Jorah Mormont stood with her, his hand resting on the pommel of his longsword. His expression was that of a man tasked with inspecting a dubious new piece of armor. Esser Jorah has fought in countless battles, Daenerys said. He understands strategy, terrain, the morale of men. He also understands that power without discipline is a liability. You will spar with him. Harry stared at the knight, then at the practiced swords, blunt, heavy things of worn wood, propped against a rack. Spar, but I don't know how to fight. Precisely, Esser Jorah rumbled, his voice like stones grinding together. He picked up two of the practiced swords, tossing one to Harry, who fumbled the catch. Your magic is a weapon. A fine weapon. But if an enemy gets past your fire, if they are quick, or silent, or simply lucky, you will be a boy with a stick. And boys with sticks die. The knight took up a stance, his movements economical, rooted. He looked immovable. Harry hefted the wooden sword. It felt clumsy, alien in his hand. Come at me, Esser Jorah said. Hesitantly, Harry stepped forward and swung. It was a wild, awkward chop. Esser Jorah didn't even parry. He sidestepped with a contemptuous ease and tapped Harry sharply on the ribs with the tip of his own sword. The blow wasn't hard, but it stung, a blunt punctuation of his incompetence. Again, Harry swung again, putting more force behind it. Esser Jorah caught the blow on his own blade, twisted his wrist, and Harry's sword was wrenched from his grasp, clattering to the sand. The knight's practice sword came to rest lightly against Harry's throat. "Dead," Esser Jorah stated, lowering the sword. He didn't look pleased or smug. He looked grimly resigned. "You are all power and no foundation. A tower built on sand. The first storm will topple you." He retrieved Harry's sword and handed it back. "We begin with footwork. How to stand. How to move. How not to fall over when you breathe." For an hour, Harry endured a grueling, humiliating tutorial. His feet would not obey. His balance was off. Esser Jorah was a relentless, unemotional drillmaster, correcting his stance with a prod of the sword, making him shift his weight until his thighs burned. It was tedious, painful, and utterly devoid of the thrilling resonance of magic. "Why does this matter?" Harry finally gasped, sweat stinging his eyes, after stumbling for the dozenth time. "If someone attacks me, I won't use a sword. I'll use my power." Esser Jorah stopped, planting his own sword point down in the sand. "And what happens when you are surprised? In the dark? When you are weary, or sick, or your magic fails you? When you must protect someone who cannot be protected by fire?" His stern eyes held Harry's. "The Queen believes you have value. My duty is to increase the odds that you live long enough to provide it." A warrior trusts his blade, but he does not rely on it to the exclusion of his own 2 feet. Now, again. As the session ended, Harry's body ached with a new, different kind of exhaustion. Daenerys, who had watched silently from the shade, approached. She handed him a waterskin. "He is hard on you because the world will be harder," she said. Esser Jorah speaks from experience. He has seen proud sorcerers and mighty warriors die from a simple knife in the back, or a missed step on a muddy slope. Harry drank deeply, the water lukewarm and precious. "It feels useless. It feels like foundation work," she corrected. "And it is. This afternoon, you have a different appointment. One that requires no swords, and no herbs." His heart gave a familiar, nervous leap. The dragon pit. This time, the descent felt different. He was not a frightened intruder, nor a curious experiment. He was an ambassador. The title felt absurdly grand, a cloak too big for his shoulders, but it steadied him. The Unsullied at the curtain gave him a nod, a slight, almost imperceptible dip of the helm, as he approached alone. He pushed through the leather into the blistering heat. The dragons were all awake. Rhaegal was gnawing on the iron manacle around its hind leg, a grating, nerve-shredding sound. Viserion was listlessly batting a large, polished cattle bone across the floor with its muzzle. Drogan was, as ever, a still pool of shadow and simmering heat, its eyes open, watching the entrance. They all stopped what they were doing as he entered. 3 pairs of eyes, each holding a universe of ancient, alien intelligence, fixed on him. Harry stood still, letting them look. He didn't approach. He didn't speak. He just breathed in the hot, ash-laden air and let the resonance inside him hum softly, an open signal. It was Viserion who moved first. The cream and gold dragon uncoiled with a graceful, sinuous motion and padded towards him. Its steps were lighter than its brothers, almost delicate. It stopped a few yards away, lowered its head, and sniffed deeply. A warm, sweet-smelling breath, like hot honey and cloves, washed over Harry. Then, it made a sound, not a roar or a rumble, but a soft, inquisitive chuff. Slowly, Harry raised his hand, palm open. Viserion leaned in, not to be touched, but to examine. Its nostrils flared, tasting his scent, his magic. The great, amber eye blinked slowly. The presence that brushed his mind was lighter, more curious than Drogan's. It carried impressions, the warmth of sun on high cliffs, the joy of intricate flight patterns, a deep-seated, plaintive boredom. Small fire, the impression came. Why come? It wasn't words. It was pure meaning. Why do you come here? Harry thought of the hospice, of the boiling water. He thought of the crushing weight of the chains. He sent back not words, but a feeling. A feeling of companionship. Of shared captivity, however different. A desire to understand. Viserion's head tilted. It seemed to consider. Then, it did something astonishing. It lay down, folding its legs beneath it, and rested its great head on its foreclaws, its eye level with Harry's. It was an invitation. A lowering of guard. Heart hammering, Harry stepped forward. He sat down on the hot stone floor, cross-legged, facing the dragon. They were eye to eye, separated by only a few feet of space. He kept his hands in his lap. He didn't try to touch. He just sat and breathed and let the connection hum between them. For a long time, they simply stayed like that. Viserion's eye held him, unblinking. Harry felt the dragon's mind not as a torrent, but as a slow, deep river. He felt its memories of soaring on thermals over the red waste, of the strange, cold feeling of the iron being first clamped onto its leg, of the comforting, fiery presence of its mother, Daenerys, and the frustrating, fiery presence of its brothers. He felt its simple, profound confusion at this new, soft-shelled creature who radiated a familiar heat. In return, Harry let his own memories surface, not the traumatic ones, but the quiet ones. The feeling of sun through the bars of his window at Privet Drive. The taste of the first real meal he'd had in the pyramid. The crushing loneliness of the cupboard, mirrored in the clank of a chain. The warmth of the dream mother's smile. He didn't know if the dragon understood the specifics, but it seemed to understand the emotions. The colors of loneliness, of small comforts, of simmering anger. After what felt like an age, Viserion let out a long, slow sigh, a puff of warm, clove-scented air. It closed its great eye, not in dismissal, but in a kind of acceptance. It was resting in his presence. A deep, approving rumble came from across the pit. Drogan had shifted. The black dragon was watching them, its own head now resting on its claws, its gaze intense but calm. The impression that brushed Harry's mind from that direction was a single, solid concept: good. Rhaegal, the green, had stopped gnawing its chain. It watched for a moment longer, then gave a snort, a puff of smoke, and laid its head down with a thump, though one bronze eye remained slit open, watching. Harry sat with Viserion until his legs were numb from the hard stone and the heat had soaked into his bones. When he finally stood, stiffly, Viserion opened its eye and gave a soft, almost melodic trill deep in its throat. It was a sound of farewell, not dismissal. He walked to the curtain, his mind buzzing with the silent conversation. He felt a profound sense of peace, of a bridge not just acknowledged, but crossed. As he pushed through the leather, he found he was not alone in the corridor. Daenerys was there, waiting in the shadows, her face pale in the torchlight. She had been watching, through some hidden aperture or simply listening at the curtain. Her eyes were wide, shining with unshed tears. "You sat with him," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "He let you sit with him." Harry nodded, too full of the experience to speak. She stepped forward, her hand coming up as if to touch his face, but she stopped herself. "For months, they have known only chains and handlers with prods. They see me as mother, as keeper. But you came as an equal. A curious visitor. You offered nothing but presence." A tear did escape then, tracing a clean line down her cheek. "You have given him a gift I cannot." A moment of peace. She turned abruptly, walking a few paces down the corridor before stopping, her back to him. When she spoke again, her voice was back under control, but it trembled at the edges. "This changes everything, Harry. Do you understand? This is not a weapon. This is a treaty. A first, fragile line of communication between their world and ours." She turned back, her face alight with a fierce, blazing hope. "We must protect this. We must nurture it. You must go back. Every day. To all of them." The weight of her expectation was a physical thing. The peace of the pit evaporated, replaced by the familiar pressure of being needed, of being a tool for a grand design. But it was a different pressure. This one he had chosen, in a way. He had walked into the pit of his own will. "I will," he said. That evening, in the library, he sought out not maps, but any scroll or book that mentioned dragons. Most were myths, or dry historical accounts of the Targaryen conquests. One fragment, copied onto brittle vellum, caught his eye. It was not about riding or war, but about bonding. "The dragon is not a slave," it read, in spidery Valyrian glyphs he was just beginning to decipher with Missandei's help. "The bond is one of mutual fire. The rider offers will, direction, purpose. The dragon offers strength, flight, fury. It is a marriage of spirits, not a breaking of wills. Mutual fire." He thought of the pillar of flame he'd created, and Drogan's answering jet. He thought of the steady warmth he'd shared with Viserion. It fit. He was so engrossed he didn't hear the soft footsteps until they were almost upon him. He looked up to see Tyrion Lannister, a book under his arm, his expression uncharacteristically thoughtful. "Reading up on your new friends?" Tyrion asked, his tone mild. Trying to understand them, Harry said, defensive. A noble pursuit. More noble than reading about the tax policies of Pentos, which is what I was attempting. Tyrion pulled up a stool and sat with a sigh. Missandei tells me you spent the afternoon sitting with a dragon. Not poking it, not feeding it, sitting, like two old men at a pub. He was bored, Harry said simply. And lonely. Tyrion stared at him for a long moment. You see them as people. They're not people. They're more than people. And less. But they feel. And that, Tyrion said, tapping the side of his nose, is the insight that everyone else misses. Even Daenerys, in her love, sees them as children. As weapons. As symbols. You see them as beings. With inner lives. He took a sip from his ever-present wineskin. It makes you valuable. And it makes you exponentially more dangerous. Why dangerous? Because if you can talk to them, truly communicate, you might convince them of things. You might, for example, convince them that their chains are an unbearable insult. You might convince them that the people holding the chains are enemies. You might start a revolution she cannot control. Tyrion's green-gold eyes were sharp. Power is a conversation, boy. Up until now, the Queen has been the only one speaking Draconic. You have just become a second translator. And every translator knows that meaning can shift in the interpretation. Harry hadn't considered that. His interactions had felt private, personal. The idea that they could have political consequences, that he could inadvertently become a faction within Daenerys's court, was chilling. I wouldn't. You might not mean to, Tyrion interrupted. But intention is a frail boat on the sea of consequence. Be careful what feelings you share with those creatures. Their memories are long, and their grudges are made of fire. He stood, adjusting his book. Still, it's a fascinating development. A boy who calms dragons with his presence. The bards would have a field day, if any of us were likely to survive long enough to hear the songs. He walked away, leaving Harry alone with the brittle vellum and a new, cold knot of anxiety in his gut. That night, his dream was a confusing blend. He was sitting with Viserion in the pit, but the dragon was speaking in Missandei's voice, reciting the properties of wormwood. Then the scene shifted to the hospice, but the sick children had the wise, ancient eyes of dragons, and they were all in chains. Daenerys stood over them, not with a cup of water, but with a lit torch, her face a mask of anguish. He woke with a start, the echoes of the dream feeling like a warning. The next day, when he went to the pit, he was more cautious. He spent time with each dragon. With Rhaegal, he sensed a more restless, aggressive spirit, all coiled energy and impatience. He did not try to sit with it, but stood at a respectful distance, sending feelings of solidarity, of shared frustration. Rhaegal responded with sharp, interested stares and occasional testing puffs of hot air. With Drogan, it was different. The Black Dragon's presence was a constant, low-pressure system in his mind. Today, the impression it sent was not a word, but a challenge. An image of the sky, vast and open, and then the iron muzzle, magnified 100 times in detail, every cruel rivet, every biting edge. The question was implicit, this. What do you do about this? Harry had no answer. He sent back a feeling of his own powerlessness, of the complexity of the world above, of the Queen's dilemma. He sent an image of the boiling water, of the sick children. Other chains. Other needs. Drogan considered this. The presence in his mind felt dissatisfied. But not hostile. It was the dissatisfaction of a general presented with a politician's excuses. As Harry left the pit that day, the sense of peace was gone, replaced by a deepening understanding of the immense, volatile forces he was playing with. He was not just an ambassador. He was a diplomat in a court where one party had wings and breath of flame, and the other held the keys. And in the city, the man with the scarred palm met again with the cloaked figure. He goes to the dragons daily, the man whispered. He walks in alone. He comes out unharmed. The unsullied do not stop him. The cloaked figure was silent for a time. A dragon whisperer, the rustling voice finally said. A gift from the gods, or a demon from a crack in the world. The Queen's power grows in unexpected ways. This cannot be allowed to solidify. The time for watching is over. It is time to test this ghost's mettle. To see if he bleeds like a man, or burns like a demon. The figure melted back into the alley's darkness, leaving the scarred man alone, clutching his healed palm, a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold running down his spine. Rain in Astapor was a rare, grudging miracle. It didn't fall so much as spit, A fine, warm, gray mist that turned the white dust of the streets to a thin, clinging mud and made the air smell of wet stone and damp refuse. From his high window, Harry watched the city blur and soften, the usual harsh edges lost in the drizzle. The soft weather did nothing to soften Missandei's regiment. Today's lesson was on currency, the relative values of iron-throned stags, Bravo C coins, and the chits of stamped bronze the Queen's administration had introduced to stimulate the crippled Astapori economy. Harry's head swam with exchange rates and inflation. His mind kept drifting to the pit, to the slow, deep rhythm of dragon breath, to the silent conversations of fire and frustration. "You are not concentrating," Missandei stated, setting her chalk down with a precise click. "I'm sorry. The rain changes nothing of substance. A stag is still a stag, whether the ground is dry or wet." She studied him. "The dragons are on your mind." It wasn't a question. He nodded. "The Queen has received a petition from the representatives of the Weavers' Guild," Missandei said, changing tack abruptly. "They complain that the smell of smoke and the occasional tremors from the pyramid frighten their workers, who are mostly women and children. Productivity is down. They request the great beasts be moved outside the city walls." Harry stared at her. "Can they do that? They are creatures the size of small ships, chained in a stone chamber." "No, they cannot be moved. Not easily. The petition is not a practical request. It is an expression of fear. It is politics." Her pale eyes held his. "Every interaction you have with them, every moment you spend in that pit, is a political act. It sends a message. The Queen's strange ward communes with monsters. This can be seen as strength. Or as madness. It can reassure. Or it can terrify. You must be aware of the ripples you cause." He thought of Tyrion's warning. A second translator. "I'm just trying to understand them." "Understanding is not a neutral act," Missandei replied. "To understand a slave is the first step towards freeing him. To understand a dragon, what is the first step towards freeing a dragon?" The question hung in the damp, quiet room. Harry had no answer. His appointment with Esser Jorah in the training yard was cancelled due to the rain. Instead, he was summoned to the chamber of the painted table. The air inside was close, the map on the table a vibrant, glossy expanse under the lamplight. Daenerys was there, along with Tyrion and a man Harry hadn't met before, plump, with a forked yellow beard and nervous, fluttering hands. He was introduced as Hisdar Zo Larak, a former master from a lesser family who had thrown his lot in with the new regime, now acting as a liaison with the city's remaining merchant class. "And the rumors, Your Grace, they spread like the flux," Hisdar was saying, his voice a reedy warble. "They say the boy is a warlock from Karth, sent to bind the dragons to his will. They say he feeds them children's dreams to make them stronger. It is unsettling for the populace." Daenerys's expression was cool. "The boy is my guest and my student. He harms no one. He boiled water for the sick in the lower quarters. Is that the act of a child-eating warlock?" Hisdar spread his hands. "Perception, Your Grace. The people do not see the boiled water. They hear the roars at night. They see the unsullied guarding a child who walks unharmed among monsters. It is unnatural." "What is your suggestion, Hisdar?" Tyrion asked, sipping his wine. "That we lock the boy in a cupboard to appease gossips. Perhaps a display," Hisdar ventured. "Something public. To show he is just a boy. Harmless. Or that his powers are dedicated to the good of Astapor, not to eldritch pacts." Daenerys's eyes flicked to Harry, who stood silently by the door. "A display," she repeated, her tone considering. "Very well. In 3 days' time, at the weekly grain distribution in the Plaza of Purification, Harry will assist. He will use his talents to help prepare the food for the people. Let them see the utility of his gifts. Let them see he is a resource, not a threat." Hisdar bowed, looking relieved. "A wise and gracious solution, Your Grace." After he scurried out, Tyrion let out a soft snort. "He's terrified of you. And even more terrified of the dragons. Using the boy as a public spectacle is a clever compromise. It acknowledges the fear without surrendering to it. It makes him a target," Daenerys said, her gaze still on Harry. "A visible, public target." "He is already a target," Tyrion countered. "Invisible rumors are more dangerous than visible boys. At least this way, we control the narrative." Daenerys nodded slowly. "You will do this, Harry. You will show them the fire that heals, not the fire that destroys." "Can you do that?" He thought of the massive cauldron in the hospice, the relentless focus it required. A public square, with thousands of eyes on him. The pressure would be immense. But he also remembered the feeling of the little girl's mother looking at him, the unspoken gratitude. "I can try," he said. "Good." She dismissed him. The next 2 days were a blur of preparation. Missandei drilled him on the logistics. How many sacks of grain? How many barrels of water? The timing of the distribution. Esser Jorah, in a brief, intense session, gave him grim advice on public appearances. Stay close to the unsullied cordon. Watch the crowd, not the pot. A man who is afraid looks different from a man who is hungry. Fear has a sharper edge. If you see it, you tell Grey Worm. Immediately. But the most significant preparation was in the pit. Daenerys accompanied him this time. She stood back as he made his rounds. With Viserion, he shared a feeling of calm purpose, sending images of the coming event, of many people gathered, of the need for steady, helpful fire. The cream dragon seemed intrigued, sending back impressions of curiosity and a faint, protective warmth. With Rhaegal, it was harder. The green dragon's energy was restless, prickly. The idea of a crowd seemed to agitate it. Harry felt a surge of defensive hostility, an image of the green dragon sweeping low over a mass of tiny, screaming figures, fire blooming. He quickly redirected, sending feelings of the queen's safety, of his own role as a helper, not a warrior. Rhaegal settled, but its mood remained watchful, suspicious. Drogan was different. As Harry stood before the black dragon, he didn't offer images or feelings about the distribution. He simply projected the reality of his own anxiety, the fear of all those eyes, the pressure to perform, the vulnerability of being on display. Drogan's great eye held him. The presence that filled his mind was not comforting. It was assessing. It showed him an image, a single gazelle, separated from the herd on the vast Dothraki Sea, surrounded by circling wolves. Then the image shifted. The gazelle was not cowering. It stood its ground, and from its eyes flashed not fear, but a brilliant, defiant light that scattered the wolves. The meaning was clear. Do not be the prey. Be the unexpected light. It was not reassurance. It was a strategy. The day of the distribution dawned clear and hot, the brief rain of memory steam rising from the city. The Plaza of Purification, a vast, flagstone square before the pyramid, was already filling with a slow, dusty river of humanity by mid-morning. Lines of people, mostly women and children, holding sacks and pots, stretched back through the surrounding streets. The air buzzed with a low, anxious hum. At one end of the plaza, soldiers had set up a series of huge iron kettles over wood fires. The grain, a coarse, gray barley, was being mixed with water and precious salt to make a thin, sustaining gruel. Harry stood with Daenerys and her advisors on a low platform at the edge of the cooking area. He was dressed in simple, clean clothes, but he felt utterly exposed. Thousands of faces were turned towards the platform, towards the queen, but many eyes were sliding to him, the rumored warlock boy. He saw curiosity, suspicion, fear, blank hunger. Daenerys stepped forward and raised her hands. The murmur died down. People of Astapor. Her voice, amplified by the plaza's acoustics, rang out clear and strong. You come for bread. For life. I give it to you freely, as I promised. But today, I also give you a demonstration of the new world we build. This is Harry Potter. He is under my protection. He is also gifted with a power not seen in this world. A power not of destruction, but of creation. Watch. She nodded to Harry. This was his cue. He walked down the steps from the platform, his legs feeling like wood. 4 Unsullied fell in around him, forming a tight square. They escorted him to the largest of the cauldrons. The fire beneath it was struggling, the wood poor and damp, the gruel inside only lukewarm, a long way from a safe, rolling boil. The crowd watched, a silent, vast animal. Harry stood before the cauldron. He could feel the heat of the anemic fire, smell the bland grain. He closed his eyes, blocking out the sea of faces. He found the hollow place, still tender from his recent efforts, and called not on anger or fear, but on duty. On the need to feed. He thought of the lines of hungry children. He imagined the heat as a blanket, wrapping the pot, seeping into the slurry, killing the invisible poisons. He placed his hands on the hot iron rim. A collective gasp went up from the nearest onlookers. He was touching the searing metal. But he felt no pain, only the conduit of his intent. The vibration started, deeper than. In the hospice. The cauldron was larger, the volume greater. He pushed, focusing on that steady, relentless heat. The water in the gruel began to shudder. Bubbles rose, first at the edges, then throughout, growing in size and violence. Within a minute, the entire massive pot was at a frothing, vigorous boil, steam billowing up in a great, satisfying plume. He held it. The effort was tremendous. The crowd's silence was now one of awe. He heard murmurs. Sorcery, the queen's fire boy, he boils it without wood. He held it for a count of 100, ensuring sterilization, then slowly, carefully, let the heat diminish to a simmer. He removed his hands. The iron was glowing faintly red where he had touched it. His head swam, heat drained himself, but not to the point of collapse. He turned, slightly unsteady, to face the platform. Daenerys was smiling, a real, triumphant smile. She nodded to him, then addressed the crowd again. See, a tool for life. A blessing for Astaper. A ragged cheer went up, led by the Queen's freedmen supporters. It was not universal. Many in the crowd still looked wary, but the outright fear had been replaced by a bewildered curiosity. It was a victory. As Harry, flanked by his Unsullied, began to make his way back through the cordon towards the pyramid's side entrance, the event seemed to be winding down. The distribution began, people shuffling forward with their bowls. The mood had lightened. He was 20 feet from the shaded archway when he saw it. A shift in the crowd. Not in front, but to the side, where a group of men in drab, dust-colored robes stood. They weren't looking at the food. They were looking at him. And one of them, his face obscured by a hood, had a hand inside his robe. Esser Jorah's lesson flashed in his mind. Fear has a sharper edge. The man's hand came out. Not with a knife. With a small, clay sphere. He hurled it not at Harry, but at the ground between Harry and his Unsullied guard. It shattered. Not with a bang, but with a hiss and a burst of thick, billowing, acrid black smoke that erupted with unnatural speed and volume, instantly swallowing Harry and two of the Unsullied, cutting them off from the others and from the view of the crowd. Chaos erupted. Shouts. Screams. The world vanished into a stinging, blinding cloud. Harry choked, his eyes burning. He heard the grunt of one Unsullied, the clatter of a spear falling, then a sickening thud. A hand grabbed his arm, not the firm, disciplined grip of an Unsullied, but a bony, desperate clutch. He was yanked off his feet, dragged sideways through the smoke. He tried to pull back, to call out, but the smoke filled his mouth, his lungs. He kicked out, connecting with something solid. A curse in a guttural tongue. They were in an alley, the sounds of the plaza muffled by the buildings. The smoke was thinner here. He saw three men, their faces wrapped in scarves, their eyes hard above them. The one holding him had the pockmarked face and the shiny scar on his palm. The man from his first day. Quickly. One of them hissed. The smoke won't hold long. They dragged him deeper into the alley, towards a waiting cart piled with refuse. A sack was produced, rough hemp. Panic, pure and undiluted, ignited in Harry's chest. Not the focused fear of the pit, but the blind, animal terror of the cupboard, of the Dursleys, wrath, of being trapped and helpless. The hollow place inside him reacted to the panic, not as a tool, but as a trapped beast lashing out. Heat flared around him, not directed. A wave of it, a concussive blast of pure thermal energy that exploded outwards from his skin. The men screamed. The one holding him recoiled, his scarf and the front of his tunic smoldering, his scarred palm blistering anew. The others staggered back, beating at sudden flames on their clothes. The refuse in the cart caught fire with a whoomp. But the blast was unfocused, wild. It also seared Harry's own arms, the heat reflecting back. He cried out in pain, the smell of his own scorched tunic and skin filling his nose. The pockmarked man, face twisted in pain and fury, drew a curved dagger. Demon. He spat. Die. He lunged. Harry had no time to think, to summon will. He had only instinct. He threw up his hands, not to cast magic, but to shield his face. The dagger never reached him. From high above, a shadow fell across the alley. A sound like the tearing of the world's largest canvas. A blast of heat that dwarfed Harry's pathetic burst, dry and ferocious. A jet of dragonfire, orange and black, speared down from the sky. It did not fill the alley. It was a precise, terrible lance. It engulfed the pockmarked man entirely. For an instant, he was a stark, black silhouette against the roaring flame. Then he was gone, leaving only a pair of smoking, molten boots on the cobbles and a scorch mark on the wall in the shape of a spreading star. The other two men froze, their small fires forgotten, staring upwards in petrified horror. Drogan descended. The black dragon didn't land, the alley was too narrow for its vast bulk. It gripped the rooftops on either side with talons that crushed mud brick like sugar, its immense, scaled body blocking out the sky. Its head snaked down, filling the alleyway. Its mouth, still dripping faint embers, was inches from the remaining kidnappers. Its eyes were not on them. They were fixed on Harry. The message in his mind was a roaring imperative, mine. One man fainted, crumpling to the ground. The other turned and ran, shrieking, back towards the plaza. Drogan ignored them. It stared at Harry, who stood trembling, his arms burnt, his face sooty, staring back at the creature that had just incinerated a man to save him. The dragon's breath was furnace hot, but the fury in its gaze was cooling, replaced by a fierce, possessive scrutiny. It sniffed him, the air rippling with heat. It saw the scorches on his tunic, the blisters forming on his forearms. A low, dangerous rumble built in its chest, a sound of profound displeasure. Not at him, at the burns, at the attack. From the direction of the plaza came the sounds of organized tumult, unsullied shouts, the clash of arms as they engaged the rest of the ambush party. But in the alley, there was only the dragon and the boy. Drogan nudged him with its snout, not gently, but carefully. The push was towards the pyramid. Go. Then, with a powerful thrust of its wings that sent debris and dust flying in a whirlwind, Drogan launched itself back into the sky, its shadow sweeping over the city as it wheeled once, a black comet against the blue, before angling back towards the pyramid and its prison. Harry stumbled out of the alley, into the chaotic edge of the plaza. Unsullied were everywhere, rounding up the men in dusty robes. Grey Worm saw him and was at his side in an instant, his eyes taking in the burns, the soot, the shock. The dragon, Harry choked. We saw, Grey Worm said, his voice grim. The Queen saw. Come. He was half carried back into the pyramid, not to his rooms but to Daenerys's chambers. She was there, her face pale with a fury that was ice cold. Missandei was with her, along with a stern-looking woman maester. Esser Jorah and Tyrion arrived moments later. The maester attended to his burns, applying a pungent salve. The blisters were superficial, the maester said. Painful, but not deep. He was lucky. Lucky, Daenerys repeated, the word a dagger. She dismissed the maester. When the door closed, she turned her violet fire on Esser Jorah and Grey Worm. An attack. In my plaza. During a public act of charity. How? They used a Carthene smoke devil, Grey Worm reported. They were professionals. Not sons of the Harpy. Their gear was too clean, their coordination too good. Sellswords, perhaps, or agents from another city. They were after Harry, Tyrion said quietly. Not you. This was a test, or an abduction. Drogan, Harry said, his voice still unsteady. He came. He killed one of them. Daenerys closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them, they were haunted. He was unchained. He broke his chains. He must have torn the rings from the stone. She looked at Harry. He felt you were in danger. He said, he thought. Mine, Harry whispered. The room went very still. Well, Tyrion said, breaking the silence. That settles the question of the bond, I suppose. It seems your ambassador has been formally adopted. Daenerys walked to the window, her back to them. This changes everything, she said, echoing her words from the pit, but now the tone was stark, fraught with consequence. Drogan is free. He will not be rechained. He cannot be. And he has claimed you. She turned, her gaze sweeping over them all before settling on Harry. The world saw a dragon obey its queen today, to boil water. Now it will hear that a dragon broke its chains to protect a boy. Which story do you think will spread faster? Which will inspire more fear? Harry looked down at his bandaged arms, the pain a dull, throbbing reminder. The display had been meant to make him seem harmless, useful. Instead, he had become the reason a dragon broke its bonds. He had become a catalyst for chaos. And in the back of his mind, where the dragon's presence had brushed him, a new, settled certainty now resided. Not just possibility. Not just brother of ashes. Mine. The word was a brand, a shield, and a chain of its own making. He was no longer just the queen's ward. He was the dragon's chosen. And in the hot, dark heart of the pyramid, where two massive, twisted iron rings now lay shattered on the floor amid pulverized stone, Drogan landed with a ground-shaking thud. It folded its wings, a low, satisfied rumble vibrating in its chest. It had acted. It had defended its own. The sky had been sweet, even for a moment. It looked at the remaining chains on its brothers, then at the broken ones at its feet. The concept in its mind was clear, a command to the universe, a promise to the small fire that walks. No more chains. The air in the pyramid tasted of tension and scorched stone. A deep, rhythmic thudding echoed up from the lower levels. Drogan, testing the new, larger chamber Daenerys had ordered cleared for him, a cavernous storeroom whose doors had been torn off their hinges. He was not rechained. He could not be. The message had been sent to the city. The black dragon was loose within the mountain of rock, a sleeping volcano. Harry's burns healed with unnerving speed. By the next morning, the blisters had subsided to pink, shiny skin, and within 2 days, only faint, silvery marks remained. The maester muttered about unnatural vitality, and avoided his eyes. Missandei, applying the salve with her usual clinical precision, said nothing, but her fingers were gentler than usual. His lessons continued, but their texture had changed. Missandei's history lectures now focused on famous betrayals, on the fates of magical beings who became too visible. Esser Jorah's training intensified, moving from footwork to desperate, ugly close-quarters drills, how to break a hold, where to drive a thumb, how to use a dinner knife if it was all you had. The message was clear, the attempt would not be the last. But it was the pit, or what was left of it, that drew him most powerfully. The need to go down there was a physical pull, stronger than the hollow ache had ever been. It was a mixture of fear, gratitude, and a terrifying sense of responsibility. Drogan had broken free for him. What did that debt entail? Daenerys granted him permission, but her eyes were shadowed. He is unchained. His moods are his own. Be more cautious than ever. You are not entering a cage. You are entering a territory. The Unsullied at the new entrance, a ragged, gaping hole in the corridor wall where a stone door had been, saluted him, but their postures were rigid, their eyes watchful. They were guarding the world from the dragon, not the dragon from the world. Harry stepped through into staggering heat and near darkness. The storeroom was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow high above. Piles of shattered crates and torn sacks littered the edges. And in the center, a mountain of black scale and simmering muscle. Drogan lay coiled, but he was not asleep. His head was up, his neck arched, surveying his new domain. The intelligence in his eyes was more pronounced, the predatory majesty untempered by iron. He saw Harry and went perfectly still. The presence that brushed Harry's mind was not the distant, curious touch from before. It was immediate, immense, and shockingly direct. It felt like standing in the heart of a star. Images flooded him, not in a gentle stream, but in a torrent. The dizzying rush of the flight to the plaza. The sharp, clear sight of the small figure surrounded by smoke, the flare of panic fire. The absolute, instinctive certainty, threat. Mine. Remove. The lance of fire, the clean, righteous annihilation. And then the soaring return, the intoxicating memory of wind under wings, of a city laid out below like a toy. Underlying it all was a new, bedrock emotion, satisfaction. And a question, implicit in the dragon's steady gaze, well. Harry struggled to process it. The man's death, the instantaneous, total evaporation, should have horrified him. And part of him was horrified. But a larger, more primal part, the part that had known a lifetime of helplessness, thrummed with a dark, fierce approval. The threat had been erased. Utterly. By his what? Protector. Ally. Owner. He didn't send back words or complex feelings. He sent a simple, powerful pulse of gratitude. And relief. Drogan's head tilted. The satisfaction in the mental link deepened, warmed. A low, rumbling purr vibrated through the stone floor, a sound of immense contentment. He lowered his great head, resting his chin on his foreclaws, his eyes still fixed on Harry. The message was clear, approach. This was the test, the territory. Harry walked forward, each step measured. He stopped a few feet from the dragon's muzzle, close enough to feel the dry, baking heat radiating from the scales. He could see every detail, the texture like volcanic glass, the subtle patterns in the black, the slow rise and fall of the great ribcage. Slowly, he reached out. Not to the nose, but to the curve of the jaw, where scale met the softer, leathery skin beneath. His fingers made contact. The connection was electric. It wasn't just a mental touch, it was a fusion of sensation. He felt the incredible, coiled strength in the dragon's neck, the thrum of a massive, slow heartbeat, the echo of furnace fire in its belly. He felt the ghost memory of the chains, a dull, phantom ache. And he felt Drogan's perception of him, a tiny, fragile furnace of confusing emotions, a bright, warm spark in the dragon's world of stone and sky. Drogan did not move. He allowed the touch. Then, he did something extraordinary. He pushed his head forward, just an inch, increasing the pressure against Harry's hand. It was an affirmation, a claiming, mine. Harry left the chamber an hour later, his mind reeling, his soul imprinted with dragon fire. He was no longer just an ambassador. He was bound. When he returned to his own level, he found his chambers were not empty. Tyrion Lannister was there, sitting at the table, a half-empty wineskin beside him. He was studying Harry's few possessions, the herbal, a spare tunic, a smooth stone he'd picked up from the training yard. Consorting with gods and monsters, Tyrion said without looking up. It's a busy schedule for a boy your age. What do you want? Harry asked, his voice sharper than he intended. He was raw, overloaded. To offer congratulations. And condolences. Tyrion finally met his gaze. Congratulations on surviving an assassination attempt with a dragon as your personal bodyguard. It's a story for the ages. The condolences are for the life you just lost. I'm still here. Are you? Tyrion took a sip. Before, you were a curious asset. A possible weapon. Now, you are a pivot point. Drogan's intervention makes you the most important person in Astaper after Daenerys herself. Possibly, to Drogan, you are more important. That is a dizzying, and exceedingly dangerous, height to occupy. He protected me. He asserted ownership, Tyrion corrected gently. There is a difference. A subtle one, but crucial. The queen protects her people because she is responsible for them. A dragon protects its horde because the horde is its possession. You have been moved from one category to the other. He leaned forward. The question now is, what does the dragon want with its new treasure? And what will it do to anyone who tries to take it? Harry sank onto the edge of the bed, the weight of it pressing down. I don't know. Nor does anyone else. Which is why, outside this pyramid, plans are being redrawn. In Yunkai and Meereen, they will hear of this and they will be terrified. They will want you dead more than ever. In Westeros, if whispers cross the narrow sea, they will hear, Targaryen, and dragon, and boy, and they will think of one thing only, a new dragon rider. A new Aegon the Conqueror. And they will move heaven and earth to stop that before it begins. He stood, picking up his wineskin. You wanted a place, Harry Potter. You have one now, at the center of the storm. I hope you have the stomach for it. After Tyrion left, Harry lay in the dark, the silvery scars on his arms itching. He thought of Drogan's mind, that vast, sunless landscape of instinct and power. He thought of the feeling of absolute safety he'd felt standing beside him, and the simultaneous feeling of being utterly consumed. The next day, Daenerys summoned him to the chamber of the painted table. The atmosphere was grimly focused. Esser Jorah, Grey Worm, Daario, and Missandei were present. A large, rolled parchment lay on the table. Drogan's freedom cannot be undone, Daenerys began, her voice stripped of all uncertainty. It is a fact we must now incorporate into our strategy. It is also a vulnerability. He is contained within the pyramid, but he is a conscious will. He may choose to leave. He may choose to intervene again. We must anticipate this. She unrolled the parchment. It was a detailed map of Astaper and its immediate surroundings. The attempt on Harry's life was not random. Grey Worm's interrogation suggests the team was hired through a chain of cutouts, but the gold traces back to Yunkai. They seek to destabilize me by removing my lucky charm, my warlock. She tapped the city of Yunkai on the map. They fear the narrative we are building. A queen with dragons is one thing. A queen with dragons and a magical adept who can calm them is another. It suggests a dynasty restored, not just an invasion. Daario flashed a grin, sharp and dangerous. So we give them something real to fear. Let me take the Stormcrows. A few night raids, a few wise masters hanging from their own harpy statues. They'll be too busy burying their own to hire sellswords. And start a war we are not yet ready to finish. Esser Jorah countered. Our hold on Astaper is still fragile. Our armies are for defense, not sustained campaign. He is right, Daenerys said, though she looked at Daario with a flicker of appreciation for his aggression. Open war is a last resort. But we cannot sit behind our walls and wait for the next knife in the dark. Her eyes found Harry. Which brings us to you. You are the target. You are also, potentially, a deterrent. The world now knows a dragon will break its chains for you. We must make them believe that harming you guarantees not just Drogan's wrath, but the wrath of all three. Harry's mouth went dry. How? By making it visible, she said. By forging the narrative in public. In 3 days, I will hold a public audience in the plaza to address the attack, to show strength. You will be at my side. And you will not be alone. She let the words hang. He understood. She wanted the dragons there. Or at least, she wanted the world to see him with them. Rhaegal and Viserion are still chained, he said. Their chains are physical. Drogan's will is now a chain upon them. He will not leave them behind if he leaves. And he will not leave if you are there. She walked around the table to stand before him. I will not command you to do this. The risk is immense. If their mood is wrong, if the crowd panics, it could be a massacre. But if we succeed, the image of you, standing between me and my children, unafraid, will be worth 1,000 armies. It will solidify your place. It will terrify our enemies. And it may be the first step towards a new understanding with all of them. The scale of what she was asking was breathtaking. To stand before the city, with 3 dragons, one of them unchained and volatile, as a living symbol. It was madness. It was also the logical, ruthless next step in the path he had chosen when he walked into the pit. He thought of Drogan's possessive rumble. Mine. He thought of Viserion's gentle curiosity, of Rhaegal's prickly intelligence. He thought of the man turning to ash. He thought of the hungry children in the plaza, who needed a queen who was strong enough to feed them. I'll do it, he said, the words quiet but clear in the stone room. Daenerys's shoulders relaxed a fraction. She gave a single, sharp nod. Then we prepare. The following 2 days were a whirlwind. Missandei coached him on ceremony, on where to stand, how to move, how to appear calm and in control even if he was trembling inside. Esser Jorah drilled him on a new, horrifying contingency. If it goes wrong, if the dragons are spooked and turn on the crowd, your only job is to get to Drogan. Touch him. Your connection is the only leash he has. Use it. But the most important preparation was in the dragon chambers. Daenerys came with him this time, to Viserion and Rhaegal's pit. The 2 dragons were agitated, sensitive to their brother's freedom, to the changed energy in the pyramid. Daenerys spoke to them in High Valyrian, her voice a song of command and reassurance. She explained the plan, as best one could explain a political spectacle to a creature of myth. They listened, their great heads swaying, but their eyes were on Harry. He reached out to them, not physically, but with his mind. To Viserion, he sent the image of the plaza, of many quiet, watching faces, of the need to be still, to be calm. He sent the feeling of the sun on scales, of being seen as magnificent, not monstrous. Viserion responded with a sense of wary curiosity, and a deep-seated desire to please, to be good. It sent back an image of itself sitting very still. Like a statue, its wings folded tight. Rhaegal was harder. The green dragon sent back spikes of aggression, images of the chains, of the muzzle, of the burning desire to scatter the tiny, noisy creatures. Harry met that anger with his own, not anger at the dragon, but anger at their shared captivity, at the men who had attacked him. He projected Drogan's fiery justice, the clear, simple equation, threat erased. He sent a question, will you stand with us? As brothers. Rhaegal's mental presence seethed, then slowly, reluctantly, coalesced into a grudging agreement. It would stand, but its patience was a thin wire. Finally, he went to Drogan. The Black Dragon's chamber felt like a throne room. Harry didn't need to explain. He simply showed Drogan the plan, the queen, himself, the 2 brothers, the sea of people. He showed the potential for threat, for hidden knives. He sent a feeling of vigilance, of protective circle. Drogan's response was a wave of unquestioning dominance. An image of the 3 of them forming a living wall of scale and fire around the small silver queen and the small fire that walks. Any who approached with malice would be reduced to cinders. It was not a strategy. It was a decree. The day arrived. The sky was a hard, cloudless blue, the sun a punishing weight. The plaza of purification was packed tighter than before, but the mood was different, a tense, electric anticipation laced with fear. The story of the attack, of Drogan's descent, had spread through every alley and hovel. They had come to see the boy who commanded dragons. A large, clear space was kept before the pyramid steps by a triple ring of unsullied, their faces like bronze masks. At the top of the steps, Daenerys stood, resplendent in a black and red gown, her face calm, regal. Harry stood slightly behind and to her left, as coached. He wore simple clothes, his posture straight, his hands clasped to hide their trembling. He could feel the gaze of 10,000 people like a physical heat. Daenerys spoke, her voice carrying over the silent crowd. She spoke of the cowardly attack, of the resilience of Astaper, of justice. Then she paused. "Let there be no doubt," she called, her voice ringing. "Those who seek to harm what is mine will face not just the justice of men, but the fury of dragons." She raised a hand. From the gaping, shadowed maw of the pyramid's main entrance, they emerged. First, Viserion. The cream and gold dragon padded out into the blinding sunlight, its scales glittering. It moved with a serene, stately grace, its chains clinking softly. It came to a stop on Daenerys's right side, lowered its head, and went still, a statue of living metal. Then, Rhaegal. The green dragon emerged with more tension, its movements sharper, its head swinging to scan the crowd. A ripple of terror went through the people. It snarled, a puff of smoke curling from its nostrils, but at a soft word from Daenerys and a sharp pulse of calming intent from Harry, it settled, though its bronze eyes burned with contained fire. It took position on her left. A pause. The crowd held its breath. From the high terrace above the entrance, a shadow detached itself. Drogan did not walk out. He dropped. A massive, black comet, landing on the steps between his brothers and the crowd with an impact that shook the ground and sent dust pluming. He did not roar. He simply unfolded his vast, leathern wings to their full, impossible span, blocking the sun, casting the entire platform into shade. Then he folded them with a snap like a ship's sail catching wind. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the multitude, a silent, unmistakable challenge. The silence was absolute, petrified. Harry's heart was in his throat. He could feel the dragon's minds like three great furnaces, Viserion's focused calm, Rhaegal's simmering irritability, Drogan's towering, watchful dominance. He was the pin holding it all together, a thin thread of connection stretched taut between four wills. Daenerys took a step forward, into the space between Drogan and Harry. She looked small, fragile between the monsters. And yet, she was the axis. "Behold!" she cried, her voice somehow small and yet carrying to the very back of the plaza. "The power that protects Astaper. The fire that warms its hearths and guards its gates. Let our enemies look upon this, and despair." She turned and placed one hand on Drogan's shoulder, where the scale met wing. The dragon didn't flinch. He turned his great head slightly, his eye regarding her, then shifted his gaze back to the crowd, a living banner of her power. Then she looked at Harry and gave the slightest nod. This was the moment, the unscripted part. Swallowing his terror, Harry stepped forward. He walked past Daenerys, right up to Drogan. He placed his hand on the dragon's other shoulder, mirroring the queen. The scale was hot, vibrating with latent power. He looked out at the sea of faces, all wide-eyed with terror and awe. He didn't speak. He just stood there, a boy in simple clothes, one hand on the most dangerous creature in the world, the other hanging at his side. He made himself breathe. He sent a steady, calming pulse through his touch, to Drogan, and through their bond, to the other two dragons. Still. Watch. Protect. The image was searing, the Silver Queen. The Black Dragon. And between them, the boy who touched fire. For a full minute, they held the pose. The plaza was a tableau of held breath. Then, Daenerys lowered her hand. Harry followed suit. She gave another command in Valyrian. Obediently, Viserion turned and padded back into the darkness of the pyramid. Rhaegal followed, with a last, warning snort towards the crowd. Drogan lingered. He looked down at Harry, then at the crowd. He let out a sound, a deep, reverberating hum that was not a roar, but a statement. Then, with a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he launched himself upwards, his wings beating once, twice, before he soared over the pyramid and out of sight, presumably to hunt in the distant dunes. The spell broke. The crowd erupted, not in cheers, but in a vast, collective exhalation of shock, followed by a buzzing wave of chatter that was equal parts terror and exhilaration. It was done. Back in the pyramid, in the sudden, cool quiet of her chambers, Daenerys turned to Harry. Her composure cracked. She was shaking, her face pale. That, she breathed, was walking a tightrope over a volcano. Harry sank into a chair, his own legs giving way. The adrenaline was draining, leaving him hollow and trembling. It worked. It worked, she agreed, a fierce, triumphant light returning to her eyes. They will never forget what they saw today. You are no longer a rumor. You are a fact. My fact. She poured 2 cups of water, handing one to him. But the price is higher now. You are a symbol. Symbols are attacked. And they are also, depended upon. He drank, the water tasteless. He thought of Drogan's mind, the possessive certainty. He thought of the crowd's terrified faces. He was a fact. A symbol. A treasure. A pivot point. He was more lost than ever. And more found. Deep in the desert, miles from Astaper, Drogan circled on a thermal, his sharp eyes missing nothing. In his mind, the concept of mine had expanded. It now enclosed the Silver Queen, the 2 brothers, the Stone Mountain, and the city that surrounded it. It was not a thought of love, or loyalty. It was the thought of a dragon surveying its hoard. And in a marble room in Yonkai, a wise master read the report from his spy in Astaper. Read of the boy standing with the dragons, of the Black One's obedience, of the Queen's triumphant display. His face, already pale, went ashen. He rolled the parchment slowly, his hands steady only through immense will. He looked at the other masters in the room. The Witch Queen has not just hatched dragons, he said, his voice hollow. She has hatched a dragon lord. We are no longer fighting for trade routes or slaves. We are fighting for our existence. He dropped the parchment into a brazier. It caught, flaring brightly, casting dancing shadows of harpies on the wall. The boy must die. Before the bond grows stronger. Before he learns to ride. The fire consumed the report, but the fear it carried had already taken root, spreading through the city like a poison, looking for a weapon sharp enough to pierce Dragon's scale. A new sound haunted the pyramid, the sound of stone groaning under immense, shifting weight. It was Drogan, moving through the expanded warren of chambers and corridors that had been hastily cleared for him, a restless god in a labyrinth of his own. The vibrations traveled up through the bedrock, a constant, subterranean reminder that the most powerful being in Astaper was no longer sleeping, but pacing. Harry felt it in his teeth, in his bones. It was different from the hollow pull. This was an external pressure, a tectonic presence that resonated with the dragon mark inside him. His sleep, when it came, was no longer filled with cupboards or green light, but with sensations of vast, dark spaces and the slow beat of wings against a starless sky. Missandei noted the shadows under his eyes but said nothing. Her lessons shifted from economics to philosophy, from the dry logistics of rule to the brittle ethics of power. She spoke of Valyria's freehold, of the blood mages who thought themselves masters of dragons and destiny, and how their great civilization now lay beneath a smoking, demon-haunted sea. They believed their blood and their will made them gods, she said, her voice cool as the water in the basin. They forgot that to ride a storm, you must respect its power to drown you. Their roads are melted. Their towers are dust. Only the dragons survived. Is that a warning? Harry asked, tracing the outline of a crumbled Valyrian peninsula on a moth-eaten map. It is a fact, Missandei replied. The Queen dreams of a new Valyria. A just one. But the tools are the same, fire and blood. And the risks are eternal. His training with Esser Jorah took on a new, grim focus. No more footwork. Now it was about knives in the dark, about poison. The knight produced a small, ugly blade with a gut hook. This isn't for honorable combat. This is for when a man grabs you from behind in an alley. This is for survival. He showed him where to cut, the inside of the thigh, the armpit, the throat. The lessons were clinical, brutal, and left Harry feeling soiled. But he learned. The memory of the smoke, the grasping hands, was too fresh. Your magic is a sword, Esser Jorah grunted after a particularly vicious disarming move left Harry sprawled in the sand. This, he kicked the practice knife towards him, is the dagger you hide in your boot. Never be without both. The true center of his days, however, remained the dragons. Viserion's chamber was a haven of relative calm. The cream dragon had taken to his visits with something akin to pleasure. It would often have a gift, for him, a curiously shaped stone, a piece of polished bone, once, alarmingly, the half-eaten carcass of a large desert fox, which Harry had politely declined. Their mental conversations were simple, emotive. Viserion spoke of warmth, of interesting smells from the city, of the itch of a shedding scale. In return, Harry shared the taste of the honeyed figs he'd had for breakfast, the cool feel of linen, the frustrating complexity of Missandei's lessons. It was a friendship, strange and profound. Rhaegal's chamber was a challenge. The green dragon was a knot of seething energy. Its chains were a constant affront. Its communications were sharp, spiked with images of breaking things, walls, ships, men. Harry didn't try to calm it. He met its anger with a focused, steely determination of his own. He projected not pacification, but channeled purpose. He showed Rhaegal images of the plaza, not of passive display, but of power held in check, a coiled spring. He sent the feeling of a bowstring drawn taut, the potential for release. Rhaegal responded to this. It understood potential. It began to see Harry not as a soothing presence, but as the one who might one day aim its fury. It was a darker, more dangerous bond, but a bond nonetheless. In Drogan's domain was a throne room of heat and shadow. Harry no longer needed to seek permission to enter. His presence was expected, a part of the dragon's new routine. Their connection had deepened beyond simple impressions. It was a constant, low-level hum, a shared awareness. Harry could sometimes feel the dragon's hunger, or its satisfaction after it had been fed. The Unsullied now drove live cattle into the chamber, a grim and bloody business. Drogan, in turn, seemed attuned to Harry's spikes of anxiety, his moments of focus. One afternoon, as Harry sat leaning against the warm scales of Drogan's flank, trying to memorize the branches of the Riverlands, nobility from one of Missandei's scrolls, the dragon shifted. A low rumble built in its chest. An image bloomed in Harry's mind, clear and startling, himself, small and fragile, seated not on stone, but on the great, sinuous curve of Drogan's neck, just before the wings. The view was from above, the pyramid a toy below, the city a smudge, the sea a sheet of hammered gold leading to a hazy horizon. The sensation was of wind, incredible speed, and absolute dominion. Harry's breath caught. The scroll fell from his limp fingers. Writing. It wasn't a question. It was an offer. A presentation of possibility. The thrill that shot through him was pure and terrifying. To fly. To truly fly, not in a dream, but on the back of a dragon. It was everything he had ever imagined in his cupboard, everything the Dursleys had called freakish and impossible. But beneath the thrill lay a cold, dense fear. He was not a Targaryen. He had no saddle, no chains, no centuries of lore. He was a boy with a magical accident and a strange bond. To mount Drogan would be to step off the edge of the world. He sent back not refusal, but caution. An image of himself falling, a tiny speck tumbling through empty sky. He sent the feeling of his own physical weakness, his lack of claws or scales to hold on. Drogan's response was a wave of disdainful confidence. An image of powerful muscles moving in concert, of flight as stable as standing on solid ground for a creature of its mastery. The meaning was clear: I would not let you fall. You are mine. It was the most terrifying promise Harry had ever received. He left the chamber reeling, the image of that aerial view burned into his mind. He didn't speak of it to Daenerys, not yet. He needed to sit with the enormity of it, to test its shape in his own thoughts. That evening, he sought out the library. He wasn't looking for dragon lore this time. He was looking for something else. The dream of his mother had left a tender, aching space. He found a section with translated songs and tales from the Seven Kingdoms. Among the epic ballads of knights and battles, he found a simpler, sadder song, scribbled in the margin of a maester's tome. It was called, The Seasons of My Love. It spoke of a love, as sweet as summer wine, and grief, colder than winter snow. The words were simple, the emotion vast. He read it over and over, hearing the ghost of a lullaby in the rhythm. He was so engrossed he didn't hear Tyrion approach until the dwarf cleared his throat. Poetry? Tyrion asked, peering at the page. A surprising choice. I'd have pegged you for military histories or bestiaries. It's about missing someone, Harry said quietly, not looking up. Tyrion was silent for a moment. He pulled up his stool. Ah, that particular flavor of pain. It never truly leaves, you know. It just gets familiar. You learn the shape of its absence. He took a sip from his wineskin. I used to read stories of knights to my brother Jaime. He'd pretend to be bored, but he'd listen. It was a way to be close, without the complications of being a Lannister. He eyed Harry. You're thinking of your other world. Sometimes. Less now. But the people in it. I think I had a mother who loved me. A father too, maybe. And they're gone. Harry nodded. Then you have that in common with Daenerys, Tyrion said softly. A family reduced to ashes and memory. It's a powerful foundation for loyalty. Or for madness. Often both. He leaned forward. Tell me, when you're with the dragons, particularly the black one, do you feel like you're home? The question was startling in its perception. Harry considered it. No, not home. It's bigger than home. It's like being part of a mountain. Or a storm. It's not safe. But it's right. Tyrion nodded slowly. That is the siren song of power. The feeling of rightness. It convinces men they are meant to rule, meant to conquer. It convinces dragons they are meant to burn. Be careful that the storm doesn't swallow you whole, boy. You have a tender heart, under all that fire. Don't let it turn to cinder. He left Harry with the melancholy song and the chilling advice. 2 days later, the tension in the pyramid spiked. Daenerys called an emergency council. Harry was included, a sign of his new status. The news was dire. A trade convoy from the east, carrying medicines, seed grain, and essential tools paid for with the last of the Astapori treasury, had been ambushed in the hills. The Stormcrow's escort had been wiped out. The supplies were gone. The survivors spoke of attackers who moved like ghosts, who used poisoned blades and left no banners. The sons of the Harpy grow bolder, Grey Worm reported, his voice like iron scraping stone. They now strike outside the city. They starve us by inches. They are not just sons of the Harpy, Dario Naharis spat, his usual flamboyance replaced by a cold fury. His company had lost good men. That was professional work. Mycenae sellswords, or something like them. Yunkai is outsourcing its dirty work. Daenerys's face was pale, her hands clenched on the edge of the painted table. We cannot afford to lose those supplies. The flux spreads. The granaries are a quarter full. If we do not get that seed into the ground before the dry season deepens, we must retaliate, Dario insisted. A show of overwhelming force. Let me take the second sons, the Stormcrows who are left, and burn a Yunkish fort to the ground. Send them a message in ash. And invite a full-scale assault on Astapor while our best fighters are away. Esser Jorah argued. We are stretched too thin. Then what? Daenerys's voice cracked with frustration. Do we sit and starve? Do we let them pick us apart? All eyes turned, almost unconsciously, to Harry. He felt the weight of the expectation, a physical pressure. He was the wild card. The dragon whisperer. The boy who had stood unafraid. He thought of Drogan's offer. The view from the sky. The power to see for miles, to move. Faster than any horse, to strike with the fury of a god. What if, he said, his voice small in the tense room, we didn't send an army? They all stared at him. What do you mean, boy? Esser Jorah asked, his brow furrowed. Harry took a breath. The convoy was attacked in the hills. The supplies might be hidden there, in caves or ravines. An army would take days to search, and would be seen from miles away. He looked at Daenerys. But a dragon, from the air, you could see everything. You could find what was taken. A stunned silence followed. You propose I fly Drogan on a scavenger hunt? Daenerys asked, her tone incredulous. Not you, Harry said. The words hung in the air, dangerous and impossible. Me. The silence turned electric. Out of the question, Esser Jorah barked immediately. It is suicide. He is not a rider. The dragon would throw him, or burn him, or simply fly off and never return. Drogan would not, Harry said, with a certainty that surprised even him. He has suggested it. Daenerys's violet eyes widened. Suggested. He showed me, in his mind, what it would look like. He offered. Harry met her gaze. He wants to fly. With me. Dario let out a low whistle. The beast has chosen its rider. The stories write themselves. They are stories of dead men, Esser Jorah snarled. Your Grace, you cannot allow this. It is a fantasy. A boy's dream that will end in a red smear on the desert rocks. Daenerys held up a hand, silencing them. She looked only at Harry. You believe you can do this. You believe you can find the supplies. I believe Drogan can, Harry said. And I believe he will listen to me. To find them. Not to burn. To retrieve. Even as he said it, he knew the idea was mad. How do you have a dragon retrieve sacks of grain? But the desperation in the room was a tangible thing. Daenerys looked from the map, marking the site of the ambush, to Harry's determined face. She saw not a boy, but a potential solution. A gamble of breathtaking scale. If you are wrong, she said softly, you die. And we lose any hope of those supplies. If we do nothing, Harry countered, echoing her own lesson, people die anyway. Of hunger. Of disease. She closed her eyes, weighing the life of one strange boy against the lives of thousands. When she opened them, the decision was made. Prepare. You leave at first light. Esser Jorah, Dario, you will take a fast cavalry unit and follow the dragon's path. If, when Harry finds the cache, you secure it and bring it home. Grey Worm, double the guards on the walls. If this is a trick to draw our forces out, the city must hold. The orders were given. The council dissolved into a frenzy of activity. Harry was left standing by the table, the reality of what he had just volunteered for crashing down on him like a wave. Tyrion, who had been silent throughout, lingered. He came to stand beside Harry, looking at the map. A dragon rider on a supply run, he mused. It's either the most brilliant or the most stupid tactical decision in the history of warfare. I can't decide which. He looked up at Harry. You're scared. Yes. Good. Only idiots aren't scared of jumping off a cliff on the back of a wildfire. Remember, up there, you are not in control. You are a passenger on a force of nature. Your job is not to steer. Your job is to suggest. Gently. And to hold on very, very tightly. That night, Harry didn't sleep. He stood at his window, looking at the stars over the sea. He thought of his mother's song. He thought of the cupboard. He thought of the feeling of Drogan's scale under his hand, of the image of flight. He was not a wizard from a lost world. He was not the queen's weapon. He was not even the dragon's treasure, not quite. He was about to become something else entirely. Or he was about to die. As the first gray light touched the eastern desert, he walked down to Drogan's chamber. The dragon was waiting, awake, alert. Its great eye reflected the torchlight, holding a keen, eager intelligence. It knew. Harry stood before him, his heart a frantic drum. He sent a single, clear thought, find what was taken. For the city. For our home. Drogan lowered its neck, the scales clicking. It was an unmistakable invitation. Harry's hands were slick with sweat. He reached out, found a handhold between two rigid scales, and pulled himself up. The dragon's hide was hot, alive with muscle and power. He scrambled, ungainly, until he was seated just behind the skull, at the base of the neck, where it widened. There was no saddle, no straps, just him, and the dragon. Drogan shifted, a colossal movement that nearly threw him. He clung on, fingers digging into scale edges. He felt the deep breath the dragon took, the expansion of the mighty lungs beneath him. Then, without warning, Drogan turned and launched himself down the wide, cleared corridor that led to an opening in the pyramid's side, a gap made for this very purpose. They moved from gloom to blinding dawn in a second. The world dropped away. Wind, incredible, tearing wind, screamed past Harry's ears. The pyramid shrank beneath him, the city becoming a patchwork of brown and white, the sea a flat blue plain. The sensation was nothing like he had imagined. It was not like flying. It was like being the spearhead of a hurricane. The power surging beneath him was terrifying, exhilarating, absolute. He couldn't breathe. He could only cling, his eyes streaming, his entire being focused on not falling. Drogan leveled out, wings beating with a sound like thunderclaps. The desert unspooled below, a sea of ochre and shadow. Harry's fear began to recede, replaced by a staggering awe. He was flying. He was flying. He leaned forward, pressing himself against the warm neck, and sent the image of the hills, of the ambush site from the map. There. Look. Drogan's head swung, eyes scanning the ground with a raptor's precision. The bond between them was a live wire, humming with purpose. Harry saw through the dragon's eyes, the world rendered in sharp detail, heat signatures glowing, the trails of men and beasts visible as faint, lingering smudges on the land. They found the ambush site quickly, a scattering of dark, bird-picked lumps that were the corpses of men and horses, the shattered remnants of carts. Harry's stomach turned. But Drogan was already circling, his gaze piercing. He saw what human eyes would miss, a heat trace leading away from the carnage, into a narrow, winding canyon. Follow. Drogan dove, the world tilting sickeningly. Harry screamed, the sound lost in the wind. They plunged into the canyon's shadow, wings tucked, moving with a serpent's grace between towering walls of rock. And there, hidden in a deep cave mouth, they saw it, piled sacks, stacked crates. The stolen supplies, guarded by a dozen men who now looked up, their faces dissolving into masks of pure, petrified horror. Drogan didn't need instruction. A warning rumble built in his chest, a sound that shook stones loose from the canyon walls. The men broke, scattering like ants. Drogan landed before the cave with a crash that sent dust billowing. He turned his head, his eye on Harry. The message was clear, here. Now what, small one? Harry, trembling, slid from the dragon's neck. His legs almost buckled. He stood before the mountain of supplies, then looked at the dragon, then at the empty canyon. He had found them. Now he had to get them home. He had done the impossible. And far behind, the dust cloud of Esser Jorah's approaching cavalry was just visible on the horizon. The plan had worked. But as Harry stood there, dwarfed by the dragon and the looted wealth of a starving city, he knew nothing would ever be the same again. He had flown. The sky was no longer a limit. It was a domain. And in the heat haze of the canyon, Drogan watched his rider, and the concept in his mind solidified from possibility into fact. Mine. Rider. The flight back to Astapor was a blur of wind-whipped delirium and bone-deep exhaustion. Harry didn't ride so much as he was carried, a limpet clinging to the shuddering, living mountain of Drogan's neck. The dragon flew lower, slower, as if sensing the fragile state of its passenger. The desert unspooled beneath them, a vast, indifferent tapestry of sun-baked rock and sand, but Harry saw none of it. His world had narrowed to the feel of scale under his clenched fingers, the burn of muscles pushed past their limit, and the roaring silence in his head where the dragon's will had been a torrent. He was only vaguely aware of the shadow they cast over the walls of Astapor, of the distant, ant-like scattering of people in the streets, of the unsullied on the battle falls who stood like bronze statues, spears held rigid. Drogan didn't go to the public plaza. He angled towards the pyramid, towards the gaping maw of his own private entrance, and landed on the wide terrace with an impact that jarred Harry's teeth and sent a final, electric shock of pain through his aching body. Hands were on him then, pulling him down. He collapsed into the arms of two unsullied, his legs refusing to hold him. He was dimly aware of Daenerys's face, pale and fierce, her violet eyes scanning him for injury before looking up at Drogan. The dragon gave a short, satisfied huff, smoke curling from his nostrils, then turned and disappeared back into the gloom of his chamber, the sound of his scales on stone like a landslide receding. Harry was half carried, half dragged to his rooms. The maester was there, poking and prodding, muttering about exposure, dehydration, muscle strain. Harry submitted numbly. His mind was still thousands of feet in the air, still fused with the predatory focus of the dragon. The maester forced a bitter-tasting draught down his throat, and a thick, woolly numbness began to spread through his limbs. He slept for 18 hours. When he woke, it was dark. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was back in the sky, the bed tilting beneath him. He sat up, gasping. The room was still. The only light came from the city's torches glimmering far below his window. He was on solid ground. He was in the pyramid. He was alive. He swung his legs out of bed. Every muscle screamed in protest. He felt battered, hollowed out, but vibrantly, painfully alive. He had flown on a dragon. He had found the stolen supplies. He had done it. A soft knock came at the door. Before he could answer, it opened. Daenerys entered, alone. She carried a single candle in a holder, its flame painting her face in golden shadow. She wore a simple robe, her hair loose. She looked younger, and utterly weary. "They are bringing the last of the grain and medicine into the lower storerooms now," she said without preamble, her voice low. Esser Jorah's men secured the canyon. The attackers were long gone. "You saved a city, Harry Potter." The words should have felt triumphant. They felt like a weight. "Drogan saved it," he croaked, his throat raw from the desert wind. "Drogan went where you asked. He saw what you needed him to see." She set the candle on the table and sat in the chair beside his bed. In the intimate, flickering light, the queen was gone, replaced by a young woman burdened by impossible choices. What was it like? He didn't have the words. It was like being a leaf on a hurricane. But the hurricane was aware. It knew I was there. It listened. She nodded, her eyes distant. "When my brother Viserys spoke of taking back the Seven Kingdoms, he talked of the Iron Throne, of bending knees, of his birthright. When I dream of Westeros, I dream of the flight. of seeing it from the sky, as Aegon did, of being above it all. Untouchable. She looked at him, her gaze sharpening. You have touched that dream now. You know its taste. Is it everything you imagined? It's more, he whispered. And it's less. It's lonely. And it's so powerful. You could burn anything. You could see everything. He struggled. It makes the world feel small. And that's frightening. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. A wise observation. Few conquerors ever learn it. She leaned forward. The world is not small, Harry. It is vast and cruel and complicated. A dragon can burn a field, but it cannot make the grain grow. It can terrify an army, but it cannot win the loyalty of a single heart. That is the work left to those of us on the ground. She stood, picking up the candle. Rest. Your body needs it, and your spirit will need it more in the days to come. You are no longer my secret. You are not even just the dragon's chosen. You are a rider who has returned from a successful mission. The story is already spreading. It will change how everyone sees you. How they treat you. How they fear you. She left him in the dark, the echo of her words mixing with the phantom sensation of flight. The next morning, the change was immediate. The servant who brought his breakfast tray didn't just bob a curtsy and flee. She lingered, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror, staring at him as if he'd grown wings himself. They say you flew on the black demon's back, she whispered in broken common tongue before scurrying out. Missandei arrived for his lesson, but the subject was not history or herblore. She carried a small, polished piece of obsidian. Look, she said, holding it up to the light from the window. What do you see? Harry saw his own reflection, distorted, shadowed. Myself. You see a surface. A face. But the truth of the stone is inside. Black, hard, formed in fire. The world now sees only the surface of you, the dragon rider. They will project onto that surface their hopes, their fears, their stories. You must know the truth of what is inside, or their projections will shape you into something you are not. It was perhaps the most personal thing Missandei had ever said to him. How do I do that? By remembering who you were before the dragon. The boy from the cupboard. The boy who boiled water for the sick. The boy who misses his mother. That boy is the core of the stone. Do not let him be consumed by the fire. His body was too sore for Esser Jorah's drills, so the knight took him to the armory instead. It was a long, low hall smelling of oil, metal, and leather. Esser Jorah didn't speak of swordplay. He stopped before a stand displaying various types of armor, plate, mail, boiled leather. A rider is vulnerable, Esser Jorah said, his voice gruff. Arrows, crossbow bolts, even a lucky spear thrust from below. The Targaryens of old wore specially crafted plate. You are not a knight, and you have no squire to harness you. But you cannot go up there again dressed in linen. He picked up a vest of overlapping black scales. Dragon scale. From a long dead beast. It is light, flexible, and harder than steel. It will turn most blades and all but the heaviest arrows. He held it out. It's yours. A gift from the queen. Do not make her regret the expense. Harry took the vest. It was surprisingly light, the scales cool and smooth to the touch. It felt like a second skin, a promise of protection, and also a uniform. A marking of what he had become. The true test came in the afternoon. Daenerys summoned him to the dragon chambers. Not just Drogan's, but the interconnected spaces where all three now resided, the walls between them partially knocked down to create a single, cavernous arena. The heat was staggering, a dry, oppressive blanket. Viserion and Rhaegal were unchained. Drogan's act of liberation had made the other dragons' restraints seem not just cruel, but pointless. Their muzzles were still on, but their legs were free. They paced, restless kings in a stone kingdom. Daenerys stood in the center, small and defiant. They are restless. They feel the change. They know one of their own has flown with a rider. She looked at Harry. You bridged the gap with Drogan. Now you must help me bridge it with them. They must understand that this new freedom includes obedience. That the sky is not just for chaos, but for purpose. She walked towards Viserion. The cream dragon lowered its head, chuffing softly. Daenerys placed a hand on its snout. He is calmer. He accepts the muzzle because he trusts me. But he watches the sky where his brother flew with envy. She turned to Rhaegal. The green dragon snorted, a jet of smoke bursting against its muzzle's grate. He does not trust. He only wants. He wants the sky. He wants to burn his frustrations away. She came back to Harry. You will fly again. Soon. We must. The world will not wait. But we cannot have one dragon rider. We must have a host. A family. Her eyes burned with the intensity of her vision. You will help me reach Rhaegal. Your bond with Drogan is one of possession. Your bond with Viserion is one of friendship. With Rhaegal, it must be one of respect. Of shared fury, directed. It was an impossible task. But standing in the heat, with the dragon's immense presences pressing against his senses, it felt like the only task. He approached Rhaegal. The green dragon stopped its pacing and stared at him, its bronze eyes unblinking. Harry didn't send feelings of calm. He opened himself up, letting Rhaegal feel the aftermath of the flight, the lingering terror, the exhilarating power, the fierce satisfaction of the hunt, of finding the prey. He let him feel the ache in his muscles, the raw wind on his face. He shared the memory of the canyon, of the scattering men, of Drogan's dominating presence. He sent a question, sharp as a blade, do you want that? Or do you want to gnaw your chains in the dark? Asterisk. Rhaegal's response was a surge of heat, a mental roar of pure, unadulterated want. Images of flight, of fire unleashed, of the green dragon sweeping over the walls of Yunkai, turning the harpy statues to molten slag. It was a vision of apocalyptic vengeance. Harry didn't flinch. He took that rage, that destructive desire, and he focused it. He imposed an image from the plaza, the three of them, in formation, a wall of scale and will. He imposed the idea of waiting. Of power held in reserve, becoming more terrible for its patience. He showed Rhaegal a vision not of mindless burning, but of strategic fire. Of being the spear point of a queen's justice, not a wild force of nature. It was a manipulation, a channeling, and Rhaegal, whose mind was all impulse and passion, was susceptible to it. The dragon, rage didn't diminish. It was given a shape, a target. The green dragon let out a long, low rumble, its gaze fixed on Harry with a new, unsettling intensity. It was not friendship. It was recognition. You understand the fire. You will aim it. Asterisk. It was a pact with something far darker than Drogan's possessive instinct or Viserion's gentle curiosity. When Harry left the chamber, he felt stained, as if he'd been handling hot pitch. Daenerys saw it on his face. It is not a clean thing, she said. Quietly, walking beside him. To rule is to use what tools you have. Even if those tools are living, feeling creatures. The alternative is to let the tools use you. Is that what I am? Harry asked, the question bursting out of him. A tool for you to use to control your tools. She stopped, turning to face him in the dim corridor. You are the bridge, Harry. Bridges are walked upon. They bear weight. They connect two shores that would otherwise be separate and hostile. It is not a glorious purpose. It is a necessary one. She reached out, her hand hovering near his cheek but not touching. You asked for a place. You have the most important place in my kingdom. Do not mistake its difficulty for worthlessness. That night, the dreams returned. But they were not of cupboards or falling. He dreamed he was Drogan, circling high over a green, rainy land of forests and rivers. He felt the dragon's longing for this place, a genetic memory of home. Then the dream shifted, and he was Rhaegal, trapped in a net of glowing, golden chains that burned where they touched, a cage of light. And he was Viserion, crying a silent, mournful song for a sibling it had never known, an egg that had turned to stone in a cold, dark place. He woke with the dragon's emotions clinging to him, homesickness, rage, grief. They were not just weapons. They were orphans, too. A few days later, when he had regained some strength, Daenerys called him to the terrace at dawn. Drogan was already there, a colossal silhouette against the paling sky. He was fitted with a makeshift harness, thick straps of leather and bronze, crafted by the pyramid's frantic armorers based on ancient drawings. It was crude, but it had holds for hands and feet, and a central strap to secure his torso. It is time, Daenerys said. Her face was set, but her eyes shone. We must solidify this. You must learn, not just to cling, but to guide. To be a rider in truth. Harry's heart hammered, but the fear was now mixed with a desperate yearning. He wanted that sky again. He approached Drogan. The dragon lowered its head, sniffing the new harness with disdain, but allowed it. With Esser Jorah's help, Harry was strapped in. The leather was stiff, the buckles cold. He was tied to the dragon. The finality of it was terrifying. Remember, Esser Jorah growled, checking the last strap. You are not in command. You are in conversation. Suggest. Do not demand. Daenerys stepped forward. She placed a hand on Drogan's neck, speaking to him in Valyrian. Then she looked at Harry. Show him the bay, the coastline. Let him stretch his wings. And, come back. Drogan needed no further urging. He launched from the terrace, and once again, the world fell away. This flight was different. The harness changed everything. He was secure. He could use his hands. He could sit up, could look around without fearing an immediate, plummeting death. He could think. As they soared over the churning gray-blue waters of Slaver's Bay, Harry experimented. He leaned left, pressing his leg against Drogan's neck. The dragon banked left. He leaned right, and they banked right. A gentle pressure forward, and Drogan dipped into a shallow dive. A pull back, and he leveled out. It was not steering a horse. It was collaborating with a force of nature. Drogan was allowing the guidance, interpreting the pressure. It was a dialogue written in muscle and wind. Harry laughed, the sound whipped away by the gale. He felt a surge of pure, unadulterated joy. For the first time since arriving in this brutal, terrifying world, he felt a semblance of control. Of mastery. This was a power he could learn. A language he could speak. Drogan felt his joy. The dragon's wingbeats grew stronger, more exuberant. He climbed higher, spiraling on a thermal until the air grew thin and cold, and the curve of the world was visible at the horizon. Up here, there was no Astaper, no Yunkai, no queens or slaves or missing parents. There was only sun, sky, wind, and the immense, faithful power of the creature beneath him. He was not Harry Potter, the freak. He was not the queen's weapon. He was not even the dragon's treasure. He was a rider. And as they turned back towards the smudge of the city on the coast, Harry knew, with a certainty that was both thrilling and desolate, that he would never be content with the ground again. The sky had claimed him as surely as the dragon had. And far below, in a hidden room within the pyramid, a small, scarred raven pecked at a window, desperate to get out. It had seen the boy and the dragon return from the desert. It had seen them fly out at dawn. Its black, beady eyes held an intelligence no simple bird should possess. It finally forced the latch, tumbled into the air, and flew not towards the city, but east, towards the sea, carrying a message etched on a tiny scroll tied to its leg. The message was in a code known only to one man, a man who called himself the Spider. It read, "The egg has hatched. The dragon has a rider. The game has changed. Asterisk. The wind over the bay had a new bite, carrying the first, faint scent of the distant summer storms that churned the Jade Sea. It was a clean, salty smell, a world away from the dust and despair of Astaper. Harry leaned into it, the dragon scale vest cool against his skin, the harness straps a familiar, comforting pressure. Drogan banked in a wide, lazy arc, responding to the slightest shift of his weight. Below, the coastline was a scribble of white surf and ochre rock, the city a geometric smudge of pale stone fading into the haze behind them. This was the fifth flight. Each one had been longer, bolder. They had chased seabirds, soared over fishing skiffs that fled before them like startled water bugs, and once, Harry had guided Drogan into a steep, breath-stealing dive that ended in a blast of flame that vaporized a rogue wave, leaving a cloud of hissing steam in their wake. That had been Drogan's idea, a display of pure, exuberant power that Harry had felt in his own bones as a fierce, shared joy. He was learning the dragon's language. It was written in thermals and pressure, in the tension of muscle beneath scale, in the flick of a wingtip. He was also learning its limits. Drogan's endurance was immense, but not infinite. After an hour of hard flying, Harry could feel a subtle weariness in the great wingbeats, a desire to find a sun-warmed rock and rest. He was learning to read the dragon's body as surely as he was learning to guide it. Today's flight had a purpose, set by Daenerys. Scout the northern approaches, she had instructed, her finger tracing the coast on the painted table. The Yunkai grow bold. I want to know if they are moving troops, building siege lines. See without being seen. So Harry had guided Drogan high, using the scattered clouds as scant cover, his eyes scanning the barren, hilly terrain north of the city. He saw nothing but scrubland, the occasional herd of scraggly goats, and the dusty ribbon of the coastal road, empty. He was about to signal a turn for home when he saw it. A glint, not from the ground, but from the sea. A flash of white sail, too large for a fishing boat, far out in the bay. Then another. And another. A fleet. Sloops, carracks, even a few massive galleys, their oars moving in slow, disciplined unison. They flew no banners he could make out, but their course was clear, a wide, sweeping arc that would bring them to anchor just north of Astaper, out of catapult range, but close enough to blockade the harbor. His blood went cold. He leaned forward, pressing his cheek against Drogan's neck, urging the dragon lower for a better look. Drogan responded, tilting into a shallow dive. The wind scream increased. As they drew closer, Harry could make out the decks swarming with men, the sun glinting off spearpoints and helmets. This was not a trade convoy. This was an invasion force. A new glint, from the lead galley. A flash of polished bronze. A war machine. A scorpion, its massive bolt loaded, being cranked around to track their descent. Danger. The thought was a lightning strike, pure instinct. He pulled back hard on the harness, his mind shrieking the warning to Drogan. Up. Asterisk. Drogan, sensing the sudden spike of fear, reacted instantly. His wings snapped out, catching the air with a sound like thunder, halting their dive and sending them climbing at a dizzying angle. A heartbeat later, Harry heard a sharp THWUNK from below, saw a dark streak zip through the air where they had just been, before the massive bolt plunged harmlessly into the sea. His heart tried to batter its way out of his ribs. They had been shot at. They had been targeted. Rage, hot and immediate, boiled up from Drogan through their bond. The dragon wanted to turn, to dive on the fleet, to bathe the insolent wooden insects in fire. Harry could feel the furnace in the creature's belly kindling, the desire to burn. No. He projected the command, layering it with the image Daenerys had shown him on the map. The fleet is a strategic problem, not a target for immediate wrath. He showed the scorpions, the many arrows, the risk. Home. Tell the queen. Asterisk. The conflict in Drogan's mind was a storm. The insult demanded fire. The rider demanded caution. With a furious, smoke-chuffing snort that shook Harry in the harness, the black dragon obeyed, turning its head away from the fleet and beating its wings with powerful, aggrieved strokes back towards the city. The flight back was tense, the earlier joy extinguished. Harry's mind raced. How many ships? How many men? Were there more scorpions? The Yunkai had been preparing. They had known a dragon might scout. They were ready. He guided Drogan not to the public terrace, but to the mustering yard inside the walls, where Unsullied drilled. The dragon landed with a heavy thud, scattering a unit of soldiers who reformed ranks with impassive discipline. Harry fumbled with the harness buckles, his fingers clumsy with adrenaline, and half fell, half slid to the ground. His legs trembled. Grey Worm was there instantly. You saw. A fleet, Harry gasped. 30 ships, maybe more. Big ones. Troops. They have giant crossbows. They tried to shoot us. Grey Worm's expression didn't change, but his eyes hardened. He barked an order in Valyrian. Horns began to sound from the walls, a low, mournful note that echoed across the city. The alarm. By the time Harry, escorted by a full squad of Unsullied, reached the chamber of the painted table, the council was already assembling. Daenerys stood at the head, her face like marble. Esser Jorah, Daario, Tyrion, and Missandei were there, along with a few of Grey Worm's officers. Report, Daenerys said, her voice clipped. Harry told them what he had seen, his words tumbling out. The number of ships, the troops, the scorpion. They were waiting for us. They knew to look for a dragon. Daario slammed a fist on the table. I said they were getting bold. They mean to strangle us. Cut off the sea, then starve us out. A blockade is an act of war, Esser Jorah said grimly. They test our response. If we do nothing, they will grow bolder. They will land troops. They will siege the city in earnest. And if we attack the fleet with dragonfire, Tyrion interjected, we reveal our greatest weapon's limitations. Those scorpions are a direct counter. One lucky shot. He left the sentence hanging, his eyes on Harry. How accurate was it? It missed, Harry said. But only because we turned in time. It was aimed well. They have ballistae designed for dragons, Missandei said quietly. The histories speak of them in the Rhoynar Wars. They are called Dragon's Bane. The Triarchy of Volantis used them. Then we cannot risk Drogan in a direct assault on the fleet, Daenerys concluded, her fingers tracing the carved wooden ships someone had placed on the map of the bay. Not yet. We must break the blockade another way. We must shatter their morale before they can land. How? Esser Jorah asked. Our navy is a dozen fishing boats and 3 rotten hulks. Daenerys's violet eyes lifted from the map and settled on Harry. There was no warmth in them now, only the cold calculus of a commander. They shot at my dragon. At my rider. That is not just an act of war. It is a personal insult. One that demands an answer. She paused. But not the answer they expect. They will be looking to the sky, to the sea. They will have their scorpions trained upwards. She walked around the table until she stood directly before Harry. They will not be looking for a single, small shadow moving on the water. In the dark, a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's cool air traced Harry's spine. What do you mean? Drogan cannot approach the fleet from the air without great risk. But from the sea, a low, fast approach, under the cover of night, she glanced at Dario. You have men who are adept at silent work. Dario's grin was a flash of white in his tanned face. My stormcrows have fingers lighter than a whore's promise, your grace. We can get a small boat close. Very close. To do what? Harry asked, dread coiling in his gut. Daenerys's gaze was unwavering. To deliver a message. A message of fire. But not dragon fire. She leaned in. Your fire, Harry. The kind that comes from within. The kind that can be placed. Precise. Devastating. You will go with them. You will touch their flagship. And you will burn it to the waterline from the inside out. The room was utterly silent. Esser Jorah looked horrified. Tyrion's face was a mask of fascinated dread. Missandei's lips were pressed into a thin, bloodless line. You want me to sneak onto a warship full of soldiers and set it on fire? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. I want you to show them that attacking what is mine has consequences they cannot predict or defend against, Daenerys said, her voice low and fierce. I want them to wake in the night to find their greatest ship in Inferno, with no dragon in sight, no enemy army at the gates. I want them to fear the dark. I want them to fear you. The plan was insanity. It was a desperate, brutal gamble. But as Harry looked at the carved ships on the map, symbols of the noose tightening around the city, around the people in the hospice, around the dragons in their stone prison, he saw the brutal logic of it. A dragon in the sky was a known terror. A boy who could summon fire from his hands in the belly of your ship was a phantom, a nightmare. It would break their certainty. He thought of the scorpion bolt slicing through the air. He thought of Drogan's rage. He thought of the chains, visible and invisible, that bound them all. He nodded. When? Tonight, Daenerys said. The moon is new. The dark will be your friend. The rest of the day was a frantic, nightmarish preparation. Dario selected 4 of his quietest, deadliest stormcrows, men with names like Flea and Whisper, who smiled with their eyes but not their mouths. In a locked room, they showed Harry a model of a Yunkish galley, pointing out the weak points, the rudder post, the mainmast base, the tar-soaked rigging stores, the magazine where spare bolts for the scorpions were kept. You touch here, here, and here, Flea said, his voice a soft rasp, tapping the model with a dirty fingernail. Make the fire hot. Fast. It will climb the mast, eat the ropes, find the pitch and the tar. It will be an oven in minutes. Esser Jorah, looking like he was attending a funeral, fitted Harry with pieces of the dragon scale armor under a dark, close-fitting tunic. It will stop a glancing blade, maybe a weak thrust. It will not stop a spear driven with force. Do not be seen. Missandei came last. She didn't speak of strategy. She handed him a small, leather pouch. Crushed feverfew and poppy milk, she said. For pain, if you are injured. Do not take it unless you must. It will cloud your mind, and you will need your mind. She held his gaze. The fire you must call tonight is not the fire of anger, or even of justice. It is the fire of the surgeon's cautery. Quick, clean, terrible. Do not let it become a wildfire in your soul. As dusk fell, Harry was taken to a secluded cove south of the city, where a narrow, black-painted skiff waited, its oars muffled with cloth. Drogan was there, a vast, restless shadow in the growing dark. Daenerys stood before him. This is different from the plaza, she said, her face pale in the twilight. This is not a symbol. This is a knife in the dark. You do this for Astaper. For the dragons. For the future we are building. She placed a hand on his arm, the touch brief and surprisingly gentle. Come back. He climbed into the skiff with the 4 sellswords. They pushed off into the gentle swell. The oars dipped silently. Astaper's lights dwindled behind them. The only sounds were the lap of water, the creak of wood, and the frantic beat of Harry's heart. It took 2 hours of tense, silent rowing to approach the fleet. The Yunkish ships were dark shapes against a slightly less dark sky, outlined by the faint, bobbing lights of lanterns on their decks. The flagship was the largest, a great, three-masted monster in the center of the formation. Whisper, at the bow, pointed. A sentry ship, a small sloop, drifted between them and the flagship. They waited, barely breathing, as it slowly turned on the current, presenting its blind side. Then, with a few powerful, silent strokes, they slipped past it, into the heart of the enemy fleet. The smell of tar, stale wine, and unwashed men grew stronger. They could hear voices, laughter, the clank of metal from the nearby ships. The skiff nudged against the towering, tar-smeared hull of the flagship. A grappling hook, wrapped in cloth, was thrown up, catching silently on the rail. One by one, the sellswords swarmed up the rope, shadows among shadows. Harry followed, his arms burning with the effort, the scale vest feeling impossibly heavy. He rolled over the rail and onto the deck, pressing himself into the deep shadow of the scuppers. The deck was not deserted. A few sailors lounged by a dim lantern amidships, playing dice. Guards stood at the prow and stern, but their posture was slack, bored. They felt safe, surrounded by their fleet. Flea touched his shoulder and pointed. A hatch led below, to the lower decks. Their target. They moved like ghosts. A sentry at the hatch was dispatched with a quick, sickening crunch of a garrote and dragged into the shadows. Flea pulled the hatch open. The smell that wafted up was overpowering: sweat, vomit, moldy hay, and the coppery tang of fear. The slave rowers' deck. They descended into a suffocating gloom, lit by a few guttering oil lamps. Hundreds of men were chained to their benches, asleep or staring vacantly into the dark. The air was thick with despair. Harry's stomach turned. This was the engine of the ship, a hell of human misery. But they had no time for liberation. Flea led them forward, past the rowing deck, to a locked door. Whisper made quick work of the lock with two thin pieces of steel. The door swung open into a storeroom. Barrels of tar, coils of rope, stacks of wooden scorpion bolts. And in the corner, smaller kegs, the ship's store of lamp oil. Here, Flea breathed. Make it hot. Make it fast. We have perhaps 3 minutes once it starts. The other sellswords melted back towards the hatch to stand guard. Harry was alone in the storeroom with the makings of an inferno. He placed his hands on a barrel of tar. He closed his eyes. He could not afford the slow, gentle heat of the hospice. He needed a spark that would become a conflagration. He thought of the scorpion bolt. Of the chains on the rowers. Of Daenerys's words, a message of fire. Asterisk. He found the hollow place. He thought not of sunlight, but of the heart of the pillar of flame he'd made in the dragon pit. Of Drogan's cleansing jet. He focused that memory into a single, white-hot point of intent. Burn. Asterisk. Heat flared from his palms into the wood of the barrel. Not a spreading warmth, but a sudden, violent ignition. The tar inside didn't just heat, it exploded. The barrel ruptured with a whump, spraying sticky, burning goo across the storeroom. The neighboring barrel caught. Then the ropes. Then the lamp oil. Fire, hungry and roaring, bloomed in the confined space. The heat was instant, unbearable. Smoke, black and choking, billowed. Now. Flea's hand grabbed his collar, yanking him back. They fled the storeroom, pulling the door shut behind them, but it was too late. Flames were already licking under it, climbing the walls. An alarm bell began to clang wildly on the deck above. Shouts of panic erupted. Go! Go! Flea shoved him towards the rowers' deck. They sprinted through the bewildered, chained slaves, who were now waking to terror, pulling at their manacles. Up the ladder. Onto the main deck. Chaos. Sailors were running, screaming, throwing buckets of sand at the flames that were already visible through the deck planking, climbing the mainmast. The Scorpion crew was abandoning their weapon, fleeing the intense heat. The skiff. Whisper hissed. They ran for the rail. A Yunkish officer, sword drawn, barred their way. Saboteurs. He bellowed. Flea's dagger flickered in the firelight, and the officer fell gurgling. They swung over the side, down the rope, into the waiting skiff. The sellswords pulled at the oars, heaving them away from the burning Leviathan. Harry looked back. The flagship was a torch against the night. Flames danced in its rigging, poured from its hatches. The screams were not just of panic now, but of agony. Men were jumping into the dark water. Other ships were scrambling to get away, their neat formation dissolving into panic. He had done it. He had delivered the message. But as the skiff pulled into the dark, the burning ship painting the waves in hellish orange, Harry felt no triumph. He felt the heat of the fire on his face, heard the distant screams, smelled the acrid smoke. He saw the chained rowers in his mind, trapped below as the fire spread. He had not been a surgeon with a cautery. He had been an arsonist in a tinderbox. He looked down at his hands, unmarked, resting in his lap. They were the hands that had boiled water to save lives. And they were the hands that had just condemned hundreds to a fiery or drowning death. The taste in his mouth was not of salt spray, but of ashes. And in the roaring of the flames fading behind them, he thought he heard a new, whispering voice in the back of his mind, cold and satisfied, a voice that was not his own, and was not the dragon's. Good, asterisk it seemed to say. Very good, asterisk. The silence in the skiff was thick, broken only by the rhythmic dip of muffled oars and the ragged sound of Harry's own breathing. The burning flagship was a fading, furious star on the black water behind them, its reflection painting the waves in blood and oil. The screams had dissolved into the crash of collapsing timbers and the hiss of steam. The smell of burnt wood and something far worse, a sweet, greasy stench, clung to the air, following them like a curse. No one spoke. The sellswords, Flea and Whisper and the others, rode with a grim, focused intensity, their eyes fixed on the distant, dark line of the Astapori coast. They had done their job. They had delivered the weapon and retrieved it. The weapon sat in the stern, huddled in his dark clothes, shivering though the night was warm. Harry stared at his hands, pale in the faint starlight. They looked clean. They felt cold. But in his mind, they were stained. He could still feel the violent push of heat, the instant, obedient conflagration. He could see the barrel rupturing, the spray of fire. He could hear the first screams, not of soldiers, but of the chained men below, the slaves whose prison he had turned into a furnace. Missandei's words echoed, hollow and mocking. The fire of the surgeon's cautery. This had been no clean incision. This had been an amputation by wildfire. The skiff scraped onto the gravel of the hidden cove. Strong hands hauled him out. Drogan was a deeper black against the night, a restless silhouette. Daenerys stood before him, a torch held high, her face a mask of tension that broke into fierce, blazing triumph as she saw him whole. "You did it," she breathed, the words hot with vindication. Grey Worm's scouts report the entire fleet is in disarray. The flagship is gone. They are pulling back, scrambling to reform. You broke their will before they ever set foot on my shore. She gripped his shoulders, her fingers biting. You have saved Astapor. Again. Harry looked past her, at the satisfied, feral gleam in Dario's eyes, at Esser Jorah's grim, approving nod. They saw a victory. A brutal, necessary stroke. He saw the faces of the rowers, eyes wide in the firelight as they pulled at their chains. The men below, he said, his voice a stranger's rasp. The slaves. On the oars. Daenerys's smile faltered, just for a second. They were casualties of war. The masters who chained them were responsible for their fate, not you. You struck a blow for every slave in this bay. Her grip tightened, compelling him to look at her. This is the price, Harry. This is the weight of the bridge you carry. You cannot save everyone. Sometimes, to free the many, you must accept the loss of the few. It was the same cold calculus Tyrion had spoken of. It felt like a poison in his veins. He was led back to the pyramid, not to his chambers, but to the chamber of the painted table. A celebration of sorts was underway. Wine was poured. Dario was already telling an embellished version of the story to a group of off-duty stormcrows. The mood was one of grim relief, of a cornered animal that had just bitten back. Harry stood by the wall, a ghost at the feast. He accepted a cup of water from Missandei. Her eyes, when they met his, held no judgment, only a profound, weary understanding. The soul washes clean slower than the body, she murmured, before moving away to attend to Daenerys. Tyrion sidled up to him, his own cup full of wine. He didn't offer congratulations. He took a long sip and said, the first kill is always the hardest. Even if it's by proxy. Even if it's 100 kills at once. I didn't kill anyone, Harry whispered, the light tasting foul. You lit the match in a powder keg. The distinction is academic to the men who burned. Tyrion's gaze was sharp, unsparing. The question is not whether you did it. The question is what you do with the feeling now. Do you let it fester into guilt, which is useless? Or do you let it harden into resolve? The latter is more useful to a queen. And to a dragon rider? Harry had no answer. The hollow place inside him felt different. Not empty, but charged. As if the violent release of power had left behind a residue, a dark, vibrating echo. It felt like the shadow of the pillar of flame, now living under his skin. He was excused from lessons the next day. Missandei said it was by the Queen's order. You need to rest, to integrate the experience. But he knew it was because he looked like what he was, a boy who had seen a nightmare of his own making. He wandered the upper levels of the pyramid, a specter in its own halls. The servants gave him a wider berth than ever, their glances no longer just odd, but tinged with a new, superstitious fear. The boy who burns ships in the night. He ended up in the library, not to read, but for the silence. He found himself in the section on Valyria again, his fingers tracing illustrations of the doom, rivers of fire, mountains splitting, dragons falling from ash-choked skies. A civilization that had played with fire until it consumed them. Seeking parallels. He flinched. Esser Jorah Mormont stood in the aisle, his arms crossed. The knight looked older in the dusty library light, his face carved from worn leather. I don't know what I'm looking for, Harry admitted. Absolution. Esser Jorah's tone wasn't unkind, but it was blunt. You won't find it in books. You find it in purpose. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. What you did last night was ugly. It was war. And war is never clean. But it was also necessary. That fleet would have blockaded this city. They would have starved us. Then they would have stormed the walls. Thousands would have died, freedmen, unsullied, the Queen herself. The dragons would have been chained or killed. You saved all of them. The cost was high. But war is a ledger written in blood. The only choice is which side of the ledger you write on. Does it get easier? The question was a child's plea. Esser Jorah's stern eyes softened, just a fraction. No. It gets familiar. You learn to carry it. You learn that the weight is the proof that you're still a man, and not a monster. The day it feels easy is the day you're lost. He placed a heavy hand on Harry's shoulder. The Queen needs you strong. Not numb. Strong. Can you be that? Harry looked at the illustration of the crumbling Valyrian tower. He thought of Drogan's trust, of Viserion's gentle curiosity, of the children in the hospice who had lived because of boiled water. He thought of the rowers, burning. I don't know, he said again, truthfully. Esser Jorah nodded, as if that was answer enough. Then find out. The dragons will help. They don't understand guilt. They understand action. And loyalty. The advice led him, as it always did, downwards. The heat of the dragon chambers was a welcome shock, a searing baptism that burned away the lingering chill of the night. The smell of ash and musk was familiar, grounding. He went to Viserion first. The cream dragon was dozing, but it rumbled a welcome as he approached. Harry didn't try to communicate the horror. He simply sat beside the great, warm bulk, leaning against a scaled leg. He let the dragon's simple, placid presence wash over him, the contentment of full belly, the pleasure of sun-warmed stone. Viserion sent a gentle pulse of curiosity, a question about the strange, sour tang of his emotions. Harry sent back an image of the fire on the water, not the screams, just the terrible, beautiful light. He sent his own confusion, his sickness. Viserion nuzzled him, a gesture of comfort. Its response was a feeling of clean, primal logic. Fire burns. That is its nature. You are fire. Do not mourn its work. It was not an absolution. It was a dragon's perspective, terrifying in its simplicity. Rhaegal was more direct. The green dragon, sensing his turmoil, was energized by it. It sent him images of the burning ship with fierce approval. It showed him its own fantasies of sweeping over Yunkai, of reducing its pyramids to molten slag. It shared his anger, his desire for retribution, and amplified it. Being near Rhaegal felt like standing too close to a forge, exhilarating and dangerous. It didn't soothe his guilt, it offered to replace it with a purer, hotter rage. But it was Drogan he needed. The black dragon was in its chamber, more still than usual, its great head resting on its foreclaws, watching the entrance. As Harry entered, Drogan's eye tracked him, holding a deep, knowing intelligence. The bond between them hummed, carrying the after-image of the flight, the scorpion bolt, the shared fury, and now, the complicated, human aftermath. Harry walked right up to the massive head and placed his forehead against the warm scale between the dragon's eyes. He didn't send images or words. He opened the floodgates and let it all pour out, The cold terror in the skiff, the violent surge of power, the horrific beauty of the fire, the crushing weight of the screams, the ash in his mouth, the queen's triumphant praise that felt like a brand, the knight's grim wisdom that felt like a sentence. He showed Drogan the chained rowers. For a long moment, there was no response. Just the immense, patient presence of the dragon, absorbing the storm of human emotion. Then, a concept formed, not in words, but in a complex, multi-layered impression. Drogan showed him the desert from the sky. A herd of gazelle, running. A lioness, singling out the slowest, the weakest, bringing it down. The herd, now safer, moves on. The lioness feeds her cubs. It was nature. Brutal, necessary, clean. There was no guilt in the lioness. There was only the act, and its consequence. Then the image shifted. It showed the dragon itself, as a hatchling, snapping at a chain, burning the hand that held the whip. The satisfaction of the burn. The necessity of it to survive. The final impression was a fusion, Harry, not as a lioness or a hatchling, but as a part of Drogan's own fire. A weapon in the dragon's claw. The fire did not regret burning. The claw did not regret wielding. Together, they protected the territory, the horde, the family. The rowers on the ship were not of the territory. They were enemy, or they were collateral. In the dragon's world, the distinction was irrelevant. They were fuel. It was the coldest comfort imaginable. It offered no pardon for his humanity. It demanded he see the world through a dragon's eyes, a landscape of threats and possessions, of fire and dominion. It was an invitation to shed the weight of guilt and embrace the purity of power. Harry pulled back, trembling. He looked into the dragon's ancient eye and saw himself reflected, tiny and fraught. Drogan stared back, waiting. The question was implicit: which will you be? The boy who grieves the fuel? Or the fire that shapes the world? Asterisk. He didn't have an answer. But in the dragon's gaze, he felt the guilt begin to harden, not into numbness, but into something else, a grim, accepted burden. The bridge he was could not afford to be made of fragile things. It had to bear the weight of fire and blood. He spent hours there, in the silent communion, letting the dragon's perspective seep into his bones. When he finally left, he felt older. The hollow place inside was no longer an empty ache or a charged echo. It was a fortified space, a keep where a part of him now stood guard, dragon-eyed and watchful. In the days that followed, the change in him was subtle but visible. He attended Missandei's lessons with a sharper focus. He absorbed the strategies of war, the histories of conquest, not as dry facts but as manuals for survival. He drilled with Esser Jorah with a new, quiet intensity, no longer just learning moves, but internalizing the mindset of a fighter, the assessment of threat, the economy of violence. He flew with Drogan daily, their bond deepening into a seamless partnership. He learned to guide the dragon not just with his body, but with focused bursts of intent through their link. They practiced maneuvers, steep dives, tight turns, silent glides. It was no longer just flight, it was training for war in the sky. One evening, Daenerys called him to her private chambers. The mood was different from the celebratory council after the burning. It was somber, strategic. The Yunkai fleet has withdrawn to their own waters, she said, studying a new report on the table. But they are not defeated. They are regrouping. And they are not alone. My spies in Marine report that the wise masters there are stirred. They see my success with you, with the dragons, as an existential threat. They are talking of an alliance. A grand alliance to crush Astaper before our unnatural power can spread. She looked up, her violet eyes grave. We have won a respite. Not a victory. Our time is shorter than I hoped. We must solidify our position. We must make Astaper unassailable. And we must show our strength in a way that makes alliance against us seem like suicide. How? Harry asked. His voice was calm. He noticed she no longer treated him like a child to be shielded, but as a counselor. A demonstration, she said. But not a reactive one, like the ship. A proactive one. A show of such overwhelming, coordinated force that it will freeze the blood in the veins of every slaver from here to Volantis. She walked to the window, looking out at her city. The dragons, Harry. All three. And you. He waited. The chains are off their legs. The muzzles remain. They are symbols of restraint. Of fear. She turned, her face etched with a painful resolve. It is time to remove the muzzles. In public. Before the city. And then, it is time for them to fly. Not just Drogan with you. All three. Together. A flight over Astaper, a display of the family restored, of power unleashed but under control. Our control. The audacity of it took his breath away. To unmuzzle Rhaegal and Viserion in front of a terrified populace. To have all three dragons airborne at once. It was an enormous risk. If one dragon, spurred by sudden freedom or a stray noise, broke formation, dove into the crowd. They will be seen as monsters unleashed, he said, echoing her own earlier fear. Or they will be seen as my loyal children, answering my call, she countered. The narrative is everything. You will be with them. You will be on Drogan's back. Your presence will signal that this is not an outbreak of chaos but a muster of forces. You are the proof of the bond. And if Rhaegal decides to hunt instead of fly in formation, then you and Drogan must stop him, she said, her voice flat. You must be the alpha. The pack leader. The bridge must now also be a gate. You must be able to command them, through Drogan, through your own will. The responsibility was colossal. It meant becoming not just a rider, but a dragonlord in truth. It meant accepting the mantle of the power that had horrified him days before, and wielding it with conscious, terrifying purpose. He thought of the burning ship, of the dragon's perspective. Fire burns. That is its nature. He was part of that fire now. He could either be consumed by it, or he could learn to direct its blaze. He met Daenerys's gaze. When? 3 days. At noon. In the Plaza of Purification. We will make a ceremony of it. A coronation of fire. She came closer, her voice dropping. This is the next step, Harry. The step from defense to undeniable power. There will be no going back after this. For you, or for me. He nodded. There was no hesitation in the gesture. The boy who breathed the fuel was receding, folding himself into the fortified keep inside. The fire that could shape the world was stepping forward. I'll be ready, he said. And in the deep places of the pyramid, as if sensing the shift in the one who shared its fire, Drogan let out a long, low rumble that was not a roar, but a sound of deep, anticipatory satisfaction. The game was changing. The territory was about to be marked. And in a tower in Marine, a Giscari noble with a face like a worried hawk read a coded message from Astaper. It spoke of the boy's growing control, of the planned spectacle, of the unmuzzling. He did not show it to his fellow masters. Instead, he fed it to a small, blue-glowing brazier in his room. As the parchment curled to ash, he whispered a prayer to the harpy, not for victory, but for a specific kind of chaos. He then wrote a second message, in a different code, and sent it not by Raven, but by a mute slave who knew only the road to the ruins of Valyria. The message was simple: the catalyst is prepared. The flame is ready to be stolen. Come before the queen makes him a king. Asterisk. The air in Astaper the morning of the unmuzzling tasted of baked dust and anticipation, thick enough to choke on. The usual city clamor was subdued, replaced by a low, anxious hum that seemed to vibrate up from the very stones. The Plaza of Purification had been cleared, not just of people, but of all debris, leaving a vast, empty expanse of sun-bleached flagstones shimmering in the heat. A triple ring of Unsullied stood at the perimeter, their bronze scales and spears forming an impassive, gleaming wall. Beyond them, the citizens of Astaper packed every rooftop, balcony, and alley mouth, a silent, watchful sea of faces. Harry stood in the shadow of the pyramid's great entrance, the dragon scale vesta familiar, heavy second skin over a simple black tunic. Beside him, Daenerys was a vision of controlled power in a gown of deep crimson, her silver hair intricately braided and coiled, a delicate crown of dark metal resting on her brow. She looked like a queen from the oldest songs, beautiful and utterly terrifying. Her face was a serene mask, but he could feel the tension humming in her, a tightly coiled spring. Remember, she said, her voice low, for his ears only. This is not just a show of strength. It is a communion. You are the thread that binds us. Your calm must be absolute. Your will must be the still center of the storm. He nodded, his mouth too dry to speak. His own calm was a fragile fiction, a layer of ice over a churning ocean. The memory of the burning ship was a cold ember in his gut, but he had walled it away, locked it in the fortified keep with the grieving boy. The part of him that stood forward today was the rider, the fire wielder, the bridge. It felt like wearing a suit of armor 2 sizes too big. From the dark maw of the pyramid, the sound began. A deep, resonant scraping of scale on stone, punctuated by the heavy, rhythmic thud of massive feet. The crowd's murmur died into a breathless silence. They emerged into the blinding noon sun, one by one. First, Viserion. The cream and gold dragon padded out with its usual graceful deliberation, but its head was held high, its great wings rustling with restless energy. The cruel iron muzzle was a stark, black blasphemy against its beautiful scales. Then, Rhaegal. The green dragon emerged like a striking serpent, quick and tense, its bronze eyes scanning the crowd, the vast empty space, the sky. It snarled against the muzzle, a puff of smoke jetting from the grate, and the crowd flinched as one. Finally, Drogan. The black dragon did not walk. He flowed out, a tidal wave of shadow and heat, his presence expanding to fill the plaza. He ignored the humans, his gaze fixed on his brothers, then on Harry. The connection between them was a live wire, humming with shared purpose and a predatory watchfulness. The three dragons formed a loose triangle in the center of the plaza, Drogan at the point closest to the pyramid, Viserion and Rhaegal flanking behind. The silence was absolute, broken only by the click of a scale, the hiss of a breath. Daenerys stepped forward, into the space between the dragons and the watching world. She raised her arms. People of Astapor. Her voice, amplified by the perfect acoustics of the space, rang out clear and commanding. You have known fear. You have known chains. You have seen these creatures as monsters, as weapons of a forgotten age. She turned, her gown sweeping the dust, and faced the dragons. But they are not monsters. They are my children, and they have known chains as you have. She walked towards Rhaegal. The green dragon watched her, its body taut. She stopped within arm's reach, fearless. This iron, she said, her voice dropping but still carrying, is a symbol of the old world. Of masters who fear what they cannot break. She looked past Rhaegal, to the crowd. Today, we break it. She nodded to Harry. This was his cue. He walked forward, his boots sounding too loud on the stone. The eyes of the city, of the queen, of the three immense predators, were all on him. He went not to Daenerys, but to Drogan. He placed a hand on the black dragon's jaw, feeling the familiar, vibrant heat, the solidity of bone and scale beneath. He sent a single, clear command through their bond, steady them. Asterisk. Drogan's eye swiveled to him, then back to his brothers. A low, rumbling note vibrated through the ground, a sound of unmistakable authority. Viserion immediately stilled, settling onto its haunches. Rhaegal twitched, but at a sharper mental nudge from Drogan, a silent snarl that Harry felt as a pressure in his own skull, the green dragon forced itself to be still, though smoke continued to seep from its nostrils. Heart hammering, Harry left Drogan and approached Rhaegal. This was the most dangerous part. The green dragon's energy was a barely contained explosion. Its eye, the color of molten ore, fixed on him as he drew near. He could feel its rage, its impatience, its burning desire to be free of the hated iron. He didn't try to project calm. He projected dominance. He let Rhaegal feel Drogan's will, channeled through his own. He let it feel the collective focus of the thousands watching. He imposed an image of the sky, not as a place for chaos, but as a formation, the three of them flying in perfect, terrible unison. This is the freedom I offer, asterisk he sent. Not the freedom of the beast, but the freedom of the sovereign. Will you take it? Asterisk. Rhaegal's mind was a furnace of conflict. The desire to lash out warred with the deeper, instinctual understanding of the Alpha's command Drogan, and the strange, compelling will of the small fire walker. With a final, shuddering exhale that reeked of sulfur, Rhaegal lowered its head, presenting the heavy muzzle lock to Harry. Daenerys, watching, gave a nearly imperceptible nod to Grey Worm. Four unsullied, moving with the silent precision of ghosts, approached. They carried not weapons, but heavy iron rods and a massive, forged key. At a gesture from Harry, they set to work on the complex lock at the back of Rhaegal's muzzle. The sound of metal on metal was obscenely loud in the silence. Rhaegal flinched, a growl building in its throat. Harry kept his hand on the dragon's neck, pouring a steady stream of focused intent into their link. Wait. It is almost done. Asterisk. With a final, grating clank, the lock sprang open. The Unsullied leapt back as the heavy iron contraption, weighing hundreds of pounds, fell from Rhaegal's jaws and hit the flagstones with a crash that echoed off the pyramid. For a second, nothing happened. Rhaegal stood frozen, its mouth slightly agape. Then, it moved. Its jaws opened wider, testing the new, unlimited range. A low, experimental rumble built in its chest, deepening into a roar that was not of anger, but of sheer, overwhelming relief. It was a sound of tectonic plates shifting, of mountains acknowledging the sky. The crowd cried out, many falling to their knees, covering their ears. Rhaegal shook its great head, stretched its neck, and blew a jet of clear, golden flame 50 feet into the air, a triumphant torch. The heat wave washed over the front ranks of the crowd. Panic threatened to break, but Daenerys raised her hands again. "Behold," she cried, her voice cutting through the terror. "The first chain is broken." The ceremony repeated with Viserion. The cream dragon was pliant, almost eager, trilling softly as the Unsullied worked. When its muzzle fell away, it didn't roar. It made a sound like a chorus of deep, ringing bells, a song of pure joy, and nuzzled Daenerys's outstretched hand gently before blowing a delicate, shimmering spiral of pale flame into the air. Then, it was Drogan's turn. But Drogan needed no Unsullied. As Daenerys approached, the black dragon lowered its head. With her own hands, she unclasped the simpler, heavier fastenings of his muzzle. It fell away, and Drogan lifted his head to the sun, his mouth opening in a silent exhalation that was more powerful than any roar, a vast, heat-hazed distortion of the air above him, a visible claim of sovereignty. The three dragons were free. Unmuzzled. Their combined presence was a physical pressure, a wall of scale and latent fire. Daenerys turned to face Harry, her eyes blazing. "Now," she commanded. He climbed onto Drogan's back, the harness familiar. As he settled into place, he looked at Rhaegal and Viserion. He didn't need words. He sent the image again, sharp and clear, the formation. Drogan in the lead, Viserion to the left and behind, Rhaegal to the right. He poured his will into it, and felt Drogan amplify it, project it to his siblings with the force of a royal decree. Drogan launched himself upwards. The wind screamed. The plaza shrank. Harry glanced back. Viserion followed instantly, its graceful wings catching the light. A heartbeat later, with a powerful thrust that kicked up a cloud of dust below, Rhaegal followed. They climbed, the three of them, into the hard blue bowl of the sky. Harry on Drogan, leading. Viserion, a stream of cream and gold. Rhaegal, a green shadow. They leveled out 1,000 feet above the city. Harry leaned, and Drogan banked into a wide, slow circle over Astaper. Viserion matched the turn perfectly. Rhaegal, after a moment of rebellious lag, fell into place. They flew in formation. A perfect, terrifying triangle of myth made real. From below, it must have been a sight to stop hearts. The synchronized beat of three pairs of vast wings, the sun gleaming on scales of black, cream, and green. The silent, majestic circuit over the city, a living crown of power. Harry felt it all. Drogan's proud lead, Viserion's joyful compliance, Rhaegal's grudging, simmering alignment. He was the conduit, the focal point. The bridge was holding. More than holding, it was bearing the weight of three unleashed gods. They completed one circle, then a second. On the third, as they passed over the harbor, Harry felt a spike of pure, undiluted malice from below. It wasn't from the dragons. It was a sharp, focused point of alien cold amidst a sea of human awe and fear. He looked down. On the roof of a tall, narrow building near the wharves, a figure stood apart from the crowd. A man in drab robes, his face in shadow. But Harry could feel his gaze, like a needle of ice. And he felt something else, a faint, terrible resonance, a twisted mirror of his own hollow place. A pull, not of warmth, but of a sucking, greedy cold. The man raised an arm, not in salute, but in a sharp, angular gesture. From the direction of the desert, a speck appeared, growing with impossible speed. Not a bird, something darker, trailing a faint, phosphorescent green vapor. It arrowed directly towards them, towards the formation. An arrow. A projectile. It was too fast. Drogan saw it. A warning shriek tore from his throat. He banked hard, violently. The formation shattered. Viserion veered off with a cry of alarm. Rhaegal, disoriented, let out a roar of challenge. The green streaking missile shot through the space where Drogan's wing had been a second before. It didn't miss entirely. It grazed Rhaegal's trailing hind leg. There was no explosion, no burst of flame. Where the green substance touched, Rhaegal's scales didn't burn. They rotted. They turned black, brittle, and crumbled away like ancient parchment, revealing the raw, smoking flesh beneath. The dragon screamed, a sound of such shocking, profound agony that it cut through the sky like a knife. The green bolt continued, spent, and tumbled down towards the city, disintegrating into vile smoke before it hit. Chaos erupted, in the sky and on the ground. Rhaegal was falling out of formation, wingbeats erratic, its agonized roars shaking windows. Viserion was circling nervously, shrieking. Drogan, with Harry clinging on, wheeled, his rage a bonfire in Harry's mind. He wanted to dive, to find the source, to burn. No. Harry screamed into the bond, forcing every ounce of will he had. Rhaegal, help him! The command, fueled by panic and the raw, shared pain from Rhaegal's scream, pierced Drogan's battle fury. The black dragon hesitated, then let out a furious bellow and turned towards his wounded brother. Below, the plaza was a riot. The crowd was stampeding, trampling each other to get away. The unsullied lines buckled. Daenerys was a spot of red, surrounded by her guards, looking up, her face a mask of horror. Harry guided Drogan close to Rhaegal. The green dragon was in terrible distress, its flight wobbly, the wound on its leg festering, the greenish-black decay spreading visibly. Its pain flooded Harry, a white-hot brand of corruption. Land. Harry projected to both Drogan and Rhaegal. Back to the plaza. Now. Drogan, taking charge, flew beside his brother, hurting him, supporting him with the pressure of his wingbeats. Viserion, confused but loyal, followed. The three dragons descended in a ragged, desperate cluster towards the now empty plaza, scattering the last few stragglers. They landed hard. Rhaegal collapsed onto its side, thrashing, its roars now weakening to pained whimpers. The stench from the wound was abominable, sweet and putrid, like rotting meat and chemical poison. Harry slid from Drogan's back and ran to Rhaegal, ignoring the danger, ignoring everything. The dragon's great eye rolled to look at him, filled with agony and a bewildered betrayal. The green-black decay was creeping, eating up the leg. He didn't think. He acted. He dropped to his knees beside the festering wound and placed both hands on the crumbling, blackened scales at the edge of the corruption. He called on the hollow place. But not for fire. He thought of the hospice. Of the gentle, healing warmth of the sun on a reed. Of clean water. He thought of life, of growth, of pushing back the rot. He poured that intention, that desperate, defiant will to heal, into the dragon's flesh. A different kind of heat bloomed from his hands. Not the violent orange of destruction, but a pure, clear, gold-white light. It radiated from his palms, sinking into the corrupted flesh. The reaction was violent. The black decay hissed, smoking, as if fighting the light. Rhaegal screamed again, a fresh wave of agony. But Harry held on, pouring more of himself, more of that clean, healing fire into the wound. He felt the hollow place draining at a terrifying rate, not with the exhaustion of exertion, but with the profound cost of creation, of reversal. Slowly, agonizingly, the advance of the corruption halted. The blackened area ceased spreading. Then, inch by tortured inch, it began to recede, the dead flesh sloughing away to reveal raw, pink, new skin beneath. The gold-white light from Harry's hands flickered, dimmed. He was at his limit. The wound was still grievous, a massive, bleeding burn, but the insidious, spreading poison was gone. His vision grayed at the edges. He slumped forward, his hands falling away from Rhaegal's leg. The last thing he saw was Daenerys rushing towards him, her face a blur of fear and awe, and Drogan's massive head lowering protectively over both him and his wounded brother. The magnificent, unifying flight had lasted 3 minutes. It had ended in poison, pain, and a new, terrifying vulnerability. The message of the unmuzzling had been sent. But so had a counter-message, from the shadows: your dragons are not invincible. Your rider can be reached. And we have weapons you cannot understand. As darkness took Harry, the cold, sucking resonance he'd felt from the robed man lingered in his mind, a promise and a threat. The game was no longer about fire and dominion. It was about survival against a magic far older, and far fouler, than his own. Silence. A thick, woolly silence that pressed against Harry's ears, broken only by the slow, labored rasp of his own breath. He floated in a gray nowhere, pain a distant, muffled throb. There were no dreams. No dragons. Just the profound, draining emptiness of a well scraped down to bare, dry stone. A smell brought him back. Not the rot of Rhaegal's wound, but the clean, sharp scent of antiseptic herbs and the underlying, coppery tang of blood. He opened his eyes. The ceiling of his chamber swam into focus, the familiar dragon carvings now looking like mocking, skeletal imprints. His body felt leaden, every muscle a separate ache. But the worst was inside. The hollow place was a raw, tender cavity, scraped clean. Using his power to heal had felt like tearing out a piece of his own soul and stuffing it into a bleeding hole. A figure moved at the edge of his vision. Missandei. She was grinding something in a mortar, her movements precise, her face composed, but the skin around her eyes was tight with strain. "You have been unconscious for a day," she said without looking up. Her voice was its usual calm register, but it held a new, brittle edge. The maester despaired. "The queen would not allow him to bleed you. She said your magic had its own tides." Rhaegal. The word was a dry croak. Missandei paused her grinding. "Alive. The wound is stable. The flesh is raw, but it heals as normal flesh heals. The green corruption is gone. You burned it out." She finally looked at him, her pale blue eyes holding an unsettling intensity. "No one has ever done such a thing. Not in any record. To heal a dragon, with fire that does not burn. It wasn't fire," Harry whispered, closing his eyes against the memory of the gold-white light, of the cost. "It was the opposite. A negation of a curse," Missandei stated. She set the mortar aside and brought a cup of bitter-smelling tea to his lips. "Drink. It will help with the weakness. The queen has posted a double guard on your door. And on the dragon chambers." Harry drank, the liquid hot and revolting. "The man on the roof. Did they catch him?" "No. He vanished. As if into smoke. The bolt he used, it left a residue. Grey Worm collected samples. It is not of this world. Or not of any world the maesters understand. It smells of tombs and bitter almonds." She took the empty cup. "The attack was not meant to kill a dragon. It was meant to wound. To poison. To demonstrate a capability. To scare us. To show that your power has a counter," Missandei corrected. "That there are older, darker magics that do not play by the rules of fire and scale." She stood, smoothing her robes. "The queen will wish to see you when you are able. But first, you must eat. You must regain your strength. The world has grown sharper, Harry Potter. And it is pointing many edges at you." Over the next 2 days, he was a prisoner in his own rooms, nursed by Missandei and watched over by Unsullied, whose vigilance was a palpable force. Servants brought food, rich broths, honeyed grains, but they would not meet his eyes. The story of the failed flight, of the green poison, of his collapse, had spread. He was no longer just the dragon rider, the lucky charm. He was a point of failure. A vulnerability that had been exposed. On the 3rd day, when he could walk without swaying, Daenerys came. She entered alone, closing the door softly behind her. She looked exhausted, the regal composure frayed at the edges. There were shadows like bruises under her violet eyes. "How is Rhaegal?" was his first question. "In pain. Angry. But healing. The leg will scar, but he will fly again." She walked to the window, her back to him. "The poison was a thing of sorcery. My advisors are divided. Esser Jorah believes it was a one-off weapon, procured at great cost from the Shadowlands beyond Ashai. Dario thinks it's a trick, a show to make us fearful. Tyrion," she turned, her expression grim. "Tyrion believes it is an opening move. A declaration that the conflict has entered a new theater. One where armies and dragons may not be enough." She came and sat in the chair beside his bed. The queen was gone. In her place was a young woman facing a puzzle with pieces that cut her hands. "When you healed Rhaegal, the light you used. Was that the same as your other fire?" "No. It was pulling instead of pushing. Giving instead of taking. It cost more. Life for life," she murmured, a haunted understanding in her gaze. "Magic always has a price. The sorcerer who shot that bolt paid a price. You paid a price." She leaned forward. "We must understand this new enemy. We cannot fight shadows with only dragonfire. We need knowledge." "The library," Harry began, "has nothing on green bolts that rot dragon scale," she interrupted. "But it may have other things. Histories of lost magics. Of wars fought not with swords, but with curses." She fixed him with her stare. "You will resume your lessons with Missandei. But the subject will change. You will study the arcane. The forbidden. You will look for mentions of corrosive magics, of poisons that target magical creatures. You will become our scholar of shadows." It was a new role, just as daunting as riding a dragon. He was to hunt for ghosts in parchment. "And the dragons?" he asked. "They are restless. Viserion is fearful. Rhaegal is a knot of pain and fury. Drogan, she shook her head. He is like a caged storm. He feels the insult, the attack on his brother, the threat to you. He paces his chamber like it is a cell. The sky calls to him, but I dare not let him fly. Not until we know from where the next bolt might come. So he was grounded. They all were. The next morning, Missandei arrived not with her slate, but with an armful of the oldest, most fragile-looking scrolls and codices from the deepest shelves of the library. The air in his room grew thick with the smell of dust, crumbling vellum, and the peculiar, dry scent of ancient ink. They pored over accounts of the Rhoynar Wars, where water wizards had fought Valyrian dragonlords. They read fragmented tales from the Age of Heroes, of walkers in the ice and creatures of shadow. They studied bestiaries that spoke of basilisks whose gaze could petrify, of manticores with venom that made flesh bubble. Nothing matched the specific, chilling description of the bolt that had struck Rhaegal. It was exhausting, mind-numbing work. His head ached from squinting at faded glyphs and translating awkward High Valyrian poetic descriptions of magical battles. But he learned. He learned of blood magic, of sacrifices to gods with unpronounceable names, of shadow binders from Ashai who could weave darkness into blades. Most of this is superstition, Missandei said one afternoon, carefully rolling up a scroll that promised a ritual to summon a storm. But all superstition has a seed of truth. The green bolt was real. Therefore, the seed exists somewhere in this mulch of fear and legend. During breaks, when his eyes threatened to cross, Harry would go to the dragon chambers. Not to fly, but to sit. To be present. Viserion's chamber was a haven of quiet anxiety. The cream dragon was subdued, its songs replaced by a watchful tension. It would nuzzle him, seeking reassurance he couldn't fully give. He shared with it feelings of safety, of guarded walls, of patience. Viserion responded with a fragile trust, but its eyes often drifted to the ceiling, to the sky it could not reach. Rhaegal's chamber was a prison of pain and rage. The green dragon lay on its side, the massive, livid burn on its hind leg a stark testament to the attack. It would not let Harry near the wound. Its communications were sharp, laced with images of the green streak, of the robed man, of a desire for vengeance so pure it was a white-hot coal. Harry didn't try to calm it. He met its rage with a focused, cold promise of his own: we will find them. We will answer. It was the only language Rhaegal understood now. Drogan's chamber was the most unsettling. The black dragon was a study in contained, seismic fury. He did not pace. He stood like a statue of jet, his eyes burning coals in the gloom. His mind, when Harry touched it, was a landscape of silent, planning violence. He was mapping the city in his head, calculating angles of attack, judging the strength of walls. He was thinking like a general. And his primary objective was clear: find the source of the threat, and erase it. Harry's presence was a tether, the only thing holding back that contained storm. Their bond was a taut wire, singing with shared frustration and a dark, burgeoning need for retribution. It was after one of these tense visits, as Harry walked the quiet corridor back to his room, that he felt it again. That cold, sucking pull. Fainter this time, a ghost of the sensation from the rooftop. It came from a side passage he'd never taken, a narrow, downward-sloping tunnel that smelled of damp and disuse. He stopped. The two unsullied guards behind him stopped as well, their spears coming to a subtle ready position. The pull was wrong. It wasn't calling him. It was leaking. A crack in something. Against all sense, against Esser Jorah's drills, he turned and walked into the side passage. The Unsullied followed without a word, their silence more accusing than any protest. The tunnel was old, its walls slick with condensation. The torchlight from the main corridor faded, leaving them in near darkness. The cold pull grew stronger, making the hollow ache inside him twinge in sympathy. It felt like a wound in the world. The tunnel ended in a heavy, iron-bound door, slightly ajar. A forgotten storeroom, perhaps. The cold emanated from within. Harry pushed the door open. The room was small, circular, and utterly empty save for one thing. In the center of the floor, drawn in what looked like crushed charcoal and a substance that gleamed dully like dried blood, was a symbol. It was a complex, spiraling glyph that hurt the eyes to look at. The air above it shimmered, not with heat, but with a terrible, bone-deep cold. And in that shimmer, for a fraction of a second, Harry saw something else. Not the room. A glimpse of a different space, a cavern of black stone, lit by a sickly green phosphorescence. And a figure, hooded, turning as if sensing his gaze. Then the vision snapped. The glyph on the floor flared with a silent, black light and crumbled to worthless ash. The cold vanished, replaced by the normal damp chill of the pyramid. But the impression remained. The connection had been two-way. He had felt the cold pull. And something on the other end had felt him. "Grey Worm," he said, his voice echoing strangely in the small space. "I need to see the Queen. Now." In the chamber of the painted table, Harry described what he had seen. The glyph, the cold, the vision. Daenerys listened, her face growing paler with each word. Tyrion, present for the meeting, stopped drinking. "A scrying spell," Tyrion said quietly. "Or a ward. Or both. Someone was looking in. Or they left a magical tripwire. And you set it off." "They know I felt it," Harry said. "The figure in the cave, it turned." "Then they know their magic is detectable to you," Daenerys said, her fingers drumming a tense rhythm on the table. "That is an advantage. A small one." She looked at Grey Worm. "Search every inch of the pyramid. Every forgotten cellar, every blocked-up passage. Find any other such marks. Burn them." "Your Grace," Tyrion said, "this confirms it. This is not the work of younkish sellswords. This is a player with knowledge we do not possess. Someone who traffics in magics that make dragonfire look straightforward." "Who?" Daenerys demanded, her frustration boiling over. "The warlocks of Karth are broken. The maesters of Aldtown hoard knowledge but despise magic. The shadowbinders of Ashai are said to serve only death, and the great other," Missandei finished, her voice a whisper. She had entered silently. "There is another name. One from older tales. Before Valyria. When the world was younger and darker. The blood mages of the great empire of the dawn. They sought to bind not just dragons, but the very fabric of life and death. Their ruins are said to be hungry." A chill that had nothing to do with magical glyphs settled over the room. They were fighting an enemy without a face, without an army, armed with a weapon they couldn't comprehend. "We cannot sit and wait for the next bolt," Daenerys declared, her will hardening. "We must take the knowledge to them. We must understand what this magic is, what it wants." She looked at Harry, a desperate, determined light in her eyes. "You found the glyph because you felt its resonance. Your magic is the key. You must learn to use it as a dowsing rod. To find the source of this corruption." "How?" Harry asked, the weight of yet another impossible task settling on his shoulders. "By learning its opposite," she said. "You healed Rhaegal with a light that fought the decay. That power is your defense. You must learn to summon it at will. Not just to heal, but to sense. To detect the corruption before it strikes." She turned to Missandei. "Find every text, every fragment, that speaks of protective magics, of wards, of purifying fire." That is his study now. And so, his education pivoted once more. From history to herblore, from swordplay to dragonlore, and now to the nebulous, terrifying realm of defensive magic. Missandei, with her inexhaustible patience, guided him through cryptic poems about light that banishes the deep shade, and alchemical formulas for essence of dawn dew. It was abstract, frustrating work. He would sit for hours, hands outstretched, trying to summon not heat, but that pure, gold-white light. Most of the time, nothing happened. Sometimes, a faint, warm glow would flicker over his skin and die. The hollow place, still recovering, felt unresponsive, as if the act of healing had scarred it. He felt useless. Grounded, studied to exhaustion, and no closer to protecting the dragons or himself. A week after the attack, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. He was in the library, slumped over a massive, water-damaged tome titled The Celestial Harmonies of Aetherius, his eyes glazing over. The book was nonsense, full of star charts and rantings about the music of the spheres. But a marginal note, scribbled in a different, neater hand, caught his eye. Where the world is wounded, the light bleeds in. To mend the tear, one must not oppose the dark, but become the needle, threaded with dawn. It was the most practical thing he'd read in days. Become the needle. Not a wall against the darkness, but a precise instrument to sew the wound shut. He closed his eyes, letting the words roll in his mind. He thought not of summoning a great light, but of focusing his own awareness, his magic, into a single, sharp point of intent. He thought of the hollow place not as a well of power, but as the eye of the needle. He imagined drawing a thread of that clean, healing warmth through it, not to push out, but to feel. He held out his hand, palm up, in the dusty library air. He wasn't trying to produce light. He was trying to sense imbalance. Corruption. The tear. At first, nothing. Then, a faint, familiar cold prickled at the edge of his perception. Not in the room. Distant. Below. He turned his hand, focusing. The sensation grew slightly stronger. It was coming from the direction of the dragon chambers. From Rhaegal. He stood, leaving the book open, and walked quickly through the corridors, his hand held before him like a dowser's rod. The unsullied guard followed, a silent shadow. He entered Rhaegal's chamber. The green dragon slept fitfully, its wounded leg twitching. Harry approached slowly, his palm outstretched towards the great, bandaged burn. The cold feeling spiked, not from the healed wound itself, but from deep within the flesh, a lingering, minuscule seed of the poison, buried like a splinter too deep for his earlier healing to extract. It was a latent trace, a sleeping sickness. He didn't try to pull it out. He became the needle. He focused his will into a filament of pure, intentful light and threaded it gently into the wound, seeking that cold seed. He found it. A speck of absolute nullity, a tiny hole in the world where life was not allowed. With infinite care, he wrapped his thread of light around it and pulled. It came free with a sensation like a rotten tooth yielding. Rhaegal shuddered in its sleep, then let out a deep, relieved sigh, its body relaxing into a more natural slumber. The bandage over the wound seemed to brighten, the stain of sickness fading from the cloth. Harry lowered his hand, sweating, but not drained. He had used precision, not brute force. He had mended a tear. He looked at his palm. He hadn't produced a visible light. But he had acted as light. He had a tool. Fragile, nascent, but real. He was no longer just a weapon, or a scholar, or a bridge. He was becoming a healer of wounds in the world itself. And the first wound he needed to heal was the one festering in the shadows, aimed at their hearts. He now had a way to find it. The heat in the dragon chambers was a dry, familiar embrace, but it did nothing to melt the cold knot of dread in Harry's stomach. Rhaegal slept, the deep, rasping breath of true rest a stark contrast to the pained twitches of before. The hidden splinter of poison was gone, drawn out with the delicate, needle-thread precision he was slowly mastering. Yet the victory felt hollow. They had won a skirmish against a lingering symptom. The disease itself was still out there, in the dark, plotting. He stood before Drogan. The black dragon's eye was a pool of molten obsidian, holding not just intelligence, but a profound, simmering impatience. The connection between them thrummed with a shared, frustrated energy. Images flashed from dragon to boy, the open sky, the memory of the green bolt streak, the cramped stone of the chamber that now felt less like a territory and more like a cage. "We are grounded," Harry sent, the concept laced with his own bitterness. "Ground is for prey." Drogan's response was a wave of contempt, followed by a vivid, violent fantasy of the pyramid's walls cracking, of the sky reclaimed in a burst of flame and flying stone. It was a temptation to unleash that raw, destructive power. To answer shadow with an inferno so vast it would scorch the very concept of hiding. But the memory of the glyph's cold intelligence, of the robed figure in the phosphorescent cave, held him back. Fire was an answer to armies, to fleets. It was a blunt instrument against a foe who struck from the spaces between things. "Not yet," he whispered aloud, his hand resting on the warm scale of Drogan's jaw. "We need to see in the dark first." A new presence entered the chamber, not through the entrance, but a subtle shift in the air, a scent of cloves and old paper. Tyrion Lannister stood at the edge of the torchlight, his expression unreadable. "Consulting with your partner in tyranny?" Tyrion asked, his tone light but his eyes serious. "He's not a partner," Harry said, not turning. "He's Drogan." Semantics. The effect is the same. Tyrion took a careful step closer, eyeing the dragon with the wary respect of a mouse studying a sleeping lion. "The queen is planning a counter move. Not with dragons. With whispers." That got Harry's attention. He turned. "Whispers. Information is a currency, and we are bankrupt. We don't know who shot that bolt, from where, or why. Daenerys is mobilizing every spy, every informant, every traitor with a grudge against Yunkai or a taste for our gold. She's casting a net across Slaver's Bay. But nets have holes." Tyrion's gaze fixed on Harry. "You, however, might be able to feel the fish without needing to see it." Harry frowned. The glyph. The cold pull. Precisely. Your new sensitivity. The Queen wants to use it. She's sending out small, fast teams to suspected locations, old ruins, hidden coves, places where unnatural things are rumored to happen. You would accompany them, not to fight, to listen, to feel. The idea was both thrilling and terrifying. To leave the pyramid, to actively hunt the source of the threat. But to be out in the open, a target. Drogan cannot come, Tyrion finished. A dragon is not subtle. This is a job for shadows and a boy who can sense the chill in them. He sighed. It's a risk. A monumental one. If you are caught, or killed, we lose. More than a weapon. We lose our only key to understanding this new magic. But sitting here, waiting for the next bolt to find its mark, that is a slower death. Harry looked back at Drogan. The dragon's eye held his, and he felt a surge of possessive protest through the bond. Mine. Stay. Asterisk. To protect what is mine, asterisk Harry sent back, layering the thought with the image of the robed figure, of the poisoned seed in Rhaegal's leg. I must hunt the hunter. Asterisk. Drogan's rumble was one of grudging, unhappy understanding. The dragon's mind was tactical. It recognized the need for reconnaissance, even if it despised the vulnerability it entailed. 2 days later, Harry found himself in a nondescript stable yard on the city's edge, dressed in dark, sturdy travel clothes, the dragon scale vest hidden beneath a plain leather jerkin. He was surrounded not by Unsullied, but by 4 of Dario Naharis's stormcrows. These were not the flamboyant bravos from the palace, these were lean, quiet men with eyes that missed nothing and hands that rested easily on weapon hilts. Their leader was a woman called Lyra, with a scar bisecting one eyebrow and a voice like gravel. She looked him up and down with a clinical dispassion. You feel the weird shit. We kill the weird shit if it shows itself. You stay behind us, you do what we say, you don't touch anything shiny or covered in strange symbols. Understood. Harry nodded, his mouth dry. Their destination was a place called the Weeping Cliffs, a day's hard ride north along the coast. Old tales spoke of a city that had sunk into the sea there millennia ago, and of lights that could sometimes be seen in the sea caves at low tide. It was the kind of place rumors festered. They rode on tough, desert-bred horses, keeping to scrubland away from the road. The sun was a hammer. Harry, who had never ridden a horse before, clung on, his muscles screaming in protest. Lyra and her sellswords moved with an effortless, predatory grace, scanning the horizon constantly. As they neared the coast, the landscape grew jagged, the air cooler, carrying the salt tang of the sea and the mournful cry of gulls. The Weeping Cliffs were a crumbling facade of yellow sandstone, veined with darker rock, pocked with cave mouths that looked like blind eyes. The tide was out, revealing a treacherous landscape of wet stone and deep pools. They left the horses hobbled in a gully and approached on foot. The sense of age was overwhelming. This place felt empty. Not just uninhabited, but abandoned by time itself. Spread out, Lyra ordered softly. Check the larger caves. She pointed a calloused finger at Harry. Do your thing. Harry closed his eyes, trying to shut out the sound of the surf, the calls of the birds. He reached for that focused, needlepoint awareness he'd used on Rhaegal's wound. He let it flow out, not as a searchlight, but as a delicate net of sensation, feeling for the cold, the wrongness, the tear. At first, there was nothing but the natural chill of sea caves, the damp decay of seaweed. Then, as he turned slowly, facing a particularly dark, high crevice, he felt it. A whisper. Not the aggressive cold of the glyph, but a fading echo, like a scent on a breeze that had long since changed direction. It was old. Weeks old, perhaps. But it was the same signature, that same nullity, that same greedy chill. Here, he said, pointing. Something was here. Not anymore. But it lingered. Lyra nodded, signaling 2 of her men forward. They slipped into the crevice, blades drawn. Harry waited, his heart thudding. After a few minutes, one emerged. Empty. But there's a fire pit. Old. And these. He held out a handful of black, glassy shards, the remains of a crucible. And etched into the stone floor where the fire had been, almost worn away by time and tide, was the faint, spiraling edge of a symbol that made Harry's skin crawl. It was a cousin to the glyph in the pyramid. A workshop, Lyra muttered. They made their poison here. Then they moved on. She looked at Harry with a new, grudging respect. Good. You can follow a cold trail. Can you tell which way they went? Harry concentrated again, trying to sense any trailing residue. The echo was too faint, too dissipated by wind and sea. He shook his head. It's gone. They covered their tracks. It was a pattern repeated over the next week. They visited 3 more sites from Missandei's list of places of power, or rumored sorcerers' haunts. A ruined watchtower in the desert that held only dust and scorpions. A sulfurous hot spring said to be favored by fire mages, which yielded nothing but the stink of rotten eggs. A burial complex of a long-dead culture, where the only magic was the oppressive weight of silence and death. At each, Harry stretched his senses. He felt nothing but the natural eeriness of old places. The frustration grew, a hot companion to his saddle soreness and exhaustion. He was a compass pointing at ghosts. On the ride back from the burial complex, under a sky bruised with twilight, the attack came. It was not an ambush of men. It was the land itself that turned against them. One moment, they were picking their way down a rocky defile. The next, the ground beneath Lyra's horse liquefied. The stone didn't crumble, it became a gray, sucking quicksand that swallowed the horse's legs to the knee in an instant. The animal screamed, thrashing. Lyra, with a soldier's reflexes, launched herself from the saddle, rolling clear as her mount was dragged down with horrifying speed, its cries cut off as the stones seemed to solidify again, trapping it up to its neck before it stilled, eyes bulging in terror. Magic! One of the other sellswords yelled, drawing his sword as if it could fight the earth. Harry felt it then, a surge of that same cold wrongness, but active, malicious, directed. It came from the canyon wall to their left. He didn't see a figure. He saw the rock itself twist asterisk, a spear of stone shooting out from the cliff face like a projectile, aimed at another rider. Down! Harry screamed. The man ducked. The stone spear grazed his shoulder, tearing leather and flesh, and shattered against the opposite wall. Harry didn't think. He acted. He threw out his hands, not towards the cliff, but towards the ground around his companions. He called not for fire, but for stability. For the truth of stone. He poured his will into the earth, reinforcing its nature, fighting the corrupting magic that sought to unravel it. A shudder ran through the ground. The patch of quicksand, holding Lyra's horse hardened with an audible crack, becoming ordinary, solid rock once more, though the horse was already dead. The forming stone spear on the cliff aborted, crumbling into harmless gravel. The cold presence recoiled, as if startled by the counter-force. Harry sensed a flicker of surprise, then a swift, retreating withdrawal, like a snake slithering back into its hole. The wrongness faded, leaving only the natural night chill. Silence, broken by the pained gasp of the wounded sellsword and the panicked snorting of the remaining horses. Lyra got to her feet, her face pale under the dirt. She stared at the stone that had swallowed her horse, then at Harry. "You fixed it." "I pushed back the thing that was unfixing it," Harry panted, his head spinning from the effort. It had been like a silent, violent shoving match with an invisible opponent. "Can you find it?" The caster. Harry stretched his senses. The trail was already fading, cold and quick, leading up and over the canyon rim. Gone. "It's fast." Lyra cursed, vicious and fluent. She attended to her wounded man, binding his shoulder. "We're going back. Now. This wasn't a scout or a guardian. This was an attack. They know we're looking. And they don't like it." The ride back to Astaper was tense, conducted at a punishing pace. Harry's mind churned. The enemy wasn't just hiding. They were watching. And they were willing to kill to protect their secrets. The magic he'd felt was different from the bolt, less focused on corruption, more on elemental manipulation. But the signature, the essential cold, was the same. When they reported to Daenerys in the dead of night, the news was met with grim acceptance. "So they are mobile. And defensive," she said, pacing before the painted table. "They have multiple tools, poison for dragons, earth magic for men on the ground. A versatile arsenal." "They felt me push back," Harry said. "They were surprised. I don't think they expected resistance in their own medium." Daenerys stopped, her eyes sharp. "That is our leverage. Their magic is alien to us. But yours is alien to them. You are an unknown variable. We must make that variable count." She turned to Missandei. "The search of the pyramid. What did it yield?" Missandei stepped forward. 3 more glyphs were found. All in disused areas, all inert. They were listening posts. Now destroyed. But their presence confirms the enemy has been inside our walls. Perhaps through magic, perhaps through mundane spies. The sense of violation was complete. They were being watched from without and within. Then we change the game, Daenerys said, her voice dropping to a deadly calm. We stop reacting. We draw them out. We offer a target too tempting to ignore, and we surround it with a trap they cannot sense. What target? Esser Jorah asked, his hand on his sword hilt. Daenerys's violet eyes settled on Harry. Him, the source of their frustration. The dragon healer. The glyph finder. We announce that he will perform a public ritual of purification in the Plaza of Purification. To cleanse the city of the dark magic that attacked us. We make a spectacle of it. We make him seem vulnerable, focused, exposed. Harry's blood ran cold. Bait. And the trap? Tyrion asked, his voice carefully neutral. Will not be made of steel or fire, Daenerys said. It will be made of his growing power. You said you can sense their magic, push against it. We will fill the plaza with people, our people, loyalists, armed not with spears but with faith. We will create a field of normalcy, of grounded life. And you, Harry, at the center, will be a beacon of that opposing force. When they strike, and they will strike, to stop you, to kill you in front of the city and break our spirit, you will not just defend. You will latch on. You will use their attack to trace it back to its source. And then, her gaze swept to Grey Worm. Then we send not an army, but a spear point. A small, fast team, guided by Harry's link, to cut the head from the snake. It was a plan of breathtaking audacity and risk. It hinged entirely on Harry's untested, fragile abilities. On his power to not only defend, but to invert an attack into a tracking signal. They will come prepared, Esser Jorah warned. They have seen his power now. And we have seen theirs, Daenerys countered. The element of surprise is gone for both sides. Now it is a test of strength, and will. We must believe ours is stronger. She looked at Harry, and for a moment, the mask of the calculating queen slipped, revealing the desperate gambler beneath. Can you do this? Harry thought of the cold suction of the glyph, the liquefying stone, the rotting wound. He thought of Drogan's restless fury, of Rhaegal's pain, of Viserion's fear. He thought of the chained rowers burning. He was so tired of being a victim, a tool, a piece moved on a board. The hollow place inside him, still tender, gave a steady, determined pulse. It was not the roar of dragonfire. It was the quiet, unyielding hardness of a needle. Yes, he said. The word was not loud, but it was absolute. Then we prepare, Daenerys said, the mask snapping back into place. We have 3 days. Let us weave a net of light and see what dark things it catches. As the council dispersed, Harry walked not to his chambers, but down, into the heat and the dark. He stood before Drogan and placed his forehead against the dragon's scale. They will come for me, asterisk he sent. Asterisk in the open. Asterisk. Drogan's response was a wave of protective fury, an image of the plaza bathed in cleansing flame, of enemies crisping to ash. No, asterisk Harry insisted. Not your fire. My fight. But I need you, ready. If I find the source, if I pull the thread, you must be the arrow. Asterisk. He sent the plan, the concept of the trap, of the backwards trace. Drogan understood. The rage banked, replaced by a cold, predatory focus. The dragon's mind, so often a tumult of impulse, became a sharp, calculating edge. It sent back an image of itself, coiled and still on the high terrace, a loaded scorpion of scale and sinew, waiting for the pull of the string. Mine, asterisk Drogan thought, the concept now encompassing not just possession, but a shared, lethal purpose. I am the arrow. Asterisk. The pact was made. The bait was set. The stage was the plaza, where chains had been broken and a flight had been poisoned. This time, they would not be showcasing power. They would be declaring war on the shadows themselves. Dawn on the 3rd day arrived not with the usual bloody smear over Astaper, but with a strange, flat, pearl-gray light that seemed to leach color from the world. The air was still, thick, tasting of impending rain and the nervous sweat of a city holding its breath. The Plaza of Purification had been transformed. No longer an empty stage for dragon displays, it was now a theater of faith and defense. A low dais of dark wood stood in the exact center. Around it, in concentric rings, stood the people of Astaper, not the usual desperate crowd, but a curated assembly. Freedmen and women chosen for their loyalty, their faces set in expressions of fierce determination rather than fear. They held no weapons. Instead, They held hands, or clutched simple tokens, a child's wooden toy, a sprig of olive, a lump of bread. They were the field of normalcy, a living buffer of humanity Daenerys hoped would ground any magical attack, to dilute its potency with the sheer, stubborn weight of ordinary life. Behind them, unseen in the surrounding buildings and on the pyramid's lower terraces, Grey Worm had positioned his best archers and a company of Unsullied with heavy shields, a last line of mundane defense. On the highest terrace, a silent, black shadow waited. Drogan, coiled, still, his eyes like burning coals fixed on the plaza below. The air around him shimmered with contained heat. Harry stood on the dais, alone. He wore simple linen trousers and a tunic, no armor visible. His feet were bare on the sun-warmed wood. He felt terrifyingly exposed, a single candle on a vast, dark table. The eyes of the city, of his loyalists, of the hidden archers, of the queen watching from a screened balcony, were all upon him. But he was learning to wall away the pressure, to fold it into the fortified keep inside. The part of him that stood here was the needle, the beacon, the bait. Missandei had coached him through the ritual. There was no real magic to it, no ancient words of power. It was a performance, a pattern of movements, a focusing of intent designed to look like a vulnerable, deep concentration. He was to kneel, place his hands on a specific carving on the dais, a spiral that echoed, innocently, the shape of the cursed glyphs, and channel his purifying light. As the gray light strengthened, a hush deeper than any Harry had heard before fell over the plaza. The only sounds were the distant cry of a gull and the rustle of cloth as Daenerys emerged onto her balcony. She was a statue in black and silver, her face impassive, a queen watching her champion enter the lists. Harry took a steadying breath. He could feel the hollow place inside him, not as an empty ache, but as a tuned instrument, a still pool waiting for a stone to break its surface. He could feel the warmth of the people around him, a low, reassuring hum of life. And beneath that, if he stretched his senses, the ever-present, simmering vigilance of Drogan, a silent promise of retribution coiled in the sky. He began the ritual. He knelt, the wood hard against his knees. He placed his palms flat on the carved spiral. He closed his eyes. He did not try to summon the gold-white healing light. Instead, he made himself open. A conduit, a sensitive plate. He broadcast a silent, powerful signal of here I am, focused, vulnerable, doing the very thing you fear. Asterisk. Minutes passed. The tension in the plaza wound tighter. A child whimpered and was quickly hushed. Harry's knees began to ache. His mind wandered, snagging on doubts. What if they didn't take the bait? What if they had seen through the ruse? What if they struck somewhere else, at the pyramid, at the dragons? A flicker. Not in the plaza. Not from the crowd. From the air. A subtle, sickening drop in temperature, localized directly above him. It was the feeling of the glyph, but active, probing. A cold, invisible finger testing the waters. He didn't react. He deepened his feigned concentration, letting his signal pulse a little brighter in the metaphysical sense. The cold intensified. It began to condense, to take shape. Above the dais, the air rippled, not with heat, but with a profound, light-swallowing chill. A darkness gathered, a pool of liquid night against the gray sky. From within it, a form began to coalesce, not a bolt, but a thing. A construct of solidified shadow, shaped like a multi-jointed, barbed spear, its tip glistening with a venomous green gleam. It hovered, pointing directly at the crown of his head. The crowd gasped as one. A unified intake of breath that hissed across the plaza. The loyalists flinched but held their ground, their grip on each other's hands tightening. This was it. The attack. Not from a hidden assassin, but from the air itself, a manifestation of the enemy's will. Harry kept his eyes closed, his hands on the spiral. Every instinct screamed to dive, to run, to call for Drogan. He locked them down. He was the bait. He had to be bitten. The shadow spear quivered, then shot downwards. Time seemed to slow. Harry felt the deathly cold approach, the nullity that sought to erase not just his life, but the very magic in his veins. At the last possible instant, as the chilling tip was a foot from his skull, he moved. Not away. Into it. He threw his awareness, his magic, not as a shield, but as a net. Not to block the cold, but to embrace it. To hook into the fabric of the spell itself. His mind was filled with a screaming, silent cold, a vacuum that threatened to suck out his thoughts, his soul. It was agony, a pain of absolute negation. But within that agony, he felt the thread. A taut, freezing line of intent that led backwards, away from the spear, away from the plaza, through the city, out towards the sea. He latched on. With every ounce of will he possessed, he clamped his metaphysical hands onto that line of cold intent. He didn't try to sever it. He made himself a part of it. A burr, a tag. The shadow spear met his physical body. There was no impact of metal. It passed through him. A shockwave of absolute cold exploded in his chest. He felt his heart stutter. His lungs froze. The world vanished into a white, soundless void of pain. On the dais, his physical body convulsed, a strangled cry tearing from his throat as frost visibly bloomed on his skin, crackling over his tunic. But his mind, his magical self, held on to the thread. He was a fisherman hooked to a leviathan, being dragged into the depths. The thread pulled taut, yanking his awareness out of his freezing body, out of the plaza, across the city in a dizzying, nauseating rush. He saw flashes, rooftops, streets, the harbor wall, all from a perspective of impossible, chilling speed. Then the sea. The thread plunged into the water, into the deep, cold dark. And there, anchored not on the seafloor, but hanging in the watery gloom as if weightless, was a ship. Not a Yunkish warship. A vessel of black, lacquered wood, its lines sleek and alien, its sails furled. No flags. And on its deck, surrounded by a shimmering bubble of air, stood 3 figures. One was the robed man from his vision, his hood now thrown back, revealing a face of sharp, ageless plains, skin the color of old parchment, eyes like chips of gray flint. His hands were raised, weaving the air, conducting the cold. He was the source of the thread. Beside him stood a hulking figure in articulated armor of a strange, non-reflective black metal, its face hidden behind a full helm shaped like a snarling beast. And between them, held in a cage of faintly glowing crystal bars, was a creature. Small, slender, with large, luminous eyes and skin of iridescent silver blue. A creature of the sea. It thrashed weakly against its prison, its mouth open in a silent scream that echoed in Harry's magically attuned perception. This, he understood with sudden, chilling clarity, was the power source. The life being drained to fuel the shadow spear, to fuel all their magic. A captive elemental. His awareness, tethered by the thread, hovered for a split second above the ship. The robed sorcerer's flinty eyes snapped up. He saw Harry. Not his body, but his spiritual presence, hooked to his spell. Surprise, then fury, then a cruel, calculating gleam flashed across his face. The sorcerer didn't try to break the thread. He yanked it. Harry's awareness was ripped backwards, the vision of the black ship and the captive sea creature tearing away. He was hurtling back along the freezing line, back towards his frozen, dying body on the dais. On the balcony, Daenerys saw Harry convulse, saw the frost form. She took a step forward, her hand flying to her mouth. Esser Jorah grabbed her arm, holding her back. Wait. On the high terrace, Drogan felt it. Not through sight, but through the bond. A spike of mortal cold, a flare of terror and pain, and then, a pull. A clear, sharp, directional pull from his rider. A beacon of icy rage pointing out to sea. The black dragon did not roar. He unfolded with a silence more terrifying than any sound. His wings spread, blotted out the gray sky, and with a thrust that cracked the air, he launched himself not towards the plaza, but towards the harbor, towards the sea, following the fading, cold trace Harry had imprinted on their shared consciousness. Back on the dais, the shadow spear had dissolved, its energy spent. Harry collapsed, a puppet with its strings cut, hitting the wood with a dull thud. He was blue-lipped, unmoving, a rime of ice melting on his skin. Chaos erupted. The loyalists broke formation, crying out. Unsullied rushed forward. Missandei was there first, dropping to her knees beside him. Her clinical fingers going to his throat. He lives, she called, her voice cutting through the panic. But his pulse is weak. He is frozen. Get blankets. Get him to the maester. As they lifted his limp body, his eyes fluttered open. They were unfocused, full of the deep-sea dark. His lips moved, forming words with no breath. Daenerys was there, pushing through the guards, her face ashen. She knelt, putting her ear to his mouth. Ship, he whispered, the word a puff of frozen air. Black, in the deep, sea creature, cage. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell into a true, deep unconsciousness. Daenerys stood, her own fear hardening into a diamond-edged resolve. She looked at Grey Worm, at Esser Jorah. He found them. Drogan is on the hunt. Ready our fastest ships. Now, we follow the dragon. The trap had sprung. The bait had been taken, and had left a hook in the enemy's jaw. But the cost lay on a stretcher, barely breathing, his soul scoured by a cold older than dragons. The war in the shadows was now a chase across the sunless sea. And the prize was not just victory, but the life of a stolen creature of light, and the boy who had dared to touch the dark. Cold. A deep, marrow-numbing cold that had nothing to do with winter. This cold was alive. It moved through Harry's veins like sluggish mercury, leaching heat from the core of him. He was drowning in it, sinking through layers of silent, lightless ocean. Above, the surface was a fading memory of warmth and color, the sun on scales, the amber of Viserion's eye, the fierce violet of a queen's gaze. They receded, replaced by the crushing pressure and the ever-present, throbbing wrongness of the sorcerer's magic. He wasn't asleep. He was trapped. A prisoner in his own frozen flesh, his awareness a shivering spark buried under glaciers of alien ice. The shadow spear had not just wounded him, it had injected a piece of that nullifying void into his magical core. It was a parasite, feeding on the warmth of his power, growing stronger as he grew weaker. In the distant, numb reaches of his mind, he felt pulses. Dull, rhythmic thumps of frustration and concern. Drogan. The bond was still there, but muffled, as if heard through a wall of thick ice. He felt the dragon's fury, a banked furnace raging against the constraint of distance and the sea. He felt the beat of vast wings, the taste of salt spray, the predatory focus of the hunt. The black ship. The cage. The memory surfaced, a sharp shard in the murk. He tried to send a pulse back, a reassurance, a location. But his will was a feeble thing, shattered and scattered by the cold. The effort sent fresh waves of agony through his spirit, and the icy parasite seemed to swell, feeding on the attempt. Time lost meaning. He drifted in the frigid dark, occasionally surfacing to fractured sensations, the scratch of rough wool blankets, the bitter taste of Maester's potions forced down his throat, the low murmur of voices that seemed to come from the end of a long tunnel. Core temperature will not rise. Magical corruption, not a physical chill. The dragon will not let anyone near the harbor, burn two skiffs that came too close. Daenerys's voice, stripped of its regal certainty, raw with a fear that was entirely human, find a way. I do not care about ancient texts or Maester's theories. Find a way. Then the cold would drag him under again. In one of these semi-lucid moments, he became aware of a new presence. Not warm, but neutral. A dry, papery scent, a calm, relentless intelligence cutting through the fog. Tyrion. He felt a small, strong hand grip his own, the touch startlingly real against the phantom cold. They say you can hear, Tyrion's voice murmured, close to his ear. No false comfort, no grand speeches, so listen, your dragon is a marvel. He found the black ship. It was hiding in a sea cave network north of the city. He drove it out, harried it. But it's fast, and it has defenses. It vanished into a squall. Drogan lost the trail. He's ranging the coast now, a black fury looking for a needle in a gray haystack. A beat of failure pulsed through Harry, feeding the cold. The Queen has every ship we have that can float looking as well, Tyrion continued, his tone pragmatic. But it's like chasing smoke. This enemy doesn't fight by our rules. They strike and fade. They use poisons we can't cure and magics we can't counter. The grip on his hand tightened. Except you. You countered it. You latched on. And you saw something. A sea creature in a cage. Missandei is scouring every bestiary, every sailor's tale. A power source. That's our key. Another wave of cold, deeper. Harry felt himself slipping. Don't you die on me, boy, Tyrion's voice sharpened, a command. You are the only map we have. The only one who has looked the devil in the eye and lived to whisper about it. So fight. Fight this cold with whatever you have left. Not for her. Not for the dragons. For the creature in the cage. Because if they can cage that, what's next? The words were a lifeline, thrown into his frozen sea. The creature in the cage. Its silent scream echoed in his memory, a sound of pure, trapped light. A kinship, there in the dark. Another prisoner. He focused on that memory. Not on the cold, not on his own pain, but on the luminous silver blue skin, the large, desperate eyes. He imagined its light. Not the gold white of his healing, but a cooler, deeper radiance, like moonlight on midnight waves. He imagined that light not as an external thing, but as a quality. As warmth to his particular cold. The opposite of the nullity. In the fortified keep of his mind, the part of him that was the needle stirred. It turned, not towards the invading ice, but towards this remembered light. He didn't have the strength to push the cold out. But perhaps he could, remember himself warm. He built the memory, detail by fragile detail. The feel of the sun on the training yard sand. The dry, baking heat of Drogan's scales. The steam from the cauldron in the hospice. The gentle, clove-scented breath of Viserion. He wove them together with the imagined moonlight of the sea creature, creating a tapestry of warmth in his mind's eye. He held it. He nourished it. He let it glow in the center of his frozen self. The icy parasite recoiled. It was a thing of absence, of negation. This remembered, assembled warmth was not an attack, it was a presence. A fact it could not erase. It writhed, trying to smother it, but the more Harry focused on the tapestry of warmth, the more solid it became. The glacier inside him didn't melt. But a small, thawed pocket formed around that glowing memory. Sensation returned, a ghost of feeling in his fingertips, a faint, rhythmic throb that was his own heartbeat, sluggish but stubborn. He was not healing. He was fortifying a beachhead. When he next surfaced to external sensation, the world was sharper. He could feel the weight of the blankets, hear the distinct crackle of the fire in the hearth. His eyes were closed, but he could tell it was night. A different voice. Missandei. She was reading aloud, not from a history, but from what sounded like a sailor's log, her voice calm and clear. The Merling kings get, they call them. Selkies, some say. Seen only in the deepest straits or after the worst storms. Their song can calm the waves or call the kraken. Their blood is said to be liquid moonlight, and their tears become pearls of pure power. The dragon lords of old sought them, for it is said a dragon that drinks of a Selkie's bound light will have fire that burns even the sea. Selkie. The word resonated in his thawing pocket. That was it. The creature in the crystal cage. He tried to move a finger. A twitch. Agony, bright and electric, lanced up his arm from the cold stiffened joints. But it was his agony. A sign of life. Missandei stopped reading. He felt her presence draw nearer. Harry. Her voice was soft, tentative. He forced his eyelids open. The world was a blur of firelight and shadow. He focused on Missandei's face, her features swimming into clarity. Her eyes widened. "You are back," she breathed. She didn't smile. Her relief was in the slight loosening of the tension around her mouth. She called out, and moments later, Daenerys was there, her face pale, her eyes searching his. "The ship," Harry rasped, his voice a ruin. "Selkie. In a cage. Power." Daenerys knelt, her hand hovering over his forehead, not touching, as if afraid he would shatter. "We know. Drogan drove it to ground, but it escaped into the deep. We are searching." Cold, inside, Harry managed. Fighting it. With memory. With Selkie light. Daenerys and Missandei exchanged a glance. This was beyond their experience. "How can we help?" Daenerys asked, the question simple, stripped of queenship. "Need, connection. To Drogan. Bond is, muffled. Need to be, louder." Each word was a mountain to climb. "The Maester has drafts that can stimulate the spirit, but they are dangerous," Missandei cautioned. "No drafts," Harry whispered. He looked at Daenerys. "The dragons. All three. Their fire, their life. It's the opposite of this cold. I need to feel it. Not from here. In the pit." It was madness. To move him in his state. To bring him near the immense, volatile energies of the dragons. But Daenerys didn't hesitate. She saw the desperate logic in his eyes. Grey worm. Prepare a litter. To the dragon chambers. The journey was a blur of jolting pain and swirling torchlight. The air grew warmer, then hot, then searing as they entered the interconnected chambers. The dragons felt his approach. He sensed their agitation before he saw them, Viserion's worried trill, Rhaegal's pained, angry rumble, Drogan's silent, seismic shift of attention. They placed his litter on the hot stone floor between the three colossal forms. He was a tiny, frozen scrap in a cathedral of fire. He turned his head. Viserion loomed over him, its great eye peering down, whirling with concern. He reached a trembling hand out, and the cream dragon gently nuzzled his fingers, its breath a warm, sweet-scented wind. Warmth, pure and simple, seeped into his hand, battling the cold up to his wrist. Rhaegal, from his resting place, blew a short, hot gust across his legs. It was not gentle. It was an offering of shared, fiery anger. The heat was aggressive, scouring, but it fought the cold numbness in his bones. Then Drogan. The black dragon lowered its massive head until it filled Harry's vision. The great eye, a pool of molten night, held his. The bond, muffled for days, roared back to life. Not as a clear channel, but as a storm of emotion, fury at the enemy, rage at the sea that hid them, a possessive, desperate fear for him. Through that storm, Harry sent the tapestry. The assembled warmth. The memory of the Selkie's light. He sent his own struggle, the beachhead in the ice. Drogan understood. The dragon's mind, vast and primal, did not do subtlety. It saw a fight. Its rider was fighting an enemy made of cold. The answer was fire. But not destructive fire. Not the fire that burned ships. The fire that was life. The fire in its own veins, the fire it shared with its brothers, the fire that was the beating heart of its existence. Drogan let out a low, deep hum, a vibration that thrummed through the stone and into Harry's bones. It was a call, a summoning. Viserion trilled in response, leaning in closer. Rhaegal, with a grunt, dragged its wounded body nearer. The three dragons formed a tight circle around the litter. They lowered their heads, their mouths slightly open. Not to breathe flame, but to breathe essence. The air grew impossibly hot, shimmering with visible waves. From Drogan's maw came a stream of pure, dark heat, like the heart of a star. From Viserion, a shimmering, gold-tinged warmth. From Rhaegal, a sharp, green-bronze radiance. The three streams of dragon breath, not fire but the concentrated, living energy of their beings, mingled in the air above Harry, forming a swirling, incandescent cloud of power. It hovered, pulsing, a miniature sun in the stone chamber. Then, as one, the dragons directed it downwards. It enveloped Harry. There was no burn. It was an immersion, a baptism in pure, elemental life force. The opposite of the nullifying cold. The icy parasite inside him screamed. It was a silent, spiritual scream of dissolution. The foreign cold met the concentrated warmth of three dragons and evaporated like mist under a noonday sun. The glacier in his veins cracked, fissured, and melted away, washed clean in a torrent of revitalizing energy. Harry gasped, arching off the litter as feeling returned in a roaring, painful flood. His skin flushed. His heart hammered against his ribs, strong and sure. The hollow place, scoured and damaged, didn't refill with power. Instead, it was cauterized. Cleaned. Lined with the residual, vibrant heat of the dragons. It felt smaller, but denser, tougher. The cloud of energy dissipated. The dragons pulled back, watching. Drogan's eye held a satisfied, primal gleam. A job done. A threat to its possession eliminated. Harry sat up, shaky but whole. He looked at his hands. The blue tinge was gone. He was sweating in the incredible heat. He was alive. Daenerys, who had watched from the entrance with Esser Jorah and Missandei, her hand clamped over her mouth, now rushed forward. She stopped a few feet away, as if unsure. Harry looked at her, then past her, towards the direction of the sea. The memory of the cold was gone, replaced by the dragon heat in his bones and a new, crystalline clarity. They used a Selkie's life to power their magic, he said, his voice still rough, but firm. To cage it, they must be near the sea. They need its connection to the deep water. Drogan drove them from their cave. They're hiding now, but they can't hide the Selkie's light forever. Not from me. Not now. He pushed himself to his feet, his legs wobbling but holding. He looked at Drogan, at the renewed, fierce bond between them. The cold is gone. The link is clear. I can feel the echo of their magic. It's like a stain on the world. And I know how to find stains. He was no longer bait. No longer a victim. The dragons had purged the enemy's poison with their own fire. He was tempered now. Harder. Sharper. He was the hunter. And he had the scent. The heat of the dragon pit was now a part of him, a banked furnace beneath his skin that no chill could touch. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, eyes closed, breathing in the dry, ash-laden air. The dragons watched him, Viserion with quiet curiosity, Rhaegal with simmering, vengeful intensity, Drogan with the stillness of a drawn bowstring. Their fire lived in his veins, a steady, potent counter-rhythm to his own magic. The hollow place was no longer a well, but a forge, its walls lined with dragon scale. He was reaching out, not with the delicate needle thread of before, but with a broader, more assertive sense. He was seeking a stain. A blot of cold nullity against the vibrant, humming tapestry of life and Magic that was the world. The memory of the Selkie's trapped light was his touchstone, its unique, watery radiance a sharp contrast to the sorcerer's draining void. He cast his awareness out, beyond the pyramid, over the city, towards the sea. He felt the sprawling warmth of Astapor, a chaotic, hungry, hopeful heat. He felt the vast, cool expanse of the ocean, teeming with fainter, stranger life lights. And there, like a drop of ink in clear water, he felt it. A smear of wrongness. Faint, mobile, but distinct. Not the sharp, attacking cold of the shadow spear, but the deeper, hungrier chill of the cage, of the sustained spell that bound the Selkie. It was moving, erratically, a few miles off the coast to the northeast. He opened his eyes. I have them. In the chamber of the painted table, the atmosphere was electric. Daenerys stood over the map, her finger tracing the coastline. A moving target. On the sea. Drogan can harry them, but he cannot board the ship, cannot free the creature while it's protected by whatever sorceries they have. Then we must bring the fight to their deck, Esser Jorah stated, his face grim. A boarding action. At night. Against sorcerers who can turn stone to soup and craft spears from shadow. Tyrion poured himself a large cup of wine. A direct assault is what they'd expect. And they'll be ready. We don't assault, Harry said. All eyes turned to him. He felt their gazes, the calculating hope in Daenerys's, the wary respect in Esser Jorah's, the sharp curiosity in Tyrion's. He was no longer a boy to be protected. He was the point of the spear. We don't give them a target. We become a shadow they can't see. He laid out the plan, shaped by his new understanding, forged in dragon fire. It was audacious, reliant on his fledgling abilities and a great deal of luck. 2 nights later, under a cloak of cloud that hid the moons, a single, black-painted skiff slipped from a hidden inlet south of Astapor. It carried no sellswords this time. It carried Harry, Daario Naharis, and 4 of his most ruthless, sea-savvy stormcrows. And it carried something else, a small, iron-bound chest, taken from the pyramid's vaults. Harry sat in the stern, his hand resting on the cold iron of the chest. Inside, nestled in black velvet, was an object Missandei had found in her research, a Lorathi dream candle, carved from pale green wax and said to be infused with essence of ghost shade. Its smoke, when burned, could induce a deep, waking trance, making the mind receptive to suggestion and subtle magic. It was a tool for spies and torturers. Tonight, Harry intended to use it as a lens. Daario, at the tiller, flashed him a sharp, feral grin. A quiet little cruise into the heart of sorcerer-infested waters. Just how I like my evenings. The rowers pulled with silent, powerful strokes. Harry kept his senses stretched towards the smear of cold on the dark water. He guided them with small hand gestures, left, right, slower. The stain grew stronger, a pulsing beacon of wrongness in his mind. After an hour of tense, silent progress, he saw it. A shape darker than the night, low in the water. The black ship. It was anchored in a small, deep cove, shielded from the open sea by jagged rocks. No lights showed on its deck. It was a silhouette of silent menace. They anchored their skiff behind a rocky outcrop, 100 yards from the sorcerer's ship. The plan was now in Harry's hands. He opened the chest, lit the dream candle with a spark conjured from his fingertip. The flame was a sickly green, the smoke it gave off odorless and thick, coiling around his head as he breathed deeply. The world shifted. The physical sensations, the lap of water, the chill night air, receded. His magical senses swelled, became his primary reality. The black ship ahead was not just a shape, it was a vortex of cold energy. He could see the lines of power, a shimmering, malevolent web encasing the entire vessel, centered amidships where the Selkie's captive light pulsed like a trapped star, its brilliance muted and strained by the crystal bars of its cage. And he could see the guards. Not men posted on the rails, but wards. Invisible patterns of frozen intent woven into the air around the ship, psychic tripwires that would scream in alarm at the touch of a hostile mind or a foreign body. He was neither. In the trance state, fueled by the ghost shade and his own dragon-tempered magic, his consciousness was a mist, a phantom. He willed himself forward. His awareness left his body sitting in the skiff, Daario watching him with narrowed eyes. He flowed over the dark water, a wisp of thought and intent. He approached the ship's protective web. The wards were designed to detect solidity, will, aggression. He had none. He was perception. He slipped between the strands like smoke through a sieve. He was on the deck. The wood felt real beneath his ghostly feet, but also distant. Two figures stood watch near the foremost, the hulking armored brute and a thinner, nervous-looking man with a crossbow. Their life lights were dim, tainted by proximity to the central cold. Harry ignored them. He drifted towards the source of the power, towards the Selkie's cage. It was amidships, protected by a canopy of dark silk. The cage was just as he remembered, bars of faintly glowing crystal. Inside, the Selkie crouched. Up close, its beauty was heartbreaking. Silver-blue skin that seemed to hold its own light, large, luminous eyes now dull with exhaustion and despair. Webbed hands pressed against the bars. It was singing, a sound inaudible to human ears, a vibration of pure, desperate sorrow that resonated in Harry's enhanced perception. The song was a plea to the sea, a call for help that was being stolen, twisted, and converted into the cold power that fueled the sorcerer's spells. The sorcerer himself was there, seated on a stool before the cage, his eyes closed, his hands moving in slow, complex patterns as he siphoned the Selkie's song. The robed man's own life light was a complex, ugly thing, a core of cold intellect surrounded by swirling tendrils of stolen energy. Harry studied the cage. The crystal bars were not just physical. They were the endpoints of the web, the anchors of the spell. The lock was metaphysical, a knot of frozen intent. He couldn't break it. Not from here, not as a phantom. But he could understand it. And he could plant a seed. He focused on the Selkie. He pushed his awareness against the cage, not to break in, but to make contact. He sent a pulse of warmth, of recognition. The memory of dragon fire, of shared captivity, of defiance. The Selkie's song hitched. Its luminous eyes opened wider, searching the empty air before it. It saw him, or sensed him. A spark of bewildered hope flickered in its desperate light. Harry sent an image, himself, as he was on the skiff. An image of the black ship from the outside. He sent a feeling of imminent action. A promise. Be ready. Asterisk. He didn't know if it understood. But the spark of hope grew steadier. His work done, he began to withdraw. But as he passed the sorcerer, the man's eyes snapped open. They weren't looking at Harry's phantom form, but through it, at the wards. He felt a disturbance. A draft in his carefully controlled house of cold. Intruder, the sorcerer hissed, his voice like dry leaves crushing. He stood, his gray flint eyes scanning the empty deck. Harry pulled back faster, retracting his awareness back across the water, into his own body in the skiff. He gasped as the connection snapped, the real world. Rushing back in, the smell of salt, the sway of the boat, Dario's hand on his shoulder. Well, Dario whispered, they're alert, but I spoke to the Selkie. It's ready. Harry's voice was hoarse. The cage is the heart. Break the cage, break their power. And the wards, they're keyed to magic, to hostile intent. We give them neither. Harry looked at the chest. The dream candle had burned low. He took the remaining nub of green wax. We give them a distraction they can't ignore. He focused on the nub of candle, on the residue of ghost shade essence within it. He combined it with a tiny, focused spark of his own will, not an attack, but a lure. A beacon of phantom fear and confusion. He shaped it into a simple construct and, with a flick of his wrist, sent it sailing through the night air towards the black ship. It landed silently on the aft deck. For a moment, nothing. Then, the wards screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek of alarm that Harry felt even at a distance. Lights flared on the black ship, cold, blue witch fire torches. Shouts echoed. The sorcerer would be investigating, his attention ripped from the cage, from the sea, focused on the phantom threat at his stern. Now, Harry said. Dario gave a sharp signal. The rowers bent their backs. The skiff shot forward from behind the rocks, aiming not for the main deck where chaos was erupting, but for the starboard side, amidships, directly towards the silk canopy. They hit the hull with a soft thud. Grappling hooks, wrapped in felt, found purchase. Dario and his men swarmed up the lines, daggers between their teeth. Harry followed, his movements sure, the dragon scale vest light and strong under his tunic. They dropped onto the deck in the shadow of the canopy. The two guards from the foremast were running towards the stern, drawn by the alarm. The path to the cage was clear. Under the silk, the sorcerer was gone, drawn away. The Selkie was pressed against the bars of its crystal prison, its eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. Dario didn't hesitate. He swung a heavy, lead-cord kosh at the crystal lock. It rang with a sound like a frozen bell, but didn't break. The wards around the cage flared, a visible nimbus of cold light. "It's magic," one of the stormcrows hissed. Harry stepped forward. He placed his hands on two of the crystal bars, ignoring the biting cold that sought to numb his fingers. He didn't try to melt them with fire. He reached for the dragon heat inside him, the purified, life-affirming warmth that had burned out the cold poison. He thought of it not as a flame, but as a solvent for frozen things. He poured that warmth into the crystal. The bars didn't heat. They sweated. Beads of pure, cold water formed on their surface, then dripped. The solid crystal began to soften, to become malleable. The complex, frozen knot of the metaphysical lock began to dissolve under the gentle, relentless application of its opposite. With a sound like cracking ice, the lock gave way. Dario shoved the door open. The Selkie didn't move. It stared at Harry, then at the open sea just beyond the rail. It sang a single, pure note, a sound of thanks so profound it brought tears to Harry's eyes. Then it flowed from the cage, a streak of silver blue in the dim light. It vaulted the rail with an elegant, powerful twist and plunged into the black water below. The effect was instantaneous. The blue witch lights on the ship guttered and died. The cold, pervasive wrongness that had coated the vessel like a fungus shattered. The web of power snapped, releasing a backlash of spent energy that washed over the deck like a silent shockwave. From the stern, a scream of pure, undiluted rage tore through the night. "The sorcerer! Time to go!" Dario yelled. But it was too late. The robed man was upon them, moving with unnatural speed. His face was a mask of twisted fury. He didn't raise his hands to cast a spell. The Selkie's power was gone. Instead, he drew a blade from his robe, a dagger of the same black, non-reflective metal as his companion's armor, its edge seeming to drink the faint starlight. "Thief!" he spat. "You have stolen my masterpiece. You will feed the deep with your blood." He lunged, not at Dario, but at Harry. The dagger moved faster than thought, aimed for his heart. Harry didn't have time to summon magic, to dodge. He had only instinct, and the lessons Esser Jorah had drilled into him. He turned his body, not away, but into the lunge, inside the arc of the blade. He caught the sorcerer's wrist with his left hand, the impact jarring his arm. At the same time, his right hand, the one that had healed a dragon, that had unraveled crystal, drove forward, fingers stiff, aiming not for flesh, but for the center of the cold, ugly life light he could still see burning in the man's chest. His fingertips did not touch cloth. They passed through it, into a space that was not physical. He touched the core of the sorcerer's stolen power, the knot of nullity that was his magical center. And he gave it warmth. It was not an attack of fire. It was the introduction of a fundamental opposite. Like oxygen to a vacuum. The sorcerer froze. His gray flint eyes bulged. A sound escaped him, not a scream, but a dry, rattling gasp, as if all the air had been sucked from his lungs. His life light didn't explode, it unraveled. The swirling tendrils of stolen energy dissipated. The cold core simply went out. The light in his eyes vanished. He collapsed, a sack of bones and cloth, the black dagger clattering to the deck. He was not dead. He was empty. A vessel with nothing inside. The hulking armored brute roared, charging them. Dario and his stormcrows met him, blades flashing in the dark. But without the sorcerer's magic to bolster him, the brute was just a big man in strange armor. He fell under a flurry of skilled, vicious strikes. The ship was theirs, silent, dead. As they prepared to loot it quickly and leave, Harry walked to the rail. He looked down into the dark water. A silver blue shape surfaced, its luminous eyes meeting his. The Selkie raised a webbed hand in a gesture that was unmistakably a salute. Then it dove, vanishing into the depths, free. On the journey back, with the first hints of dawn graying the sky, Harry sat in the skiff, the cold, empty body of the sorcerer at his feet. He felt no triumph, only a deep, quiet exhaustion, and the memory of the light going out in a man's soul. He had not killed with fire or blade. He had erased a magical existence. It felt like a different kind of murder. Dario clapped him on the shoulder, his grin fierce. "You fight dirty, dragon boy. I like it." Harry didn't answer. He looked back at the cove, now empty, the black ship a derelict. They had won. They had freed the Selkie, destroyed the enemy's power source, captured their leader. But as the skiff cut through the calm morning sea, a new, familiar tremor began in his bones. A distant, seismic beat of wings. Drogan had felt the release of power, the shift in the magical landscape. He was coming. And Harry knew, with a certainty that settled in his gut like a stone, that the true war was not over. They had cut off a hand. The body, the intelligence that directed it, was still out there. And it would have felt the loss. It would be angry. The hunt was over. The war for the dawn had just begun. The sky above Astapor was the color of a healing bruise, purple, gold, and a tender, painful blue. Dawn. But the dawn felt different. It didn't bring the usual cacophony of the city waking. A strange, watchful silence lay over the streets, broken only by the distant, rhythmic beat that was not sound, but a vibration in the stones, in the air, in the blood. The beat of massive wings. Harry stood on the highest terrace of the Great Pyramid, the wind of his own making whipping his hair, tangling it with the smoke scent that clung to him. Below, the city was a silent, upturned face. The plaza of purification was empty, swept clean by fear and awe. The black ship was ash on a distant beach, its sorcerer a hollow shell chained in the darkest cell. The Selkie was gone, a silver flash in the deep, a debt unpaid but acknowledged. He had won. He had hunted, outwitted, and broken the enemy's weapon. He should have felt triumph. Or at least relief. All he felt was the tremor in his hands and the cold, clean void where the sorcerer's magical core had been. He had not just defeated a man, he had unmade a piece of the world. The memory of that unraveling, of the light snuffing out in the gray flint eyes, was a stain no sunrise could wash away. The beat of wings grew louder, a physical pressure on the eardrums. From the north, a shadow grew, blotting out the nascent sun. Drogan. He descended not with the furious dive of battle, but with the slow, majestic certainty of a king returning to his citadel. The wind from his wings battered the terrace, hot and dry as a desert gale. He landed with a thud that shook the pyramid to its foundations, folding his vast, black wings with a snap like a thunderclap ending. The dragon's eye found Harry. It was not the possessive gleam of before, nor the battle fury of the hunt. It was an assessment, a re-evaluation. Harry had left on a skiff, a rider seeking his mount's prey. He had returned having slain it himself, with a magic that was not fire, but its silent, chilling inverse. Drogan recognized power. And this was a new flavor. Mine, asterisk the thought came through the bond, but it was layered now with a new respect, a hint of caution. You are changed. Asterisk. Harry placed a hand on the warm scale of the dragon's snout. The familiar heat was a comfort, an anchor to the self he had been before the cold, before the unraveling. I am still here, asterisk he sent back. But he knew it was only partly true. The terrace doors opened. Daenerys emerged, alone. She was dressed not in silks or armor, but in a simple gray gown, her hair loose. She looked like she hadn't slept. Her violet eyes went from the colossal dragon to the soot-streaked, weary boy beside it. In her gaze, Harry saw the same re-evaluation he'd felt from Drogan. The weapon had proven it could think, could act alone. It was a more dangerous, and more valuable, thing. The city whispers of a ghost ship burned, of sea demons freed, she said, her voice quiet, meant only for him and the dragon. They whisper of you walking through walls of magic, of stealing a sorcerer's soul. The story grows in the telling. It will become a legend. It wasn't like that, Harry said, his voice rough. It was, quiet, and ugly. All great victories have an ugly heart, she replied, stepping closer. The wind tugged at her skirts. You have done what an army could not. You have severed the head of the snake that threatened us. Astapor is safe. The dragons are safe. For now, Harry said, looking east, towards the sea, towards the vast, unknown continent beyond. He was a tool. Someone sent him. Someone with greater power. They'll know we struck back. Daenerys nodded, a sharp, conceding gesture. They will. And they will come again, or they will send others. The game does not end. It merely advances to a new board. She followed his gaze. Westeros is that board, Harry. A land torn by war, ripe for a ruler who can bring not just fire and blood, but justice. And magic. She turned her intense gaze back to him. The time for hiding, for reacting, is over. With you, with the dragons united, we can stop playing defense. We can claim our future. He heard the we. It was no longer the royal we. It was an offer of partnership. She was not just his queen, she was his ally in a war against shadows. And she was offering him a purpose larger than survival, larger than himself. A chance to use his cursed power, his hard-won control, for something that sounded like a cause, not just a series of desperate actions. "What would you have me do?" he asked, though he already knew the answer in his bones. "Learn to lead," she said. "Not just dragons. Men. The Unsullied respect strength. The freedmen need hope. You can be both, the dragon rider who terrifies our enemies, and the healer who protects our people. Missandei will continue your education in statecraft. Esser Jorah will teach you command. And you will learn to be the symbol this city, and soon a kingdom, needs you to be." It was a gilded cage of expectation, but its bars were of his own forging. He had chosen this path when he walked into the dragon pit, when he took to the sky, when he reached into a man's soul and turned out the lights. And them. He gestured to Drogan, then downwards, to where Viserion and Rhaegal rested. "They are the wind beneath our wings," Daenerys said, a flicker of the old, fierce love in her eyes. "But a wind must be directed. You are their bridge to the world of men. You must become the voice that translates my will into their fire, and their needs into my policy." She paused. "Rhaegal will fly again soon. His wound is almost healed. When he does, you will ride him." The statement was a lightning strike. Ride Rhaegal. The green dragon was rage and pain given form, unpredictable, volatile. To bond with it, to channel its fury. "He listens to you," Daenerys pressed, seeing his hesitation. "He respects your strength. You faced the cold that wounded him and burned it away. You are the alpha, Harry. Not just of Drogan. Of the pack." The concept settled on him, heavy as a crown. Alpha. It was a dragon's truth, simpler and more brutal than a queen's politics. He had proven his strength. Now he must wield the authority that came with it. "I'll try," he said, the words an acceptance of a burden he could no longer refuse. Later, in the quiet of his chamber, the weight of the future pressed down. He had books on warfare from Esser Jorah, scrolls on diplomacy from Missandei. He stared at them, unseeing. His mind was in the hold of the black ship, in the silent unmaking. A soft knock. Tyrion entered, bearing 2 cups and a skin of what smelled like decent wine. He poured without asking, handed one to Harry. "To surviving legends," Tyrion said, raising his cup. He took a sip and sighed. "It's a thirsty business, being a protagonist." "I'm not a protagonist," Harry muttered, but he drank. The wine was fruity, sharp. It tasted like a world that was not his own. "Aren't you?" Tyrion settled into a chair. "You have a tragic past, mysterious powers, a bond with mythical beasts, and you just personally vanquished a dark sorcerer. By any metric of storytelling, you're neck-deep in protagonism." His green-gold eyes grew serious. "The question is, what kind of story will it be? The kind where the hero becomes a tyrant, drunk on power? Or the kind where he remembers the cupboard under the stairs? I don't want to be a tyrant. No one ever does. It just sort of accretes. One necessary evil at a time. You start by burning a slaver's fleet to save a city. Then you execute a traitor to ensure loyalty. Then you sacrifice a few villages to slow an advancing army. Each step makes perfect sense in the moment. And then you look up one day and you're sitting on a throne of skulls, wondering where the boy with the warm hands went." Tyrion took another long drink. "Daenerys walks that edge every day. You now walk it beside her. Be her conscience. And for the gods' sake, be your own." He left Harry with the wine and the warning. The next morning, he went to Rhaegal. The green dragon's chamber smelled of healing flesh and restless anger. The great burn on its leg was a shiny, knotted scar. Rhaegal stood as he entered, its head held high, its bronze eyes fixed on him. There was no welcoming chuff, no nuzzle. This was a challenge. Harry didn't approach as a friend. He walked forward slowly, meeting that fierce gaze without flinching. He opened the bond, not with Drogan's deep, possessive channel, but with a new, narrower bandwidth he'd been practicing, a channel of pure, focused will. He sent Rhaegal the memory of the sorcerer's cold. The memory of the shadow spear. Then he sent the memory of his own hands on the rotting wound, of the gold-white light. He sent the final, clean heat of the dragon's breath that had scourged the last of the poison from them both. He sent an image not of subservience, but of partnership. Of the green dragon in the sky, its fire a controlled, directed inferno, a weapon in the hand of a will that understood its rage because it shared it. "Your fire is a sword," Harry sent, the concept sharp as Valyrian steel. "I am the arm that wields it. Together, we can burn the shadows from the world." Rhaegal's mind was a storm. The dragon wanted to lash out, to test this boldness. It sent back a surge of aggressive heat, a warning blast of imagined flame. Harry didn't retreat. He stood his ground, his own will a cooled, tempered blade against the dragon's forge fire. He projected not fear, but expectation. I am waiting. Asterisk. The storm in Rhaegal's mind calmed, not to stillness, but to a focused, simmering intensity. The green dragon lowered its head, not in submission, but in acknowledgement. It was a pact between warriors. A bond of shared fury and purpose. A week later, under a sky of flawless blue, Harry stood again in the Plaza of Purification. This time, he was not bait. He was a commander. Before him, arrayed in perfect, silent ranks, stood a century of Unsullied. Grey Worm was at their head. Esser Jorah stood to the side, his hand on his sword, his eyes on Harry. And behind him, on the great steps, were the dragons. All three. Unmuzzled, unchained. Drogan, a mountain of black scale. Viserion, a statue of cream and gold. And Rhaegal, a coiled spring of green bronze, its scarred leg holding its weight without a tremble. Daenerys watched from her balcony, but this was not her moment. It was his. He didn't give a speech. He didn't need to. He walked to Rhaegal. The green dragon knelt, lowering its neck. Harry climbed onto its back, settling into a new, darker-hued harness. He looked at the Unsullied, at the city beyond. He leaned forward. Rhaegal rose, its wings unfolding with a sound like 100 sails catching the wind. With a powerful thrust, they were airborne. He didn't fly a careful formation. He flew a demonstration. He guided Rhaegal into a series of sharp, banking turns, climbs that stole the breath, dives that ended in controlled, roaring gouts of emerald flame that charred the air over the empty plaza. He pushed the dragon, and the dragon responded with a fierce, joyous precision, its earlier rage honed into a lethal edge. They were not rider and beast. They were a single, devastating instrument. He landed before the Unsullied. Rhaegal's sides heaved, smoke curling from its nostrils. Harry slid from its back, his own blood singing with the thrill of it. He walked to Grey Worm. The enemy will come from the dark, Harry said, his voice carrying in the silent plaza. They will use magic we do not know. They will try to frighten us. He looked back at the three dragons, at the might they represented. Then he looked at the Unsullied, at their discipline, their unbreakable will. We will answer with light. And with steel. We are not just a city. We are the dawn, and we do not fear the shadows. He didn't know where the words came from. They felt true. A cheer went up, not from the Unsullied, who remained silent, but from the citizens watching from the sidelines. It was a raw, hopeful sound. That night, in the deepest cell of the pyramid, the hollowed sorcerer died. Not from torture or neglect. He simply ceased. His body was found cold, with no mark upon it. The last spark of whatever had made him a man had guttered out. The only thing left in the cell with him was a single, melted nub of green wax from a dream candle. Harry stood over the body with Daenerys. He was already gone, Harry said quietly. I just hurried it along. Daenerys looked at him, her face unreadable in the torchlight. A mercy, then, she said, but her eyes held a question she did not voice. As they walked back through the silent corridors, the sense of an ending, and a beginning, was palpable. The immediate threat was gone. The path ahead was clear, and fraught with its own perils. Harry returned to his chamber. He walked to the window, looking out at the star-dusted sky over the sleeping, troubled, hopeful city. The hollow place inside him was quiet, a well of power that was now his to command. He thought of the cupboard, of the green light, of his mother's smile. He thought of boiling water and burning ships, of healing light and unraveled souls. He thought of three dragons, and a queen who dreamed of breaking wheels. He was Harry Potter. He was a dragon rider. He was a weapon, a healer, a bridge, a symbol. He was lost. And he was home. Far to the east, in a tower that was not a tower, built of seamless black stone that drank the starlight, a figure watched the same sky in a scrying pool. The water showed not stars, but a boy standing at a window, his green eyes shadowed with the weight of kingship and power. The figure, tall and slender, its features obscured by a cowl of living shadow, let out a soft, considering hum. The hum was not a sound, but a vibration that made the very air in the room grow thin and cold. A voice, androgynous and old as stone, spoke to the empty air. The catalyst has been tempered. The flame has been shaped. It is no longer a wild spark. It is a beacon, A long, pale finger traced the image of the boy in the water. A beacon can be seen from very far away. And it can be extinguished. Or it can be taken and used to light a far greater fire. The figure closed a hand over the pool. The image shattered into ripples. When the water stilled, it reflected only the cold, hungry stars. The game was indeed advancing. And the next move would not be made in Slaver's Bay. The end.